Hey, what's going on? It's your boy BT, and just like that, once again, we are live here on YouTube, and we're here to talk boxing. Once again, it's another edition of Quarantine Boxing Talk. We're live while we're on quarantine. I hope everybody's safe out there, and everybody's, don't live in fear. Don't succumb to the fear mongering, but also be smart and take the precautions so that you don't catch the virus. But don't live in fear either. Still enjoy your life and still have fun. With that being said. To my right, this is going to be a bit of a special live. And full disclaimer, guys, we got Pops to my right. Hold on. Don't cut me off for that. To my right, we got Pops here, and he's got quite a. How much alcohol you got in your system? How many drinks you have?
I have more than enough.
Yeah, you have more than that.
To make me a true champion.
It's in the double digits.
We talking boxing here, baby.
Yeah. We're talking boxing.
Honestly, whatever you want to talk about, ask me what I think about any boxer, any match, or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm here to support BT and Two True Sports, and thank you for your support.
Facts. So we're gonna be here for quite some time. I mean, I'm not sure if this is gonna be a 5 or 6 hour live, but yeah, something like that. It's gonna be cool. We're gonna be out for quite some time. So we got Pops here.
Yeah.
Before we get into the fantasy matchups and the topics and whatnot, I wanted to give a shout out to my main man, Julius, over there, Ring IQ Boxing Talk. He made a video about our last live. But we had,
my God, that was good.
We don't want you to say his name, but we had a guy here live, and it was.
Julius did the right thing, boy. But Ring IQ did the right thing.
He did the right thing. So shout out to him. Shout out to everybody who's been watching the channel. Who else was I gonna shout out? I forgot who else I was gonna shout out. I can't remember right now. You think about these things all day, and then you come on live, and then you draw a blank.
As we go on, we'll let you know. Good shout out.
We'll let you know. But let's get some comments. And if you're here right now, if you're funneling in, I mean, I know right now there's not a ton of people here.
It's okay.
But I'm sure it'll pick up. So if you're here, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you comment. Make sure you do all that good stuff. And yeah, let me know what city, what state, what content you're watching from, and we will get to all that.
We'll give you a shout out.
Give you a shout out. Okay, so we got my main man. Jay Aguirre, he says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not sure what that means, but yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Jay Aguirre, if you have any questions for us, for me, myself, Pops, let me know. There's all kinds of stuff going on. My son put us a new material going on about Jacobs want to fight Colin Smith and whatever the case may be. But let's talk boxing, baby. That's what I'm here for.
All right, so this is how we're going to do it, guys, okay? Pops is to my right. I literally just woke up. Like we were supposed to do this live at like 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I'm like an owl. I sleep during the day. Oh, a bat. I sleep during the day and I'm awake at night.
Yeah. So
I will go a bit late and I had to take a shower and now I gotta eat. So I'm gonna eat, but Pops is gonna talk to you guys. So
fire away.
Whatever y'all want to ask Pops,
fire away.
You go ahead and ask him.
I'm here. Whatever you want to say, whatever you want to talk about.
While waiting for questions, I wanted to ask your opinion. What did you think about what do you think about Floyd Mayweather? He seems to have taken up a passion in a boxing trainer.
Yeah, I actually seen that. You guys go ahead to Two True Sports on YouTube and check out that video that my son made about TMT, Money Mayweather. Sometimes in life we go through things that we take for granted, but when we take things for granted and the people are gone that are important to us in our lives, that played an important role in us being who we are today. For example, Floyd Mayweather, Roger Mayweather, and the Mayweather team. We tend to not appreciate it, but I think Floyd Mayweather came out here as a true champion. He realized what's going on with him, with his crazy daughter not being disciplined, and he realized, you know what? The best thing that I can do to deal with my situation right now, with my uncle being gone, is to teach other people what he would have done if he was alive today. And the fact of the matter is, if Roger Mayweather was alive today, my BT met him, and if he was alive today, he would want us to teach him boxing, teach him the skills. And I think that to see Two True Sports bring out a video on Mayweather, on training his nephew, on training people, and being more dedicated to the boxing world, I got to give a lot of respect to that. I got to say he's a TB for that. You know why? Because I never would think that he would humble himself with all the money and everything that he had. He would live in a close shield, and that reality of life hit him in his heart.
Yeah.
And he came down through it, and he actually came out He's teaching his skills to somebody else because that's what his uncle would do for him. So respect to Floyd Money Man Mayweather. Respect him all the way. He's done something that I didn't expect him to do. And let me tell you, a shout out to him, TMT, and to Mayweather. This is the way he's dealing with it. He's going to teach his skills to other boxers, his nephew, and so forth and so forth. So I'm very happy about that.
John LeJune says, name one Hall of Fame athlete that was a successful trainer. Oh, wait. That's a good question. I see our man, Four Horsemen. He already named them. He already got it out before I could. Buddy McGirt.
Yeah.
Buddy McGirt was a great fighter in his day. I don't know if John David Jackson qualifies as a Hall of Fame trainer, but he was a Hall of Fame fighter. But he was definitely a good fighter in his day. He was a world champ. He's Robert Garcia, good trainer in his day, a good fighter in his day, world champion. He's a good trainer. So plenty of fighters have been of good fighters and borderline Hall of Fame quality.
But what we're talking about right now is, to me, I think it's very important to us to realize, and let me tell you, Pops is not a big fan of Mayweather, but.
Can you read the comments or no?
Nah, can you
see them straight?
Yeah.
All right.
And let me tell you, Pops is not a big fan of Mayweather, but I gotta give respects to him when his uncle passed away, and he's trying to dedicate boxing to himself and use the training of boxing, of being a trainer to live the legacy and keep his legacy alive with his uncle Roger Mayweather and so forth and so forth. I've got to respect that, guys. I gotta respect that. Mayweather may be who he is, but who he fought, who he didn't fight, what questionable fights he's had. But I gotta give him respect. You know why? Because motherfucker Mayweather did the right thing. You know what he did? He actually gave respect to his uncle Roger Mayweather, and he appreciated him, and he's doing what he's doing right now. He's training the fighters, and he's doing what he's doing, and you know what? To me, I got to give him the TBE for what he's doing, how he's training the fighters, and what he's actually doing.
Here's a good question, Dan. What kind of trainer do you think he'll be when he gets himself situated and gets his fighters?
Well, let me tell you something. Sometimes you can look at a video, whether it's a boxer, whether it's a prospect, whatever it may be, and you can tell if he got some talent in him, or if he got whatever he got. But let me tell you something. Motherfucker TMT has come out. And he's showing me. He's gained my respect. He's gained Pop from True School Sports respect. Because you know why? Because he's learned through life that his uncle is gone. But I can see from his video that True School Sports put on. If you tune into True School Sports, he's very detail oriented on his training. He's very focused on what he's doing, and he's doing it for a purpose. And as long as we're doing it for a purpose, as long as you got a purpose in life, as long as you got a reason behind that, and TMT, motherfucking Floyd Mayweather, the motherfucker got it going on, he's letting people know what time it is, I have to respect him. You know why? Because he's paying tribute to his uncle, Roger Mayweather, and the Mayweather family. And what better way to do it than TBE, to step in there with an undefeated record. No matter what it is, whether it's questionable, whether he fought the cheap fighters, whether he fought the right fighters, but he's doing it, and he's standing up for the Mayweather, and he's learning that through all that.
It's like a promoter right now.
Yeah, and he's learned through all that, through his daughter driving him crazy, that this is the way to deal with things. And sometimes you have to go to some type of tragedy to humble yourself and realize the reality of life.
Pop, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You see how the other deal with tragedy. How do you deal with tragedy?
Well, when I go with tragedy, I say, depending who it is, what it is, and how it went, I will always look at the positive of it and see how that person influenced me in my life. And I think by Mayweather doing what he's doing, he's letting people know that, you know what? Maybe I didn't show the things that I should have shown when he was alive, to be the right nephew that I should have been when Uncle Roger.
You don't know that. You only see what the camera show you.
Right. But what I'm saying, so what I'm getting at, this is the way I was saying to Roger Mayweather. It's like, you know, Uncle, I love you. It will always live in me. Because of you, it's where I'm at. Because of you, it's because of my other brothers I'm at. And I'm going to show you my appreciation. I'm going to teach our nephews and our younger generation about boxing.
Yeah, John Lejeune. Mark Breland certainly qualifies as a trainer that as a Hall of Fame fighter. Well, I don't know about Hall of Fame because he was a good pro. He was a world champion.
You talk about Mark Breland, the trainer for Wilder. He's been respected throughout the boxing community, but until Wilder realized
We're not talking about Wilder.
No, I'm saying, but what I'm getting at is Wilder did not appreciate the person that he had on his side, and he never has. And to me, I feel that he disrespected Mark Breland, and I think Mark Breland has brought more to his game than anybody else. That's the last person that you should go ahead and throw fire at.
Facts.
And that's what I feel. You guys, come on, talk to me.
An example of like a trainer that was a great fighter, but didn't turn out into a great trainer is Pernell Whitaker. Right. Pernell Whitaker was not a good trainer, like not the best trainer in the world because he tried to teach guys to fight like he did, and you can't fight like him because you don't have the skill set.
Well, the problem is you have it in you or you don't. You can be a teacher, or you can just be a boxer, and your skills and whatever, and let your boxing ability show for itself how good you were. But sometimes not every shoe fits for everybody else to wear. Yeah. And the case of Pernell Whitaker, that wasn't his shoe to fit and wear. You know what I mean? But in Mayweather, I think it's very humbling. I mean, he goes on Instagram and he talks about how much money he got. But to him to call out his uncle and to realize, like, you know what? I got to keep his legacy alive. It teaches me a lot about Mayweather. It's not about money. It's about the value of how he appreciated his uncle to teach him. And now he's going to pass it on to somebody else.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel about it. So you guys let me know anything.
Who are some fighters you'd like to see him work with?
Mayweather?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he's got a lot of fighters in the Mayweather gym.
Right now, he's only training just like he's training only people right now with no boxing experience. So like
I think what Mayweather's
his
trying.
Son, I think his nephew.
Yeah, I think what Mayweather's trying to prove to everybody is like, you know what? I'm gonna take whoever's here from the bottom on up and bring them to be where I'm at in my status. I'm gonna prove to you that whatever my uncle taught me, whatever my father senior taught me, I'm gonna incorporate together to make it be who I am.
Absolutely.
I'm not talking about business wise. I'm talking about the boxing skills in the ring, and I think that speaks a lot of volumes in itself.
That it does. Well, let's get some comments. We got Let's see. I want to acknowledge some comments, so make sure y'all keep commenting and hit the like button. Let's see. This man, Four Horsemen says, Money Mayweather is a promotional character. Could be. Key Mitch says, Roy Jones Jr. has dabbled in training.
Let me put it like this with Mayweather. Mayweather could be whatever you want to be, whether it's promotional or not, but he has the skills to be where he got at, and he has the mentality to use to be a businessman also. So whatever he does in the ring, go to True School Sports, check out the video. What I liked about the video is Mayweather was actually dedicating himself, and he looked very serious about how he was teaching the fighters about boxing, about the skills. So to me, I think he's going to show more of himself now. I think he's going to dedicate himself to the game more. And he realized, you know, hey, my uncle's gone. What more better way to me say thank you to my uncle than me not dedicate to the game? And that's what I feel about him.
Oh, by the way, guys, to answer John Lejeune's question, Emmanuel Stewart wasn't no Hall of Fame boxer, but he was a great amateur in the Detroit area before he was a great trainer.
Right.
I believe he won the Golden Gloves.
I mean, but he's well respected throughout the community, and to see Mayweather do that, I'd rather.
I'm not talking about Mayweather.
Okay, no.
I'm talking about Emmanuel Stewart.
I know. I'm saying, but to see Mayweather go ahead and go in the ring and stop flashing on his $100 bills, bundles he got, and show his skills and give that to somebody else. Very important. Emmanuel Stewart, you guys already know. I don't have to say much about him. His legacy is already written in stone. He's one of the boxing great trainers that will ever live, and will always be missed. And I mean, he has his talent and whatever, and he taught everybody else the way it was.
Absolutely. All right, so what I want to do now, guys, there's only 5 of you here right now, but I'm sure more people will come in. What I want to do now is I want to get into, I guess, fantasy fights. So what you guys can do for me is you go up in the comment sections, and any fantasy fight you can think of, you put it in the comments, and I will do my best to break it down and say what I thought would happen, and I think it'll make some good boxing talk. So I'm gonna throw one out there to begin. I'm gonna throw one out there to begin. Hold on. First one I'm gonna throw out is actually the thumbnail of this video. Actually, thumbnail of this video. So we're gonna talk about this one first, and then we'll work our way down.
Shit.
All right, hold on.
Motherfuckers both from Brownsville.
That's right. So
Brooklyn.
The all Brooklyn super fight. The first fantasy fight is Riddick Bowe versus Mike Tyson. So now when I say Riddick Bowe, I'm not talking about the dude that fought Galata. I'm not talking about the dude that fought Herbie High. I'm talking about the dude that fought Holyfield the first fight.
Wow.
I'm Riddick Bowe. And for Mike Tyson, we're talking about the guy that was in the late 80s, from like 86 to 88. That was the undisputed champion.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to know what you guys think. Between the 1990, was it 91 or 92? Whenever he fought for the first fight.
Right.
Riddick Bowe, and then the 86 to 88 Mike Tyson. Who wins that fight? Now listen, I think this would have been a hell of a fight.
Oh, man.
It would have been the all Brooklyn super fight.
God.
You would have had this at Madison Square Garden. You would have had everybody there. It would have done crazy numbers. Listen, I'm a bit biased. I'm not even going front. I'm very biased. Anytime Riddick Bowe's name gets thrown in the fantasy fight, I'm probably gonna pick Riddick Bowe. I'm not even going front.
But, I mean, Brownsville stand up, but I like Tyson. Tyson's got the prime Tyson from what year was that? 86?
88. We were watching him last night against Frank Bruno.
Yeah, that motherfucker was a pit bull. And let me tell you straight up, I love Riddick Bowe, and he's a great fighter from the same neck of woods that the Tyson's from. But Jesus Christ, when Tyson walked in that ring, you already knew the aura. You already knew that you could smell that pit bull killer's instinct in him, and that you can't take away from him.
That's like last night. Me and you were watching Mike Tyson versus Frank Bruno. Was it one? I remember. What did you think about his aura when he was walking through the ring in that particular fight?
Oh my God! I already knew that it's just a matter of time before he folded up.
Frank Bruno.
Frank Bruno. Frank Bruno was big. He kind of reminded me of he's the first generation. Joshua's the second generation. Anthony Joshua, very built, very muscular, very tall. But you know what? The motherfucking pit bull didn't give a fuck how big he was. He's gonna chew him down and bite him down.
So who would you pick? Who would you pick in that fight, and why?
Which one?
Riddick Bowe versus Mike Tyson. Who are you picking? 1991 Riddick Bowe versus the
Riddick Bowe looked like a beast. But you know what? I love Mike Tyson. I love how he came out. He does not play when that bell rang. When the Bulls were thrown in the middle of the ring, he was there to go get him. I'm taking Mike Tyson.
By what? Stoppage?
I'm gonna say UD.
UD? He's gonna outbox Riddick Bowe?
Because I think.
How's he gonna?
Listen, Riddick Bowe is a beast in his own way. I think two beasts with the mentality of where they came from, the environment they came from where they grew up. I think that plays a lot to do with it. I just think that the hunger that Mike Tyson had in 1996? 86 is incomparable to anybody else.
Okay.
What do you feel?
I'm going Riddick Bowe. I'm going Riddick Bowe with stoppage in the first 7 rounds.
Are you serious?
You damn right I'm serious. Listen.
Why? Because he's taller? He's stronger?
Okay, listen. I know. But
Mike Tyson was a motherfucking big pit bull. I know. When a motherfucking pit bull bite you, he motherfucker don't let go.
No, don't talk right now.
Okay.
I know. What's his name? I know, like, it wasn't technically in his prime, and he was like, he had his issues out the ring with the Buster Douglas fight. Mm-hmm. But throughout the course of his career, even like in the Razor Roddick fight, the Razor Roddick fights, Mike Tyson always struggled with the bigger guys who could box. Bowe had that piston-like jab. Bowe had a world-class jab, so I feel like he would have been able to keep Mike on the outside. And even when it comes to fighting on the inside, he could even beat him there. He's good enough. He has the skills to even beat him fighting on the inside.
Listen, Mike didn't care if you fight from the inside, outside.
This ain't Frank Bruno.
I mean, the fight that we see. He's telling me that because we watched the fight last night.
Freaking Frank Bruno.
Mike Tyson was a pit bull that didn't get beaten to the head, beaten to whatever it was. But when he bit you, you felt it. And that's what I feel about Mike Tyson. So I think Mike by I will still stake my plan Mike Tyson. What year was it? 1986? 86. There was nobody that could beat Mike Tyson. Straight up.
In history of boxing?
Straight up, that motherfucker was a pit bull.
Do you think the '86 version of Mike Tyson is the best heavyweight ever? Because you sound like you're talking like that's the best heavyweight we've ever seen in the world.
I'm telling you how his aura when he came to the ring, how his demeanor was to the ring. He did not give a fuck if you were a lion and he was a motherfucking cub. He was gonna chew your ass up, right. And that's what I feel about Mike Tyson. So, I'm not saying I'm a big fan of Riddick Bowe. Respect to Riddick Bowe. I
don't care who you're a big fan of. Who do you think is gonna win? I don't care who you like.
I'm taking Mike Tyson. I'm taking Iron Mike Tyson. Straight up, motherfuckers. I'm taking him. He's a motherfucking real deal from Brownsville, from Brooklyn. Right. That motherfucker didn't play. Okay.
All right, I got you, Pops. You really like Mike Tyson. Okay. By the way, guys, full disclaimer: if you're just getting into the chat, I was just informed because I wasn't with Pops earlier today, but I was just informed by his wife that he's had about 10? How many did you have?
I might have motherfucking full ring, 12 motherfucking big
lights,
big tall motherfucking Bud Lights. I'm having a good time talking boxing, and I'm letting you know right now.
So full disclaimer: if you hear him going crazy, and if you hear him having these outbursts, it's just because he has a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think Mike Tyson. Man, I'm a big fan of Bo because Bo was a beast when I seen him when he was young. The Bo that was
for Holyfield.
Oh, with the
Lennox Herbie Hyde, or
with the Lennox Lewis when the whole thing.
Oh yeah,
he was a beast. He was taller. I think he's a lot stronger.
Riddick Bowe is the most talented. Listen, I don't care nobody says. He's the most talented heavyweight of the '90s.
But I think Tyson didn't give a fuck about that. Tyson, you can beat him down. He's gonna come inside and try to get you down. He did that. He did it to a lot of the fighters. He did it to Frank Bruno. And you see his demeanor was like, I don't give a fuck who's stepping in the ring with me. I'm gonna bite. I'm gonna have the biggest bite. I'm gonna be the dog with the biggest bite, straight up. And that's what I feel. Respectable.
I'm trying to figure out why you think he's gonna outbox Riddick Bowe.
No, I don't think he's gonna outbox. I
said you did.
No, I don't think he's gonna outbox Riddick Bowe. I just think that he's got that mentality of the pit bull coming into the ring. So then if you beat him and you hit him in the head and you hit him, he's gonna shake it off and he's gonna be swinging back at you. And I think at the end of the day, he's gonna catch one of the strong fights, one of the strong rights. And I think that at the end of the day, you're gonna pay for it. And that's what I feel with Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was a beast. You gotta remember when anybody that got in the ring with Mike Tyson, before they even got in the ring, they already knew what time it was. Like you already knew.
I can name you one. They never fought each other in their prime, but I can name you one fighter who sure wouldn't be scared of Mike Tyson.
Who's that?
Evander Holyfield.
You don't think so?
No. Are you serious?
Are you telling me that because of Mike Tyson biting his ear or something?
No. I'm
how are you basing? What are you basing this on?
You don't fear his resume. You see who he fought?
Who?
Everybody. He fought everybody. Who did he fight?
Motherfucker, Mike Tyson was a motherfucking pit bull. He don't care what kind of meat you throw on there. He's gonna chew that motherfucker. You know
what? For those of you who are dropping fantasy fights, we're gonna get there in a second. But hold on. Now that we brought it up, and you're just like you turned into a Mike Tyson fan, where all of a sudden the Bud Light has turned you into a Mike Tyson.
I like Holyfield, the real deal. I love Riddick Bowe. But Mike Tyson was a motherfucking beast in the motherfucking ring. There's nobody that was more intimidated than Mike Tyson in his era. Straight up.
I don't know about that one.
Who Holyfield could go in the ring, he wouldn't intimidate his opponent like Mike Tyson.
He didn't have to.
No, but I'm telling you, nobody can intimidate nobody like Mike Tyson. Iron Mike was a motherfucking shit.
So now that we brought it up, all right. Prime Mike Tyson. They're supposed to fight their prime, but unfortunately Mike Tyson went to prison. Otherwise, Holyfield's gonna beat the brakes off of him in the prime.
You think so?
Holyfield's a better fighter than Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson was a beast.
Okay, we know
as he got older, he got exposed. But when he was prime Mike Tyson of 1986, ain't nobody been to Mike Tyson. Not Holyfield, not Riddick Bowe. Nobody is beating that motherfucking pit bull from Brownsville, from Brooklyn.
Yeah, listen, that's how I know the Bud Light is talking. That's how I know the Bud Light is talking. He ain't beating no damn man. First of all, Evander wasn't afraid of no man. Evander wasn't afraid of no man.
Mike wasn't either. Mike didn't run for nobody either, Papa. Mike didn't run for. Who did Mike run for? Tell me who he ran. He ran from nobody.
I can tell you one guy that cussed him out, told him not to fight, and he didn't fight him.
Right.
I can tell you who he didn't fight.
I agree with that.
He didn't fight no George Foreman.
What I'm saying to you is, what fighter did Mike Tyson at his prime didn't afraid? He was afraid of nobody. As he got older, people took advantage of him.
Listen, my man Rocky couldn't carry my jock strap. I like that name.
What do you say?
Prime Mike Tyson went to distance with James Quick Tillis. He went to distance with James. You're gonna sit here and talk like he's some unbeatable fighter. He went to distance with James Quick Tillis.
But what year was that? What year?
86 or 87.
Okay. Let me tell you something right now. Prime Mike Tyson will beat the shit out of a lot of people. And
not Prime Evander Holyfield. You are out of your goddamn mind.
Are you serious?
The Holyfield that fought George Foreman, or the Holyfield that fought Riddick Bowe in the first fight. That's what. Listen, people don't understand. That Holyfield that fought Riddick Bowe in the first fight could have beaten so many heavyweights. He didn't win that fight, but the way he recovered from that uppercut, the way the mental fortitude he showed to stay and have his moments in that round. Listen, Evander Holyfield with the combinations, with the durability, with the angles, the boxing skill, the toughness.
Listen,
there's no way. No Mike Tyson not beating him.
Out. Mike Tyson was a pit bull. He didn't care if he bit your ear off, if he bit your arm off. He did not give a fuck.
You're talking about 96 Tyson. You're not even talking about 86 Tyson.
No.
You're talking about 10 years after.
No, but I'm saying Mike Tyson will bite the shit out of you, and he ain't letting go. Mike Tyson was very intimidating. There's no fighter that wanted to go to the ring in 1986 with Mike Tyson. Straight up.
Do you know why he bit Holyfield's ear? You know he bit his ear. You want to know why he bit his ear?
Why?
Holyfield's beating his ass, and he wanted a way out. That's why he bit his ear. And that
10
was
years later.
And that was
we're talking about 86 Mike Tyson.
And that was old. That was an older Evander. This is Evander who had already fought. Listen. Mike didn't fight Evander in his prime. So remember, he lost Evander when Evander didn't fight in his prime. This is Evander who had already fought Dwight Muhammad Qawi, George Foreman, Riddick Bowe. Twice?
Shit, yeah.
Riddick Bowe twice.
Damn.
Who else? I think he might have fought even Michael Moore at that point in time. He had already been through all these wars. All these wars he'd been through. And he still folded up Mike. Mike didn't want no smoke with Evander.
Mike,
man,
let me tell you straight up.
Mike should think he's lucky stars.
Mike is a great fighter. He's
a
motherfucking pit bull in 86. But let me tell you what his downfall was. When he had issue with when you have a woman in your life, when you have all the issue with the women.
You don't think Holyfield had women in his life? Who has more kids? Thank you. Evander got more kids. Evander telling me these stories about how Janet Jackson's fucking waiting outside of his locker room after the Burt Cooper fight. You don't think Evander had women in his life?
No, I get it.
Evander was worse than Mike when it came to women.
But listen, Mike was a pit bull inside the motherfucking ring. He did not care who was in there.
Until he met a motherfucker named Evander Holyfield. But hold on.
Holyfield beat him.
If we go before that.
But the issues behind the ring, outside the ring, is what affected Mike fighting inside the ring.
Stop it.
Straight up.
Stop it. He would have fucked Mike up any year you want to pick. Evander would have fucked Mike up any year. 86,
you tell me prime
88, 99.
You tell me prime 86 Mike Tyson would have beat the shit out of Holyfield?
Holyfield
that motherfucker's a pit. No.
Whooped him. Stopped him. You would have stopped him.
Are you serious?
You would have folded him up.
What do you see in prime Mike 86 that Holyfield would expose?
Speed. Okay, well, first of all, let's start with this. His main advantage on most fighters, big or small, was the fact that he had the speed advantage on them. Okay, you put Evander Holyfield in there with him, and guess what? He ain't really have. He's not gonna have that the speed advantage that he's accustomed to having. So how would he have reacted to a fighter who could match his speed? Because Riddick Bowe said himself, Evander Holyfield said himself, and this is a guy, and mind you, Evander Holyfield used to spar Mike Tyson when they were young amateurs. So he got to spar young prime Tyson and all that nonsense. Okay. And Evander Holyfield told me when I interviewed him that only two fighters in the history of boxing, in sparring sessions or in fights, ever matched his speed. You know who those fighters are? Riddick Bowe, Andy Ruiz Jr.
What about Mike Tyson?
He didn't say Mike Tyson. Listen,
wow.
And this is not me saying that. I have it from the source himself. The source himself is telling me. Okay, it's not hearsay. It's not like, oh, well, I think they could have matched. No. I have it on my channel. You can go look it up.
Yeah.
Evander Holyfield said out of his own mouth, the only two fighters who could match his speed in that boxing ring when he fought him were Riddick Bowe and Andy Ruiz Jr. Now,
Riddick Bowe was a bigger man, too, when he fought Holyfield. A bigger man.
Okay, Riddick Bowe, exactly. And that's why Riddick Bowe will beat Mike Tyson, because Riddick Bowe is special. Riddick Bowe had all the tools. Riddick Bowe had all the tools a small fighter had. Like, picture a small heavyweight like Holyfield or Tyson, but he was 6'5". Like, imagine if Mike Tyson was like 6'5".
I'm not discrediting that. What I'm getting at is, when Mike Tyson stepped in the ring, you already knew you were for the battle before you even looked at it. You already knew he was hungry to eat the shit out of you. It's like a lion that hasn't eaten for a few days and you let him loose to his prey. What do you think he's going to do? He doesn't give a fuck how tall you are, how small you are, he's gonna chew your ass up, and that's how Mike Tyson was in '86.
Okay.
And I'm not saying I love Riddick Bowe, I love Holyfield, I love all of them.
We don't care about who you love.
But let me tell you,
we just want to know who
in
you
their
think
prime, like right now, Mike Tyson, if he fought Wilder, he will fuck up Wilder.
Oh, that's a different story. That's a different story. Now we can agree on something because we know Wilder ain't got no skills.
Not at all.
He's got a big right hand. And
That's a motherfucking pit bull that was ready for him.
Mike will take that away real quick. Like really, really, really quick. But listen, that we're really behind in the comments. I want to get some people, some of these other fantasy fights. Hold on.
Okay.
We got quite a lot.
Oh wow.
A lot. This is a funny one. Four Horsemen says Wilder versus Kimbo Slice.
Kimbo Slice was slicing him up like.
Kimbo wasn't the greatest boxer either, but neither was Wilder. So we'll say in the streets. All right, in the streets.
Yeah.
Kimbo Slice versus Deontay Wilder. Who you got in a street fight?
I got Kimbo Slice.
Think so in the streets?
Yeah, the motherfucker was brutal. I like him.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's true. You know what? I'll say this: Deontay Wilder's fought a lot of people in his time. You know, as far
but not in the streets like
Kimbo Slice. But listen. But he ain't fought nobody from South Florida.
He ain't
fought nobody from South Florida.
No.
So I'm going. I think Kimbo will mess him up. My man James Jameson says Kimbo.
I'm going with you 100%.
Yeah, yo. What's funny is like I'm on.
Rest in peace, brother.
Rest in R.I.P. to Kimbo Slice, a true a South Florida legend and a street fighting legend. What's funny is like I remember back in 6th grade when YouTube became a thing, like in 06.
Mm-hmm.
The first YouTube video I ever watched was when Kimbo Slice was beating up some guy. The first YouTube video I ever watched, I'm on YouTube now all the time, and the first YouTube video I ever watched was Kimbo Slice beating some guy.
That motherfucker was no joke in the streets.
I remember we used to watch his videos in class back on phone.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Kimbo Slice beating up some guy out, and the guy was like he's punching the guy. And one guy's like, bang, bang, bang. And the guy's like, the guy turns his back, said, no, I'm done. And the kid was like, man, fuck that running shit, nigga. And he runs up to him, and he starts wailing off on him. I said, damn, Kimbo. I thought Kimbo Slice was the man. Like,
yeah.
To me, like back in 06 when he was on YouTube, Kimbo Slice was my pound king of fighting. That guy was the man.
Yeah.
Like at that time, I was like, "Yo, fuck boxing."
Let me tell you, man. Kimbo Slice went through all of it in YouTube, and then to make it to where he make it at, then to get to where he's at, and then to rest.
I heard he was a nice guy too. I know. I call friends with him.
I mean, he did a lot for the family. You could tell he was a family man, but I mean, he got tested and he did what he had to do, and he did it.
He came out the rough, the rugged and mean streets of Liberty City in Miami.
Wow.
Anybody who's been to Liberty City knows. If you know, you know. Here we go. Here's a good one. Jimmy Testicles. He says Charlie Zelenoff versus Paulie Malignaggi. Do you know who Charlie Zelenoff is?
No, I don't know the fuck.
You don't know who Charlie Zelenoff is?
No.
Charlie Zelenoff is this guy.
Is he good? Or is he a fucking comedian?
He's the best of all time. You never heard
Hold on.
You never heard Charlie Zelenoff?
No, what made him the best?
He's this white guy, and he has these YouTube videos where he's like in the box. He's like in a LA Fitness, and he offers people to box with him. So then, like, he'll tell people, like, hey, you want to spar?
He's the guy that chased Wilder down.
Yeah.
Beat him down. Oh, shit.
He's not real, though.
No, he's not real, but he actually got...
Think he beat Paulie?
Nah, he won't be Paulie. Paulie will show him the New York Star real quick. Real quick. Paulie will show him what time it is.
Think so?
Yeah. This motherfucker gonna go instigate Wilder. Wilder almost beat his shit, put him to a pole. Thank God somebody saved his ass, or he's been done.
John Lejeune says, I met Mike at Sweet Factory in the Arizona Mills Temp Mall in Tempe, Arizona when I was 13. That must have been pretty cool.
Okay.
To meet Mike back in them days.
So what's he saying?
He's saying that Mike Tyson. Shout out to him. Here's a great one. This is a great one. David Tua versus Andy Ruiz Jr. What you know about David Tua?
I'm taking David Tua.
Why David Tua?
I know David Tua from the islands. I know who he is.
He's from New Zealand, I think.
No, David Tua was a beast. David Tua, you talking about the Tua, the Islander? Tua?
See, Samoan.
Yeah, Samoan.
Yeah.
He will beat the shit out of Ruiz.
I'm going Andy Ruiz.
You out of your fucking mind.
Why? He's better than David Tua.
David Tua was a beast, man, Brendan. What you talking about?
Andy Ruiz is better than David Tua. He's got
Andy Ruiz fought one guy, beat Joshua.
No, he fought Parker. He fought Parker too, and he should have won. He fought Parker.
He became legitimized because of that, and Parker, whatever the case may be. But he's not no David Tua. David Tua will fuck him up.
David Tua was overrated. David Tua was one of the most overrated heavyweights in the 90s.
Come on,
man. He is. He's one of those guys that had a couple most of the big fights he was in, most of the fights that mattered in his career, he lost. When he fought Ike Ibuchi, lost. When he fought all these other guys, he lost to him. He's a guy that was entertaining. He had maybe one solid win somewhere along the line.
I would take
and he always gave a good account of himself, and he was a hard puncher. So people want to romanticize him and make him better than he actually was.
So you want to take
I'm taking Andy Ruiz to fuck him up.
No.
Andy Ruiz will fuck David Tua up.
No way.
The hand speed, the combinations.
No.
You did right. If
all that shit.
Listen. If David Tua's gonna sit there right in front of Andy Ruiz and fight him, he's getting fucked up. He's gonna get lit up.
Right.
The combinations, the speed.
David Tua.
Andy Ruiz may not have like the great one.
Okay,
Andy Ruiz may not have the best back foot boxing skill or anything like that. But if you're gonna sit there in front of him and trade, you in big trouble, my friend. Big trouble.
Don't forget, Andy Ruiz was eating a lot of pizza.
Huh?
Andy Ruiz was eating a lot of pizza.
Have you seen the state of David Tua? Have you seen what he looks like?
He's old now.
No, I'm saying no. When he was fighting, he was fat as shit too.
He was a beast.
He wasn't no Mike Tyson. He wasn't no freaking lean guy.
No. He wasn't. You're right. But he was. When he fought, was a competitive fights. He wasn't
no Andy Ruiz though.
Okay, what's this coming?
Oh my God! Now this one right here.
What is it?
Muhammad Ali versus Lennox Lewis.
Woo! Oh shit! Why are you gonna go there, man? Enrique Luna. Oh my God! Who you take there? I got Ali.
Why you going Ali?
I love Ali. I like his skills. I think Lennox got a lot of power, but I don't think he'll be able to keep up with Ali's quickness and the way he fought in the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Well, you know what? I'd want to pick Ali because of the fact that I feel like the speed of Ali would give Lennox problems, and the speed, the angles, the footwork will give him problems. But when it comes to the better jab, it's Lennox Lewis. When it comes to the better power, it's Lennox Lewis. So
my question to you is, with a better jab, better power, is he going to be able to get to Ali? Ali was a smart fighter in the ring.
Very smart fighter.
Quick. He had more skills than Lennox Lewis. I think so.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he.
I'm going with Ali by split.
Who?
Muhammad Ali by split decision.
I
feel like he's getting dropped.
Yeah.
He's getting dropped.
Who's getting dropped?
I feel like they're both going to get dropped.
Who?
Both of them get dropped.
No.
They both get dropped.
No.
Neither one had a chance.
It'll be a UD, and it'll be.
Yo, Muhammad Ali got dropped.
Ali will win.
Ali got dropped by Chuck Mother West.
Shit happens after that. How many times he got dropped at that?
He got dropped by a lot of fighters. I mean, nobody ever started but Larry Holmes though when he was old as hell.
Okay, old as hell don't mean shit. I can't count those fights. I don't count those fights.
Oh, you're one of those.
I count fighters that when they're prime. Who did they fight in their prime, and who stepped up to fight him in his prime? That's what you want to fight, not when he's fucking old, washed up and shit.
So you're going with Ali?
Ali.
But how? Stoppage, UD, split?
I told you, OD.
UD?
Yep.
I'll go by split. He's getting dropped.
Who's getting dropped?
Muhammad Ali's getting dropped. He's going to get dropped.
You're out of your mind. His quickness, his smart ring IQ. Motherfucking Lennox Lewis was powerful. He came forward. He did a lot of things, but he's not dropping Ali. Ali was too smart for that.
Remember he wasn't. He wasn't.
Sting like a bee.
So like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
There you go. I got Ali. He wasn't called the greatest for any reason, but inside the ring. Lennox Lewis will not stop him. He will fucking tire it. As a matter of fact, he would tire motherfucking Lennox Lewis out the later rounds, and he would use his quickness and speed to beat Lennox Lewis.
Okay, James Jameson says Ali plus Big George in his prime beats 21-year-old Tyson. Oh, they're saying Ali and Big George would beat prime Ali and prime Foreman both beat Mike Tyson. What do you think? Prime Ali versus prime Tyson. Anthony Joshua recently came out and said he thinks prime Mike Tyson beats prime Muhammad Ali.
George Foreman had a big hand, a big arm, big punch.
George Foreman in his prime is one of the worst matches for Mike Tyson. I'm telling you that right now.
George Foreman.
I'm telling you that right now.
Heavier. I would favor Foreman, but what's the other one?
Prime Muhammad Ali.
No.
No, what? Who are you picking? What do you mean? No. Who are you picking?
Tyson or Muhammad Ali?
In their prime, yeah.
I'm taking Ali.
Why are you picking Muhammad Ali over?
Ali will use his
I thought Mike Tyson was a motherfucking pit bull. What happened to all that?
No, he is a pit bull. But Ali will use his quickness and speed to tire out a prime Mike Tyson.
You think so?
Yep.
Okay. Rocky couldn't carry my jockstrap, says.
Oh shit!
I love that name, by the way.
Yeah, I do.
By the way, if you don't know who said that, I was Larry Holmes talking about Rocky Marciano at one point in time.
Oh shit!
Mike Tyson was a complete hype job. That's what he said. I wouldn't call him a hype job. I would say he was.
I'm not gonna say.
I think he was.
1986. Mike Tyson was the beast ever.
Look, I think people make Mike. I think because of his fans, people make Mike Tyson out.
Mike Tyson was.
Because of his fans and the media hype, they made him. They made him seem better than he actually was. He's a great fighter. You know, the guy had been undisputed.
But you even said that. You say he's not one of the top heavyweights, but he's.
I don't think he's one of the top 5. Everybody who says, "Oh, nobody beats a prime Mike Tyson," he's a top 5. No, he's over. Listen, Mike. I love Mike, great fighter, but he's overrated. Great fighter, but he's a great fighter. Greater than most. He's greater than most. But because of the hype and what people always want to place him, it makes him overrated.
All right.
Raphael Dawkins, Combat Radio. Shout out to my boy Raphael Dawkins, Combat Radio. Yes. Everybody go subscribe to Raphael Dawkins, Combat Radio over there in the UK.
What do you say?
Out there, and I think in Birmingham. He says, yes. Bo was damn good in his prime.
Okay.
He knows. Raphael knows. Raphael's the OG.
Okay. What is his point, though?
We're talking about Bo versus Tyson earlier, and I was telling you Bo will fold that boy up.
Tyson was a motherfucking beast.
Oh, see, now he's a motherfucking beast. He wasn't. You didn't say that when I mentioned Ali.
No, but he's a beast. I think Bo will have problems with Tyson. Because Tyson. Tyson, the way he fought Bruno, will fight
1992. Prime Riddick Bowe is the most talented heavyweight of the 1990s. Period.
Ever.
I don't know. He's in discussion. It's in discussion. He's in the discussion. There wasn't a damn thing he didn't have. Anything. If you were making a great heavyweight fighter, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted to have all the right attributes. Okay. You wanted to make sure he had a durable chin. Bowe had that. You wanted to make sure he had power. Bowe had that.
Right.
You wanted to make sure he had a great jab.
Right.
Bowe had that.
Right.
You know, you would want him to be able to fight the inside. Bowe definitely had that.
Right.
Okay. Going to the body puncher. Bowe had that.
But
there wasn't a damn. The only thing he lacked. The one thing he lacked was probably the most important quality any fighter should have, which is discipline. He didn't have that.
But Mike Tyson was a pit bull hungry, and he will attack you right off the bat.
Don't mean anything. Not when you got Riddick Bowe in front of you. The most skilled. One of the most.
Who beat Riddick Bowe?
Who's the only guy to beat Riddick Bowe? Holyfield, barely. I don't even think he beat Riddick Bowe in the second fight.
That was like a UD decision.
It was a fan man fight.
Okay.
It was a fan man fight where Bowe was boxing and boxing him. Then the fan man came and then allowed Holyfield to recuperate.
Okay. How did Bowe beat him? How did Holyfield beat him?
He outboxed him. He outworked him.
So you don't think Tyson would do
on CompuBox? He outworked him. I don't think he actually beat him. Or actually, no. My bad. Scratch that. On CompuBox, Riddick Bowe actually landed like 100 more punches than Holyfield.
Okay.
So they gave it to Holyfield. I don't think he won that fight.
Wow.
I don't think Evander Holyfield ever beat Riddick Bowe.
So he said Bowe beat him.
I thought Bowe beat him. Yeah, you damn right about Bowe. I don't think Riddick Bowe ever lost to Evander Holyfield.
My question to you: can Prime Tyson beat both of them?
Could Prime Tyson beat both of them? No.
He was a motherfucking beast.
I'm not saying he's not, but he's not beating.
That motherfucker came in the ring. He already knew.
We're talking prime for prime.
Yeah.
He's not beating no damn Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield in his prime. You got the game messed up.
Okay. Let me ask you this question: why would you pick Bowe and why would you pick Holyfield over Tyson? What intangibles do they have that will overcome a beast of people like Tyson in the prime?
First of all, what intangibles do they have?
Yeah, at the time
over Tyson.
Yeah, over Tyson.
Okay, durability. Both of them are more durable fighters than Mike Tyson. That's number one.
As the rounds go on.
Yes. Okay, durability, height, speed. Yeah.
Who had the power?
Mike was a bigger puncher than both of them.
Okay, there you go.
But Holyfield was slightly faster. Holyfield was faster than Tyson in terms of his speed in his movement. In my opinion, prime wise. Bowe's speed, I don't think Bowe. You could say Bowe was faster than Tyson. Tyson was a bit faster than Bowe, but it's not by a lot. It's
like an edge.
Just a slight edge.
So my question back to you: would a prime Tyson beat a prime Holyfield or a prime Bowe?
Listen, I'm gonna say like this.
The different eras.
You take prime. Listen,
this is why we don't talk different eras.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You take prime Riddick Bowe, okay? the best version of Riddick Bowe, and you stick that motherfucker against anyone in the 90s, anyone, I don't care, we're talking about Prime Lennox, Prime Tyson, Prime even though Tyson Prime was in the 80s, Prime Holyfield, Prime Klitschko, any of the motherfuckers, pick anyone you want.
Okay, but let me ask you a question.
Listen.
Okay,
you stick the Tyson Fury that fought Wilder in the rematch against Prime Riddick Bowe.
But let me ask you a question.
He's getting fucked up too.
Okay, let me ask you.
They want no smoke with Riddick Bowe.
Okay, what is it, the intangible, or why do you feel that Bowe or anybody else will beat the fuck out of Tyson? What makes you feel that way about Bowe? What stands out in Bowe's skills?
His jab is far superior to Mike Tyson.
But Tyson was a
It doesn't matter.
He will bite you. He will bite you. He don't give a fuck about your.
It doesn't mean shit. If you can't get past the jab, and the motherfuckers, every time you come in, bang bang, and Mike Tyson can't do all that, changing the angles and throwing the hooks. If he can't cut the distance to land on you, to land the punch that make him a motherfucking beast, then what does it matter? Because it's gonna have. Let me tell you how that fight will play out. Let me tell you exactly how that fight will play out. I'll give you.
Okay, I'm gonna break the top heavyweights.
Hold on.
You describe to me how Tyson.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you a round by round breakdown of how that fight will play out. I'm gonna give you a round by round breakdown of how Bowe versus Tyson would have played out. This is how it would have played out. Okay, rounds 1 through 2. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of feeling out in the first 2 rounds. You're gonna see a lot of feinting from Mike Tyson. You're gonna see a lot of herky jerky side to side movement. Him trying to cut the distance on Bowe. You're gonna see Bowe using the jab to shield him and use his head to spin off of him. Okay, and then look, by round 3 or round 4, Tyson might get past the jab a little bit, and then Bowe's gonna start picking him off of that jab. By the 4th or 5th round, Bowe's gonna start landing them right hands. He gonna fucking start folding them up.
If you watch
left hooks, right hand.
Watch a pit bull,
by the 6th round, Mike is out of there.
Hold on, a pit bull will come inside and he's getting beat up by the other pit bull. Pa 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 pa. But when he bites your fucking neck, what happens? That's how Mike Tyson was. Mike Tyson was like a pit bull. He would go inside. He would get.
I want to get to these comments, man, because I know we're like so freaking far down the list. Hold on, I'm gonna get to everybody's comments.
Go ahead.
All right,
it's conversation.
It's great conversation though. Let me see. We got my man Brent Jones. He says Prime Mike Tyson would beat Prime Holyfield by KO. Prime Foreman Ali is about the only guys that would have beat Tyson. Yeah, fair play to you, but I disagree with that one.
Okay, this is how I look at it.
Tyson Fury would beat Mike Tyson.
No.
Tyson Fury.
No.
Tyson Fury.
No.
The Tyson Fury that fought Wilder would beat Mike Tyson.
The pit bull. This is my mentality. If I'm a pit bull, and this is how Mike Tyson was, if I'm a pit bull, I'm getting battered left and right. Pop, 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 pop. But when I hit you and I bite you, I ain't letting go of you. And that's how Mike Tyson was. I'm going to bite you and I ain't letting go of you. I'm going to fuck you up. That's why I make Tyson the way he is.
My man Rocky couldn't clear my jockstrap says, bro, Prime Mike Tyson want the distance with Mitch Green. He want the distance with Mitch Green. he want the distance with James Quick Tillis and Mitch Green. Come on, man.
So what are you telling me, that because of that you don't think Mike Tyson was a beast?
I'm not saying he wasn't. Listen. I'm not saying he's not a beast. The guy was the youngest undisputed heavyweight champion ever, and he defended it 6 times. That's a rare accomplishment in boxing,
right?
Especially in modern day history,
right.
But because of hip hop culture, listen, I'm gonna tell you why Mike Tyson.
Fuck the hip hop culture.
Hold on, listen. Let me finish my point.
Music has nothing to do with boxing.
It has a big reason to do with why he's so fucking popular and why everybody romanticizes how great he was.
Oh, good.
Okay, between hip hop culture, the media. And just movies, basically the entertainment industry here in America and hip hop culture has made Mike Tyson and romanticize him to the point where people think he's fucking unbeatable. And the reality is he's not unbeatable. He won the distance with Mitch Green and James Quick Tillis.
Okay, but listen,
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Let me ask you.
I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Question. Is that because when he was going through it was
no, none of that shit was happening. Listen, all that bullshit that people want to use making I was way after. I was 91, 90. That was way after. I'm talking about when he was in his prime, when he was prime Tyson. This motherfucker went the distance with James Quick Tillis. First of all, do you even know who James Quick Tillis is?
I heard him, yeah.
Dude was a gatekeeper. Mike Tyson went the distance with him. Mitch Green going the distance with him, okay? Do you know when Riddick Bowe fought Elijah Tillery and Bert Cooper and these motherfuckers, you know what he was doing to him?
What?
2 rounds. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
Listen, man. I grew up in the 90s, 80s, and I look at Mike Tyson. I could be wrong. But I look at Mike Tyson as being a motherfucking hungry pit bull. That whatever bone you put out there, I'm gonna bite it.
That's
I'm gonna
fine.
eat it. I'm gonna eat the
Until he
meat.
runs into Riddick. Well, let's get some comments because I don't want to ignore everybody here. We want to acknowledge everybody.
Okay.
Hold on. I saw a comment from L Dog I want to get to because
Okay. What do you say?
I gotta find L Dog's comment. Where's my man L Dog? L Dog, where you at, champ? This is the match of all match right here. Philip Hergovic in the Florida Panthers jersey. Philip Hergovic in the Florida Panthers jersey.
He was getting ass whooped by prime motherfucking Tyson.
Nah, fuck that shit.
He was put on that hockey shit, or that Florida shit. Don't mean nothing to nobody from Brooklyn and Brownsville. I'm telling you right now.
Ali's not from Brownsville.
Who?
You said Muhammad Ali. You're not even reading the damn comments.
No,
you was going in. You so much on Mike Tyson. You're not even reading the comments. It's Muhammad Ali. And by the way, it's Muhammad Ali.
What you say?
Prime for Philip Hergovic in the Florida Panthers jersey versus Prime Muhammad Ali. Honestly.
Ali will beat his ass.
Nah, man, listen. You don't.
Hergovic, he can't handle him.
Listen, bro. Hergovic.
Okay.
Listen.
Let me tell you.
Let me see
BT. Let me ask you a question, BT. Based on power, Ali's resume, who is he fought that was very powerful in knockout punch?
Who?
Ali. Who is he fought as opponents to him? That he
Ali
beat.
fought?
Yeah. But powerful with knockout punch. Who's Ali fought?
George Foreman.
He fought the Spinks.
George Foreman. Joe Frazier. Ernie Shavers.
Okay, Ernie Shaver. So you're going to tell me Hergovic?
Hold on, listen.
Come on,
listen,
man.
I can't even give a reason. You won't be quiet.
Go
listen.
Go ahead.
When he puts that jersey on, he's going to get the spirit. He's going to get possessed by the spirit of Pavel Bure.
Come on, man.
He's going to fold that boy up. Nah, I'm joking. Hergovic got fucked up by Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, because
Ali was too quick. But you know what? South Florida stand up. I'm going with Hergovic.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Only because of the Florida Panthers jersey?
Yeah, only for that reason.
Oh, shit, man.
Yo, Mark. Exactly.
What do you think?
Mark, Elder, you underestimate the power of the Panthers jersey. You damn right.
Come on, man.
You know what? I'm buying me. Listen, when I get paid in a couple weeks, I'm buying.
Hergovic put that Panthers jersey on, and he fought a prime Ali or prime Mike Tyson. He gonna beat him. Get the F out of here.
Yo, he's gonna come out with the throwback Panthers jersey, with the little jersey with the you know that jersey that has the palm shoe with the hockey stick and shit on the side. He's gonna come out that and he's gonna fold them up.
You're crazy.
We're having fun though. This is a lot of fun.
Conversation.
Shout out to my guy Mark from Unrivaled Boxing Talking News.
Thank you.
Okay, that one of the best channels.
Guys, make sure you subscribe to Two School Sports. Hit that like button.
I'm trying to listen. Fuck me for a second. I'm trying to plug Mark right now. I'm trying to plug my man Mark. Mark's got like 2,000 subscribers. We trying to get.
Let's go, Mark.
We're trying to get Mark.
Let's do this, Mark.
We're trying to get Mark.
Two School Sports got behind you.
We're trying to get Mark and Spuddy and El Spudito.
Hey,
to 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 subscribers.
Let's do this, man. When we get a shirt machine, we're gonna take care of you guys with your shirts or whatever the case is.
Let me see. Hold on. Let's go up because I know I missed quite a few.
Some people comment.
Yeah, it's a lot of comments. You over here talking about he's a motherfucking me. He's a motherfucking me. Oh, here's the match of all matchups.
Oh no.
Okay. Kenny Porter. Okay. So you know Sean Porter's dad.
Yeah.
Versus Barbershop Conversations. You know the guy he slapped.
Yeah.
Who you got in that fight?
I'm taking Kenny Porter.
Kenny Porter?
Porter shut the fuck out of him. He humbled him real quick. He's gonna humble him again. Shit that shit down.
Yeah.
So I have to go with Kenny Porter. A lot of these channels sometimes talk too much shit and they don't have the facts behind them.
Yeah.
So I have to back out Porter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My man Malik R. Where's my man Malik? My man Malik R. I've been seeing his comments, but I haven't had a chance to get to it. Malik, you were asking in the comments. You were like, "Oh," he asked me, "Have you guys boxed before?" Y'all was.
Listen. I was to go to Boston Garden to fight. Let me tell you, I was.
What time period was this? When were you boxing at?
Oh my God!
When Marlo was boxing.
1977.
77. So what? You were 9 years old.
Yeah, I was young. But Romaro's had a grandson that he wanted to take the Boston Garden to fight the amateurs, like the small kids.
Yeah.
To fight, and he wanted me to go to Boston Garden to fight.
You had a strict foster mother who was German, right?
Yeah.
What was her name? Grandma Gilly.
Yeah, Grandma Gilly.
Shout out to Grandma Gilly.
She didn't let me go, but I went there anyways. I boxed with him and everything.
Hold on, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How the hell did Grandma Gilly was strict as hell? So how did she even allow you to go to the gym in the first place?
I left. I told her go fuck herself.
You told Grandma Gilly to go fuck herself?
Yeah.
Yo, did you catch an ass beating when you got back? She wants to beat your ass.
I left the house because at some point I had to live my life and I was being controlled. So yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah.
But Malik, to answer your question, yeah, my pops boxed when he was young boy.
I boxed at the boxing gym.
He boxed at Art Marlowe's boxing gym.
I was supposed to go to Boston Garden to fight with his grandson on one of the small cards or whatever.
My dad was
never happened. I never went through the whole thing, but I was actually around a boxing gym, and that's what gets me out of trouble.
There you go. So he boxed at Art Marlowe's boxing gym in Lowell, Massachusetts, which is the same amateur boxing gym that Mickey Ward trained out of when he was a young man. Personally, my dad is, well, how old are you? 51, 52? He's 52. I'm 25. I boxed. I trained for like, what, 2-3 years at Canino's boxing gym in Dania Beach. Shout out to Bonnie Canino. That's where we boxed. So yeah, to answer your question, we did box, and we're not just people that didn't get in the ring.
No, we relate to that. And the thing about it is, if you don't relate to how boxers what they go through and whatever, you can't really talk boxing because you never been through it. You can, how I say, superficially speak about them, read about it. But if you went through it and you walk the walk and you talk the talk, there's nothing you can say. Straight up.
Facts. Like the LDBC would say, facts.
Yeah.
Here's a fantasy fight I really want to see. Ivan Baranchyk versus Regis Prograis. Oh my God. What a fight.
Listen, man.
What a fight.
It's crazy you say that because when we last seen Ivan Baranchyk, everybody left the gym, and I have to respect Baranchyk. My son was telling me, look, he's still working out. Remember?
Yeah, he
was on crazy exercise and shit. So, but guess what? I like the guy from New Orleans. I like Bourbon Street. I like the Bayou. So guess what? I'm thinking Progress.
You're picking Regis Prograis because you like crawfish and gumbo? That's why you're picking Regis Prograis?
Progress is coming out here, and he's going to make a statement when he next fight.
I'll tell you this. That'd be a good fight. On paper.
Who you picking?
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. On paper, Regis Prograis should be Ivan Baranchyk because he's a better fighter. He's more skilled. I wouldn't say he's got equal punch power, but it's not that far behind.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you this. If that motherfucker stands in front of Ivan Baranchyk, any man who stands in front of Ivan Baranchyk and trades with him is in big trouble.
Are you serious?
Yes. Are you kidding me? Have you seen
this? Progress is a beast, man. Progress is a beast.
You stood next to the punching bag. You were there at Mundo Boxing Gym. So you were there at Mundo Boxing Gym. You stood next to the bag when Ivan Baranchyk was hitting it. If any man stands in front of him and doesn't move, they don't move and they decided, oh, you know what? I'm going to trade him. I'm going to fight him toe to toe. That it makes that a 60-40 fight for Baranchyk. I'm going to say that right now. Because even when Josh Taylor fought him, Josh Taylor had to, he had to use his range. He had to like pick the shots off. He had to spin off of the shots. He didn't sit there and just trade with him for like a prolonged period of time. He had to be smart in there. He had to, take some steam off the shots and, eventually wear him down and, do his thing.
Yeah.
But if Regis Prograis stands in front of Ivan Baranchyk, oh, good night. Good night, Irene. I'll go. You
taking Baranchyk over fucking Progress? I got Progress, bro. Progress is a beast. Matter of fact, his loss to Taylor is gonna make him a motherfucking better boxer. Straight up. And those are motherfucking facts. But when Progress gets in this fight, he's gonna fuck up the next opponent. I'm telling you that right now.
Think so?
Yeah.
I mean, listen. On paper, he should. He's better fighter.
Man, forget the paper.
Well, that's what this fight is. It's on paper.
Baranchyk, and
if I'm telling you right now, if he stands in front of Ivan Baranchyk, he will get fucking murdered. I'm telling you that right now.
I'm telling you right now. Progress learn from Tayller. He's not gonna make the same mistakes again. He's even said it. I'll be more aggressive, and I will beat the fuck out of my next opponent.
All right. In about, I'm gonna say about maybe 5 or 10 more minutes. Mark Eldard, if you're out there, I want to have you guys on here in a second.
Yeah, we can talk all day.
Because I would love to get some
feedback.
Because I know Mark said he wanted to talk about Tyson. And I know Mark probably had a lot to say because I've been going in on Tyson. I like Mike Tyson.
Not in a bad day.
I like Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Mike Tyson was a great Mike Tyson is actually a steward of boxing. He knows a lot of stuff about boxing.
Mike Tyson's awesome.
I mean, so I gotta respect him.
I just think the level, like he's a great fighter, but his level of greatness is
people don't never respect him the same way.
Romanticized because of hip hop culture.
You think so?
Yes, nigga. Yes.
What does hip hop culture got to do with boxing, Brandon?
You don't understand.
Talk to me. Talk real to me.
Okay, all these, you know how many damn rap songs? You know how many damn rap songs mention Mike Tyson? Go listen to any freaking rap song in the 90s. How many times they mention Mike Tyson?
Okay, so what are you telling me?
Between that and between, him being friends with Tupac and between him, like if you go to any of these urban clothing stores in America, they always have like, even if it's a clothing store that has nothing to do with sports, they always got some fucking shirt of Mike Tyson. So I'm serious. People who don't watch boxing, like people, like, at least in America, people who don't watch boxing,
follow Tyson.
that just go to like the mall and they've only watched like one Mike Tyson fight their whole life, or no Mike Tyson fight their whole life. They say, "Yo, Mike Tyson was a beast." In his prime, nobody knew Mike Tyson, man.
Are you serious?
And then the thing is, it's like one of those things like, well, like if enough people say the same thing, you know, then it begins to become accepted as the truth.
Yeah.
Like think about it, right? If they say, well, here's an example, right? If let's say you're with a chick,
okay,
and let's say you guys do your thing,
okay,
and let's say that girl tells one girl that, you know, you're great in the bed. Okay, and then that girl tells another girl, and but before you know it, it's gone around 50 women. So guess what? By the time it gets to girl number 8 or number 7, it's the truth.
Okay.
So it's the same thing with Mike Tyson, because people have romanticized. Because listen, there were opponents that were scared of the guy. There's no doubt about that. But they're making it sound like it was everyone that went in there with him. Everyone that went in there was scared of Mike Tyson, which is not the truth.
I think as his career tailed off, people weren't scared of Mike Tyson. But the crazy Mike Tyson in '96 was a beast. '86 was a motherfucking beast.
I like Mike Tyson.
He's a pit bull. I'm
a huge Mike Tyson fan.
Yeah,
but and the thing is,
well,
too, you know what it is, too? You know what it is, too? It's that damn video game. Who was it? My man Rocky couldn't carry my drive. That damn video game, Mike Tyson Punch Out. You know, in that game, have you played that game?
No, I've seen it.
In Mike Tyson Punch Out, when you get to the final level, when you fight Mike Tyson, nobody could beat him. No, I'm serious. Like
you can't justify
if
that.
You actually beat him. No, I'm saying if you actually beat him, it's like, oh my god, you beat, because he's unbeatable at Mike Tyson Punch Out.
Okay,
so between Mike, okay, that's what it mainly is. Mike Tyson freaking Punch Out. That hip hop culture, the media, they took. Okay, he's a great fighter. I'm not saying he's not a great fighter. I don't want nobody to get my words twisted up. He's a great fighter, but then to say he's like the top 5 heavyweight.
Let me ask you something. Yeah. Will you put him in the top 10?
Yeah, he'd be the lower part of the top 10, but yeah, he'd be in the top 10. He'd be like 9, 10.
But he wouldn't be the top 5.
Definitely not.
And what will you base that on?
I don't know. The other great heavyweights.
Based on who they
beat, how they performed in big fights. You know, the only reason, in my opinion, this is the only reason he would get in on my list.
Okay.
For number 10. This is my personal opinion. This is my personal perspective. Mike Tyson gets in on my top 10 heavyweights because of the fact that he did unprecedented things, like, you know, 20 years old, he's the undisputed heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
Then he's basically defended it 6 times.
Okay.
So he was undisputed champion at a very, very, very young age.
Right.
He showed longevity and a good body of work while he had all the belts.
Right.
And then he went to prison.
Right.
Came back, became champion again. You know, I was just telling you last night. I mean, I'm not going to tell you why I was telling you this, because I don't want to give this away, because we're going to school somebody on boxing really soon.
Okay.
This guy will remain nameless, but we spoke to him yesterday. I was doing some homework with Mike Tyson because there was one guy I know on YouTube who said that Mike Tyson wasn't a great fighter. So I said that. So I just digging into his resume. This one guy is a huge Deontay Wilder fan.
Okay.
And you know, Deontay Wilder won a world title at 29 years old. And I was like, damn. Well, Mike Tyson was 29 years old. He had already became undisputed champion, defended it 6 times, went to prison for a rape case, came back and became champion again.
So he had a resume that was out of his world.
Yeah. So, you know, I respect Mike Tyson. He's a great fighter. He cracks like number 9, number 10. But I mean, I couldn't put him above Larry Holmes. I couldn't put him above Joe Louis. I couldn't put him above Lennox. Yeah, I couldn't put him above Lennox Lewis. Yeah. Longevity of Lennox's career.
Yeah.
I couldn't put him above Rocky Marciano.
Yeah.
Even Holyfield. I couldn't put him above Holyfield.
Wow.
But 9, 10, I think is a solid spot for Mike. Damn, I feel like if I allow Mark in here, he's gonna tee up on me, because Mark say I will not allow Mike Tyson to be trashed. I'm not trashing Mike Tyson.
Listen, man, I got kudos to Mike Tyson.
I think he's overrated.
I think Mike Tyson was a beast. 86, 90.
Mike. After we answer this last question, we're gonna get Mark in here. So hold on. Hyro Galvez asked. Hyro says,
"What's up, Hyro?
Listen. This is a match that involves you. Okay, Prime Pop versus Prime the Sheriff, aka your neighbor, for the WBO title.
I will fuck his ass up.
The Sheriff? Yo, the sheriff hit you with that scorpion punch. Yo, the sheriff got that motherfucker Tommy.
All that slow ass shit. I was
for those of you who don't know who the sheriff is, the sheriff is this guy. You know, the sheriff is this guy. I did a video with him. He lives around our apartment complex. He's like 68 years old.
Yeah.
And there was one day when
you go, Harold.
He was talking about boxing, and I actually recorded him talking about boxing. He's like, boxing's all about movement, making combinations. Got to pick a combination, see.
He was just up to grow.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like,
you know what? Hey,
swag.
Hey, Harold, I'm gonna ask you a question, bro. I see the sheriff all the time. He's always walking around our complex.
Old school.
Do you want me to do you want me to see you do a whole full interview with the sheriff? I want to do a whole interview with the sheriff. Then, the next time you see if you go outside and you see the sheriff, next time you see him, ask him if we could interview him for like 20 minutes.
Okay, I will. He'll do it
because that's the interview we need. That's what we need in our life.
Up.
That's what we need in our life. But you know what? We've done enough talk. We've been rambling already for almost 67 minutes.
Are you serious? Oh shit!
Mark said he's not having it. So listen, Mark,
come on in, chime in.
Mark, L Dog, Hyro, whoever wants to come in,
chime in
and talk boxing, fantasy fights. There's the link. Boom.
Chime in.
You know, because
yo, say your fight.
Mark's. I'm telling you right now. I already know Mark's gonna let me have it. He gonna let me have it. Because he said I will not allow Mike Tyson to be trashed.
You got that right. Put respect to that name.
I'm not trashing him. I just think his level of greatness is very romanticized.
Limited.
It's romanticized.
Exaggerated.
It's exaggerated. He's great, A-level fighter, but Hyro Galvez says hell yeah. Hyro Galvez wants to see the interview with the sheriff.
Okay, we'll get him in.
So Hyro, you know what?
I'll talk to him tomorrow.
Talk to him tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll definitely. What questions do you want us to ask you, Harold, in your behalf?
You know, I'll make a community post.
Yeah,
so people can see the video and they can see who we.
No, what I'm saying. What question?
Hold on, we got Mark here. Mark's gonna tee off.
Let's go, Mark.
I already know Mark's. Let me have
Let's do this, Mark.
Hold on. Let Mark speak. Do not cut Mark off. Here's Mark. Mark from Arrival. What's up, Mark?
How's it going? Yo, I got a question for you, right? You said James Tillis is a gatekeeper, right?
Oh God, yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you this: a man who beats Ernie Shavers and goes the distance and beats Shavers on points—that's a gatekeeper.
Yeah, a good gatekeeper.
Oh shit, Mark, I'm with you on this one.
I mean, you people take a look at Mitch Green. They're like, oh, we went the distance with Mitch Green. Who stopped Mitch Green? He's got one stop, and it had nothing to do with the dude being hurt. It's because he wouldn't throw punches.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't take this into context. Mitch Green was tough as nails. This dude was 64-7 in the amateurs and a 2-time Golden Gloves winner, man. It was he just had drug issues, and Tyson got him back on the streets, didn't he? Fucked up his eye.
Yeah, he pretty much beat himself, Mitch Green.
But like, how does that make him all right?
Mark, where would you put Tyson all time? Like, how would you rank him?
Well, me personally, I don't have him in the top 10.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. It still doesn't mean that I'm like when people are like, "Oh, Mike is overrated." Yeah, by some. People are like, "Oh, he's the greatest fighter of all." No, he's not the greatest heavyweight of all time, but he's a damn good heavyweight. He was damn good heavyweight. He's a top 15 heavyweight ever, top 20. Easy money.
No doubt about it.
And when you consider how many heavyweights there's been, if you're in the top 20 in a division that has a history of over 130 years, that says something.
Boxing's glamour division at that, too.
The number one division, the marquee. You know, so like Mike, I don't know, man. People will be like, oh, he had this advantage and that advantage. Oh, he didn't go to the Olympics, so he was busy fighting Holyfield's leftovers. How the fuck was Mike Tyson fighting a light heavyweights leftovers? Please answer me that.
Yeah.
People who Holyfield fought, yeah, he fought them after Mike did, up until the late 90s, and we're talking about Mike's prime. Mike's prime is often romanticized. People go 85 through 89, right? Truth of the matter is, it's not really, because the first year of his career, you can't call that his prime, 85 through 86. It's 87 through 89. He only had 2 years. But once after that Mitch Green fight, like when he's knocking out Tony Tucker left, right, and center, beating the shit out of Frank Bruno, these were very good fighters. You take Tony Tucker and pull him into today's era. Do you really think Joseph Parker's going to have an easy night?
No, Joseph Parker, I don't think would be as highly ranked as he is now. He was in this era. Guys
I
like Tony
mean,
Tucker, or even like Frank Bruno, because I was watching Frank Bruno last night, and sometimes I think people even like demean Frank Bruno too much because like he wasn't like one of the top one of the like big champions of that era. But even Frank Bruno was a tough guy for that time, and he'd be an even better fighter if you put him in this era.
oh yeah. Frank Bruno was a very good fighter. He had a hell of a jab. I mean, people often say, well, who did Mike Tyson beat for the belt, like his first world title? Do you know who he beat for his first world title?
Trevor Berbick? I think it was.
It was Trevor fucking Berbick. Trevor Berbick was a good fighter. A very good fighter.
Extremely strong and durable.
Huh?
He was extremely strong and durable. Like he was very strong and durable, and he was one of those guys. He didn't have a big amateur background, but like he learned on the job and he got better with time. And not an easy guy to fight for your first world title at 20 years old.
No, I mean when Berbick fought Tyson, Berbick just beat Pinklon Thomas.
Yes.
I mean, Pinklon's a good fighter. Like when Mike unified, the second fight was with Bone Crusher Smith, right? That was his unification. So when he unified with Bone Crusher Smith, people look at it and they go, well, Bone Crusher had 5 losses. Yo, he lost in his first fight to nobody, right? Then he loses to Larry Holmes, Tony Tubbs, Tim Witherspoon, and Marvis Frazier. Not exactly a bad list of fighters to have losses to. They completely miss out that he knocked out Mike Weaver in a round. They completely disregard that he beat Jose Ribalta. And they completely disregard that he knocked out Bruno before Tyson did and took Frank Bruno's off. So, I mean, you need to remember, all these guys were fighting each other, and that's why the division was so good. That's why when people start to... They say, oh, Tyson's resume is overrated because this guy wasn't that good. Says who? Says who? Oh, Mitch Green wasn't that good. Mitch Green was never officially properly stopped. He was stopped because he wouldn't throw punches. And then all of a sudden people are like, oh, he's garbage. Mitch Green was the ranked 7 heavyweight on the planet at the time.
Yeah. Was he?
Yeah, he was ranked number 7 in the WBC. Don't believe me?
No, I do believe you. I do believe you. Trust me. If there's anybody I believe, it's you.
I'll tell you what. Go on to Mitch Green right now. Yeah, go on to Mitch Green's box rec.
I'm on box rec right now looking.
Right now, go into Mitch Green's box rec wiki page and scroll through and wait till you see. Do like a Control F if you're on your computer, Brendan, and do 7. Type in the number 7.
I'm looking right now. All right, so I'm here now. So Mitch Green, 1906.
Go onto the Wikipedia page of BoxRec.
Okay, wiki. Mitch Green was a former street game leader. 64-7. Won the Golden Gloves 4. Wow, he won the Golden Gloves
4 times. I thought it was only twice.
It was 4 times. That's the same amount of times Riddick Bowe won the Golden Gloves.
4 times?
4 times. Yeah, the only person that's won the Golden Gloves more than Riddick Bowe and I guess Mitch Green is Mark Breland. Mark Breland won it 5 times.
Wow.
There you go.
God dang. So that's a better one than I thought. You put me on game, Mark.
What does that mean? He's better than
No, because he was saying Mark's trying to explain to me that people like in the comments when we were talking about Prime Tyson.
Yeah.
We were talking about how he went the distance with James Quick Tillis and Mitch Green, and he's saying, well, Mitch Green is a better fighter than people are giving him credit for.
Wow.
And the only person that's won the Golden Gloves more than him is Mark Breland, and Mark Breland's probably the greatest American amateur ever, one of the greatest amateurs ever. Period.
And he works for Wilder.
Yeah, that's true.
That's crazy.
But this isn't about Wilder.
No.
Leave. Let's not talk about that guy. We're talking about that guy. We're talking about Mitch Green.
A true American heavyweight great.
True. You're damn right.
So you put him over Tyson, Mark?
Who, Mitch Green?
Yeah. No,
bro.
No. He's saying Mitch Green was a good win.
Right. Okay.
No. Mitch Green.
I'm saying Mitch Green. I'm saying the decision win over Mitch Green is really good fighter who's had 1 year of fights.
Wow. Okay. I got you. But where will you classify Mike Tyson as far as the top heavyweights?
I put him in the top 15. You see, I got like other people who are like, oh, he doesn't belong in the top 10, and then they bring up stuff like Gene Tunney, right? Now let's take a look at Gene Tunney. Gene Tunney, he beat Jack Dempsey. First of all, if you want to, he beat Jack Dempsey. Great to you, fantastic. Dude fought 12 times at heavyweight. Gene Tunney, he fought 12 times there. He made 2 defenses of a heavyweight championship. Yes, he beat Jack Dempsey, who was coming off of a 3-year layoff.
Okay.
So that needs to be taken into account. Dempsey hadn't fought in 3 years, and there was also a lot of circumstance involved in those fights, like the Battle of the Long Count and everything.
Right,
Could Dempsey have did Dempsey have a legit claim to actually stop him? So there's controversy over that, and people put him in the top 5. Now, if I ask you this, do you think it's possible to put a guy in the top 5 who's only fought 12 times in the division, made 2 defenses of a title, and only beat 1 Hall of Famer in the division? I don't think so.
No.
I agree with you 100% on that one.
I mean, like even like now with today, like Tyson Fury hasn't made a title defense ever, and people won't even rate him the number 1 heavyweight. So if you're gonna use that criteria, Fury, why not use it for Gene Tunney?
Well, and then you see people, they don't even mention Langford. Langford fought from featherweight to heavyweight, right? But at heavyweight, he held the colored heavyweight title, right? You know, the color line, that's segregated the two. So there was the colored heavyweight title and the world heavyweight title. So you had the world color champion and the worldwide champion, pretty much. That's the easiest way of putting it. Langford defended that belt in total 39 times, which is more title defenses than Julio Cesar Chavez ever made.
Wow.
On top of that, and that was a heavyweight alone. And this was a guy who originally started at featherweight. On top of that, with Langford, you need to also take into consideration he had 50 Hall of Fame heavyweight fights. Right? He had more Hall of Fame fights at heavyweight than Marciano had fights.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, Sam always tends to get overlooked. Always.
So when people I start bringing up guys like that, Harry Wills and Joe Jeanette in my lists, like a lot of great guys and Sam McVeigh, etc. So can I put Mike in the top 10? I can't, but I can see a good case for him. Fastest ever undisputed champion, a heavyweight, youngest undisputed champion, a heavyweight, youngest world champion in history, 6 defenses. I mean, he's got a good list. 2, 3-time world heavyweight champion. I mean, that's good fucking credit, man.
Yeah, he's definitely top 15. I would have him like probably like somewhere between 10 and 12, somewhere on that range.
Who's that?
Mike Tyson.
I think I'll be at least the top 10, Brennan.
He doesn't have to be in the top 10. He might be in the top 10.
He's a beast of all beasts. Heavyweight division.
The beast of all.
Yeah. I mean, I put it on the top 10, but I'm not going to say the top 5, but the top 10, yeah. He belongs up there. Even with biting Holyfield's ear.
What does that have to do with anything?
Look, I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, someone said James Tillis lost to Marvis Frazier. So did Joe Bugler.
Right.
Marvis Frazier also beat James Bone Crusher Smith. He also beat Philip Brown. He also beat Rebalta. I mean, who beat Marvis Frazier, huh? Mike Tyson and Larry Holmes. So Marvis Frazier's automatically bad because he lost to Mike Tyson and Larry Holmes, 2 of the top 20 heavyweights of all time. No.
Everybody automatically always says that Marvis Frazier he's just trash because they try to compare him to his father, and then they see like that he just got destroyed by Larry and all these guys.
Oh yeah, you lose to Larry Holmes and Mike Tyson, you're trash. Nah, he had a solid resume. Only 2 men to beat him: Larry Holmes and Mike Tyson. You're bad.
That's not bad. There's no shame in that.
You beat guys like Joe Bugner, who went to war, by the way, with Marvis Frazier's dad. By the way, the battle at Earl's Court. If you haven't seen it, great fight. Watch it up. The war at Earl's Court in London.
He beat Jose Rebalta as well, who was a tough guy.
Oh yeah. He beat James Tillis, who has a solid resume as well. But just because Tillis loses to Marvis Frazier doesn't mean he's a bad fighter.
No.
I mean, think about it. Your logic is, Tillis lost to Marvis Frazier, so he sucks. Okay, so James Tillis lost the decision to Marvis Frazier, and Mike Tyson knocked out Marvis Frazier in a round. But Tillis went the distance with Mike Tyson. Triangle theories don't work.
They really don't. And it's like people like you could say, well, Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield stopped Buster Douglas in 5 rounds, and Mike Tyson got knocked out by Buster Douglas. So Mike Tyson sucks. Mike Tyson's trash. Oh, it's L Dog.
What's up, Bill?
What's up, man?
How's it going? What are you talking about?
We were talking about some of the fighters that Mike Tyson fought, and Mark was putting me on game as to these guys' resumes and that they're better than people think. Like Mitch Green, I never knew that Mitch Green won the New York Golden Gloves 4 times, which is the same amount of times that Riddick Bowe won the New York City Golden Gloves. The only person that's won the New York City Golden Gloves 5 times is Mark Breland, so it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think with Mike Tyson, what you get is you get people who think he's really good, and you get people who think he's really shit.
Yeah.
I think it's actually pretty difficult to gauge how good he was, because on the eye test, I mean, he looks amazing, right? Changes angles, great punches and combinations, places his punches real well. But then again, people love to tear apart his resume. I mean, he lost to Holyfield twice and lost to Lewis, and he just lacked that career-defining win against an all-time great.
And then towards the end of his career, you know, he was losing to the Danny Williams of the world, and then I think he quit on the stool against Kevin McBride. Like, you know, the end of his career was so horrible too, so that doesn't help either.
Yeah, Mike Tyson has a style that would just be terrible if you're out of shape and not motivated, though. Like, his style, you got to be in good shape.
Peak shape all the time, every fight. You'd have to.
Yeah, but I'd actually favor Riddick Bowe to beat Mike Tyson.
Yeah, me too.
Like, look, I've seen the Holyfield fights. The way he's able to deal with Holyfield. I know triangle theories don't work, but I think he'd be able to do it with Tyson as well.
Yeah, I think too. I think like the discrepancy in the quality of their jabs. I think Riddick Bowe's jab is far superior to Mike's. Even though Mike had a good jab, I just think Riddick Bowe's, with his jab, he'd be able to control the range and not allow Tyson to get on the inside and work the angles and throw those vicious uppercuts that he likes to land. You know.
Yeah, man.
I was recently I recently purchased like the new Ring magazine with Tyson Fury on it, and they got a thing in there about like Doug Fisher wrote a column in there about it's called Dear Deontay, Excuses Are Okay, and it's basically talking about. Have you seen it?
I like that. I haven't actually read that, but I like that, man. He said, "What, Dear Deontay, excuses are okay."
Yeah. He says.
Yeah, shout out to Dougie Fisher, man.
He said, "Dear Deontay, excuses are okay," and then he starts talking about that he was basically saying that excuses aren't a bad thing, and that many great heavyweights in the past made excuses, and he starts running down a list of all the excuses that heavyweights have made in the past. So like he mentioned one that I thought was hilarious. Do you remember when Vladimir Klitschko claimed in 2004 after he lost to Lamont Brewster that his cut man rubbed too much Vaseline on his legs and it was clogging his pores and it caused his entire body to overheat?
I remember that, man. That was great.
So
there's been a few. Like, I mean, one of the most notable. Like, there's been a few different excuses, right? So, like, not just by fighters, but by fans of fighters as well. German fans, after Joe Louis beat Schmeling, made the claim that the fight was fixed because their TVs were actually cut out. In Germany, when Joe Louis started to get the upper hand in the fight, the German broadcast cut the wire. So a lot of the German fans were saying that the fight was fixed. And then later, a lot of people made the claim that Schmeling threw the fight. And the reason that he threw the fight was because we were on cusp of World War II, right? So because we were on the cusp of World War II and you're German and you're fighting against a national American champion, right? In America, in New York, on the verge of it during the Nazi regime, if he had have won, would he have made it out alive?
Who, Lewis?
Schmeling.
Schmeling.
Would he have made it out alive?
No.
At the cusp of World War II,
I don't think
there's a lot of different stuff that comes up.
They would have burnt him on. They would have set him on fire.
Hey, we better pray
They would have
that.
threw him in a lake or something.
What's that guy's name? We better pray Elijah.
I never knew that though. They actually cut the TV out.
Yeah, they cut it out, man. They cut it out because he started to take a beating.
They cut the TVs out in Germany.
Can you not hear me, Brendan? L-Dog, I don't think he can hear us.
I can't hear. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Let's leave him rejoin L-Dog.
Hello? The fuck? Yo. Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good. L-Dog, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, mate.
L-Dog, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened. What were you talking about again?
I was just saying, yes, they could. So during the Schmeling and Joe Louis 2 fight, as Joe Louis started to gain the upper hand over Schmeling, the German broadcaster in Germany cut the wire,
That's
pulled it
insane.
out. So all the German people who were watching didn't see what happened. So they all started making excuses that the fight had to be because they lost signal, but it wasn't because in America couldn't cut the transmission. It was the Nazi regime that cut it. Hitler had it called for it to be cut.
Yeah. That's insane. I never knew that.
I'm just saying right now, like I've known a lot about Joe Louis for a long time, but I've learned so much more because I'm doing a career review documentary on him. So I've
Are you?
learned fuck ton. Yeah. I've been putting, mate. I've
When?
probably invested about 200 hours into this so far.
Damn. Oh, it's gonna be a video on your channel, right?
It's going to be a 3-hour video.
Oh my god, I can't wait for that one. That sounds.
I'm only
That
about. This is the type of video that if you're bored and you're laying down in bed and you've got nothing better to do and you want a game, just put it on in the background.
Okay. That
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
awesome.
actually going to do that because I've been meaning to do some research into Joe Louis because I keep hearing about, people debating him being the greatest heavyweight of all time alongside Muhammad Ali, but never seen him fight or anything. So I need to definitely do that.
You know why, right? He holds the record for the most amount of title
What kind of
defenses.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that fight against Schmeling. I mean I've heard Teddy Atlas explain it, but that just seems like an extremely historically significant boxing match.
Which one?
The rematch against Schmeling.
Yeah, it's very historic.
Prob- prob-
It was very important for cultural dynamics in America as well. Because when Joe Louis was coming through, like let's just keep it honest. The KKK was still a big part of things, right? They were still doing a lot of shit, and there was a lot of fucking cultural war on black people at the time. And
Correct.
Joe Louis, he had previously lost to Schmeling. But then it became America versus Germany because the World War was pretty much starting. The Nazi regime, massive amounts of race, and America had a massive Jewish population at the time. So a lot of whites and blacks and everything, and Jew people, they all unified together with Joe Louis to beat this Nazi German, which is kind of ironic because Max Schmeling himself wasn't actually a Nazi, even though Hitler tried to get him involved. Max Schmeling actually shielded and protected over 35 Jewish people during World War II and kept them alive. So shout out
Yeah.
to Max Schmeling for that.
And
He
when
was
they
not
brought
a Nazi sympathizer. He hated it. When he was way past the drafting age, they drafted him into being a part of the war too. But yeah, that's the reason why, was because when Joe Louis did it, he brought all different cultures together in America when he beat Schmeling, L-Dog. That's the reason why it's so important. It's pivotal in a big cultural change at the time.
absolutely. And I know like when they brought Max Schmeling to the big, they had like a big celebration for him, the Nazis and whatnot, and he was up there with his wife, and like I've seen the footage of it, and he doesn't even look excited. He doesn't look like he didn't look that thrilled to be there. Like he's just putting on a face.
Oh, everybody in the chat keeps saying Lewis. We're talking about Joe Louis, not Lennox.
Joe Louis, the Brown Bomber.
The Brown Bomber, the man who made 25 in a row title defenses at the heavyweight title.
I actually watched the Joe Louis fight recently. I watched his rematch with Emilio Aramonte.
Yeah. Okay.
I rewatched that recently because I was looking up to see like what significant fights have happened in like Miami or the South Florida area, and then like I never knew that he fought his first fight with Emilio Aramonte. It happened in the Orange Bowl in Miami, which is like it was a historical like college football stadium here in the past. So I never knew
Yeah.
that. Which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah. But yeah, man, like I don't know what's going on, but I think I'm building a knowledge base on Joe Lewis now, yeah. That
Yeah.
is kind of disgusting because I kind of know it by heart.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Like what? How many of his fights have you watched? Like when as you've been like preparing like this documentary, like how many of his fights have you watched?
I don't want to say.
You know what? I just found some of his fights on YouTube. I'm gonna have to watch them because I was trying to actually look for some Carlos Monzon fights, but some of the black and white quality is just terrible on them. But these ones look like they've been remastered or something like.
If you'd like a fight to watch on Joe Lewis, watch him fight against Jersey Joe Walcott.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Which first or second, whichever one. He knocks him out in the second, beats him.
Is it the one uploaded by Sweet Fights? Joe Lewis KOs Walcott.
You can watch it on Sweet Fights. Sweet Fights is a very good place to watch fights. Shout out to Sweet Fights.
But yeah, I've been watching through the Four Kings and probably finish that this week, and then I'm thinking of watching heavyweights from Liston through to the end of Larry Holmes' title reign.
Mad. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be interesting because like when Liston lost to Ali, the WBA stripped Ali because Ali was gonna rematch Liston. So then you have to go and watch the WBA tournament where eventually Ernie Terrell won that tournament, and he ended up fighting Ali in the famous "What's My Name" fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
What's my name? What's my name? Because Ernie Shavers, he wouldn't. Not Ernie Shavers, Ernie Terrell. He wouldn't call Ali. He kept calling him Cassius Clay, and Ali kept asking him why you, a man the same color as me, why won't you call me by my name? Why won't you call me my name, man? So that's the most brutal fight of Ali's career to watch as well because he's not trying to knock him out. He's torturing the dude, bro. He's like torturing him. It's fucked up, mate. He was pissed.
He's like, Cassius Clay is my slave name. My name is Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Hey, I watched a pretty brutal fight the other day. I remember who it was. It was Hagler versus Hamsho.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro. Hagler was beating that guy had no defense.
Here's one for you, L-Dog. Since you're watching the Four Kings, have you gotten to Hagler Mugabe yet?
Yeah, I've seen Hagler Mugabe.
Did you enjoy the fight?
That was a good fight, man.
That one's a classic.
But
so you watched a lot. So you've watched a lot of Hagler and stuff. So you seen him when he won the title against Fennec?
Fennec.
Is it Fennec? No, it's not Fennec. What's his name? Minter.
No, yeah. I've been watching like every fight. The only fight I haven't watched out of, I watched two of Duran's fights at 135, and then I just basically started from Sugar Ray Leonard's title reign, and I've watched every fight except for Thomas Hearns versus Luis Primera.
I watched a super random Roberto Duran fight the other day. I watched Roberto Duran's fight with Alvaro Rojas.
That's not that random. That's a good fight.
Yeah, but the quality, like I remember the quality though was piss poor. Like of the television broadcast, it wasn't the best.
But Brendan, I love those type of fights. I love the terrible quality fights. You know, the ones where you're unable to even score it, and you're like, did he land a punch or is that 17 blurs and 2 pixels? I love that. I love it. It makes me feel. It makes me feel like I'm living back in the 1700s.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, I like the nice kind of retro ones where you can tell it's old, but it's clear, you know.
Yeah, like if you watch like another fight that I got like halfway through watching, I gotta finish it soon. Was Obakar versus De La Hoya. I gotta finish that one later on.
Yeah, the best fight I've watched so far is probably well, obviously Leonard versus Duran won, but Leonard versus Hearns won as well. I thought Hearns was boxing was just beating Leonard clearly, man. I had it like what did I had it 11 rounds to 3 for Thomas Hearns.
Okay.
Okay.
11 rounds of 3.
Well, not 11 rounds to 3, sorry. 10
I'm like, I
rounds to
thought
3.
you were really trolling. Wait, 10 rounds? You mean nine rounds to 3? Oh,
No,
10.
it was
It was
a 15 rounder,
15.
and I had Leonard winning 3 of the rounds. He stopped him in the 14th.
Is that your favorite fight you've watched on quarantine so far?
Yeah, I'd say so.
For some strange reason, I think the best one my favorite one that I've watched on quarantine has been Chris Bird versus Jimmy Thunder. For some reason, I just really like that fight. I don't know why.
It's a good fight. That's fine.
Hey man, everyone has like a random fight they like. Like for me, it's Lomachenko versus Campbell. I think I watched that fight 7 times last year.
I get you. Like, bro, my favorite fight of all time is Bobby Chacon versus Rafael Lemon 4.
That's a good one. Wait, Bobby Chacon versus who?
Rafael Lemon, number 4.
I don't think I've seen it.
Ring
Hey,
Magazine Fight of the Year, 1982, I think.
I need to check that out.
I'd
Hey,
say
check that out.
82 or 84? I always get it mixed up, man.
like yeah, I've been watching a fair amount of classic fights. Like yeah, I've been doing the 4 Kings because I like watching them in chronological order actually because it's kind of like for Leonard versus Hearns, it was really building the anticipation for me to actually see that fight.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could, I watched Leonard versus Kalule and Hearns versus Randy Shields was actually a pretty good fight.
Randy Shield.
Yeah, Randy Shields was getting beaten up, but he's actually tagging Hearns quite a bit in the early rounds.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know what's a really random fight that for some reason I like to watch? Riddick Bowe versus I think Elijah Tillery won when he knocks him out the ring.
Oh, God.
That was a good one. I like when he knocked him out the ring.
I like you two naming all of these fights that like one of you has seen, one of you hasn't seen, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, I love all
Yeah,
these fights.
and you've seen all of them. You know what's a really horrible fight? It's like one of the worst fights I ever watched. Chris Bird versus DeVar Williamson.
Oh, fuck off, mate. Keep that fucking fight back in the doldrum. Stop mentioning that fight. You've mentioned that fight twice now on this channel. Shut up.
I know. I mentioned it's fight. It's the worst. It might be the worst fight I've ever seen. That's why I mentioned it.
Is it worse than Francis Bartholomew versus Robert Easter to you?
It's right there. It's right there.
Is it worse
I
than
think
Lawrence Okoli, Isaac Chamberlain?
Yeah. No. I don't know. No, I don't know. That's tough. Cause like Chris Bird's just sitting there and he's just tapping DeVar Williamson's glove. Nothing's
I
happening.
get that, but at least he's tapping his glove. Isaac Chamberlain and Lawrence Okoli were ready to make love in that ring. They were hugging so much. They were cuddling.
Yeah.
They were cuddling.
That fight was one of the biggest letdowns of all time. I was like, Isaac Chamberlain versus Lawrence Okoli. It was pretty. We watched that. I remember how horrible it was. It was bad. And I like Isaac Chamberlain, but that was horrible. What other fights are there?
What's Pop's favorite fight?
I don't know. He's half asleep. Dad, Pop? What's your favorite fight?
Which one with
What's your favorite fight of all time, just in general?
in general?
Yeah.
What
It's in boxing history. What's your favorite fight?
well right now like
Ever. What comes to mind?
Tyson Fury and
Wilder?
no, I'm saying yeah.
Ever. I mean, the history of boxing, like even in the 80s, like when you were a kid, said this in the 70s.
Oh shit, damn. I don't know, it's tough. But I mean right now, like you gotta put you know, the
You got too much Bud Light. You got too much.
man.
Pops can't even string a thought together right now. He's had like 12.
Let Pop go to sleep, man.
I'll let Pop go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'll ask you another day.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, literally, like.
It's all good. It's all good,
Yeah.
Pops. It's all good, Pops. Yeah. You know, you started off high, and now you've hit a low. So you enjoy it. You enjoy your rest.
Yeah. What did he say?
No, we're talking about our favorite fights right now.
Okay.
And they wanted to know what your favorite fight was.
My biggest favorite fight?
Your favorite fight, yeah.
I mean, I like Leonard with Hagler with Durant. I liked. I was a big Marvin Hagler fan back in the day. I grew up in that time.
What about when you fought Mugabe? Did you watch that fight?
No, I didn't see that.
Mugabe?
No.
What about? I know one fight me and you watched together when I was a kid. That I know you liked Gotti versus Ward 1.
Yeah, I like Gotti. I like Gotti big time. I like Gotti. We had a discussion on that though. What you telling me? What we talking about that about Gotti? That he's like, nah, Gotti didn't do enough.
What were we talking about Gotti?
We're saying something about Gotti, and you were like,
"Oh,
nah.
me and my dad were driving around the other day, and we're doing fantasy fights, and I was naming fights, and we mentioned Arturo Gotti in a couple of fantasy fights, and I was like, nah, he'd get beat by this guy and that guy."
Yeah. Because Brandon, BT says that Gotti didn't do. He was good, but he wasn't like that great. Like I make him sound to be. So
yeah, my dad was making him sound like he's a pound for pound king or something like he's a pound for pound top fighter. I'm like, that he's an exciting TV fighter.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Brandon. Like, are you talking about 140 Gotti, or are you talking about 126 Gotti?
I'm talking about. I was mainly talking about like 140 Gotti. I know 126 Gotti was pretty good.
Well, yeah, but he was in his prime.
The Gotti that my dad I know watched isn't that Gotti. My dad's mainly watched 140 Gotti.
Yeah,
the Gotti that was fighting like Mickey Ward.
Yeah, but the Gotti at 126 was the same fighter. He was just much better.
Yeah,
faster
and fresher.
Yeah, he didn't have 1,000,001 punches taken to the head. Gotti was really enjoyable to watch. Now, don't get me wrong; he's not an ATG great fighter, but he's a phenomenal fighter to go and watch because he's fan friendly, isn't he? And that's what you want to see.
That's generation's Gotti.
You.
This generation's Gotti.
Oh shit!
We don't have one.
We don't have one.
No.
I mean, we've had fighters that like they might have a year or two where they have some like fight of the years, but never for like a prolonged period of time.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody who every time they go into the ring, you're guaranteed nothing but fucking fire constantly. Their fights are always immense to watch. We don't have that.
I remember like Francisco Vargas had a year or two run where he was like that.
You know what? I'll tell you a guy who could be like that if he had an opponent who could take him into late rounds. Berchelt.
Oh man, that is true. Because every time
Oscar Valdez is kind of like that. His fights are exciting.
That's why I'm really hoping that that Berchelt and Valdez square out because I feel like it'll be like a Gotti Ward type fight.
I don't.
No?
I think Valdez is going to get knocked the fuck out, man. He's going to get
that. He will, but I'm saying for as long as it lasts, it's going to be like a real fun fight.
It's going to be like Hagler Hearns. It's going to be 3 rounds of mayhem, and then he's going to sleep.
Yeah, I don't think it'll last long enough for it to be a fight of the year.
Say that to Hagler Hearns.
Yeah, say that to Hagler Hearns. People
say that to Jack Dempsey versus Firpo, which is widely regarded by a lot of people as the greatest fight of all time, and it lasted 2 rounds.
I don't know, man. For me, like, it got to be at least... I like the fights that go the distance, man, because it just gives more entertainment.
Does it? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
This is the knockout?
Yeah, I like a late knockout, though.
Okay, I got you.
You know what, L-Dog? Tell you what. I'll give you 2 different fights of the year, right? 2 different ones. And you can come back and tell me which was the better fight, right? So, I'm going to give you a fight from the 70s here, yeah? All right? You cool?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a 5-round fight. George Foreman versus Ron Lyle, right? That was a 5-round fight. Tell me what was better. Ron Lyle versus George Foreman or let's see, Nino Benvenuti versus Emil Griffith 1. Go watch both of those fights and tell me which one was better. One's a full decision fight and the other one's a 5-round fight. Yeah, and they're both Ring Magazine fights of the year.
That Emil Griffith Nino fight has been on my like watch list for the longest time. I gotta watch that one soon.
Who?
Emil Griffith versus Nino Benevitti.
Okay.
Was like
The first one isn't as good as people make it out to be honest.
No?
No. It can be quite boring in spots, mate.
I gotta check it out.
But it's a good fight.
Oh, you know, I've been watching a lot of Canelo a lot recently. I've been going back like way as far as I can go back in his career and just watching. Like I watched his fight against Larry Mosley the other day. I watched his fight against Raul Pinzon. That was another fight that happened in Miami. And
You're crazy, man.
Huh?
You're crazy, man. You're out there watching fucking all these crap fights.
I didn't know they were crap fights.
Go watch some good fights, Brendan.
I'll watch any fights.
Yeah, I know, but you're in quarantine. Watch some good fights.
Oh,
that's true.
What does he classify as good fights?
Probably not fights with a Canelo prospect versus a bum.
Oh shit!
Well, I thought the Larry Mosley fight was actually a pretty solid fight.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, bruh, come on, man.
Oh no. it's funny though. You saw you being possessed like Deontay Wilder before.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he just popped into my head there. He's like, "Yo, go watch Barrera Morales."
Oh my god, wasn't there like a trilogy with them?
Yeah, go watch all three. Go watch the trilogies of the 2000s. Go watch all of them.
I watched Barrera Morales 1 and 2. I didn't watch the third one.
I fell asleep with last night. I was just watching it. Marquez Pacquiao 3.
Oof.
Oh wow, that must have been a great fight right there alone.
It was a great fight.
Who watching Canelo when he first came up into the U.S. and had his first fight?
I was telling him that he said stop watching these crap fights. Go watch.
Are you serious? Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm watching all these like Canelo fights that maybe I never watched before.
If you've never watched them before, then watch them. That's different. I thought you're rewatching. No.
I wouldn't rewatch it. I mean, I'm not gonna rewatch Canelo versus Raul Pinzon, even though it only take you 2 minutes to do.
Like when I go, I watch Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard with this versus this one, Roberto Duran, Sugar Leonard versus I think Marvin Hagler, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Tommy Hearns, Thomas Hickman Hearns. I grew up in that era, and those were all great fights.
Did you watch the Aguero fights when he fought like Pryor and all that?
I seen some of him, but I didn't get to later in his career when I actually really got to see who he was all about.
Yeah, but still, like, and this is stuff I love because I love talking to the people who were there. You know what I mean? I love listening to people who were around at the time. They had like the understanding of what the atmosphere was like around the fights more than we do, Brandon. You know what I mean?
That is true. It is true.
Like last time we were watching Frank Bruno was
Tyson.
Mike Tyson, and me and my son was talking about that. Frank Bruno was a beast back in the day. He was a big, strong.
Great job.
He couldn't handle Tyson though.
No, too fast.
Yeah, but he was. You know, the one thing I watched Frank a couple of times, but it's been a while since I watched him. You know, Frank was a rugged dude. He was a physical dude.
Do you know what you should watch in a while? You should watch Bruno against Lennox Lewis and look at Bruno's jab in that fight. He was teaching Lennox the jab, not the other way around, and Lennox was known for his jab.
Who won that fight?
Lennox won that fight, right?
Lennox won the fight, but Frank was giving him problems, man. Giving him big problems. Yeah. Good fight, that. Another fight that you should watch is Mora versus Bert Cooper. That's a great fight.
I've seen it. It's a hell of a fight. Michael Moore is super underrated.
Yeah. So is Bert Cooper. Watch any of Bert Cooper's fights. Him versus Mercer, him versus Mora, him versus Holyfield. I'm telling you, he came as close to knocking out Holyfield as you possibly can. Holyfield looked unconscious on his feet at one point during that fight, and he still managed to stay up, and they kept going. Great fight. Oh,
I've watched this fight with Riddick Bowe like 5 times.
Well, yeah. Which one?
Bert Cooper versus Riddick Bowe.
I thought you said Holyfield there for a second.
No, I watched that like twice.
As far as the British heavyweight, that was that white guy I was telling you about. The white guy from
The white guy from the UK. That's a
from
tough
the UK.
one.
I'm saying, he's one of the best.
Talk about Jimmy Wild.
Yeah, he's probably one of the top heavyweights ever for the.
No. Jimmy Wild was no heavyweight. He was a flyweight.
Anyway, he's a
Okay,
flyweight.
flyweight.
He's a flyweight.
I'm sorry, flyweight. I'm talking about
He's one of the top British fighters, though.
yeah, one of the top British fighters. Like I like to watch fights where there's constantly action left and right, left and right. I can't see that back and what era will you say was the best? I mean, every era has them, but which era do you think is the best era that boxing had the greatest fights?
I don't know. I don't know. It's impossible to narrow it down. There's been amazing fights all the time. I'd say the 40s through 50s.
Wow. Who would you say back then in the 40s?
You had guys like Graziano and you had Basilio and LaMotta and Robinson and shit. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So what do you think? What do you think about what Brendan was saying that Eddie Hearns wants to come up with that new fight game? I mean, I would love to have
Fight night.
Yeah, I would love to have
Fight night?
I would like to have somebody come up with a game where you can have all the fighters in it. Like,
I'm not even sure if you heard about that. Mark, did you even hear about that?
I did know, but if they're gonna bring out a new fight night, I'm buying it, mate. I need a new fight night, man. I'm sick of playing on the PlayStation 3 from 27 years ago. Let's get going.
EA said no.
They said no?
Yeah, Eddie said today on his live that EA aren't interested.
Oh, that sucks.
Fuck Eddie then.
No, it's not Eddie. It's EA Sports.
No, this isn't Eddie's fault.
Yeah, Eddie said he's going elsewhere though. He's talking to other developers. So good on him.
He's talking to other game companies.
I don't get it. Why is EA being such?
EA Sports has a license to make all of the UFC games. So I've heard the big problem is that if they make the fight night games, it will take away from making the UFC games.
Right, but these are great heavyweights that people want to see.
Great.
I mean, the first fight night game, I'm sure sold a lot of money, right?
They also
and right now with this coronavirus, wouldn't that be a great idea for them to have that?
Bro, I'd be buying that shit. I'd be buying it, man. I want to play as Deontay Wilder versus Charles Martin.
Bro, I want to play as Filip Hrgović and smash up Wilder 24/7.
That's right.
I'll make montages of me smashing up Wilder as Filip Hrgović non-stop.
I will purposely hack your PlayStation so there's a cheat code in the game that Wilder, when he's about to get knocked out, only against Filip Hrgović, he lands that straight right hand and knocks him out.
Bro, I'll smash my PlayStation and just complete rage, bro. I'll like grab it and I'll smash it on my knee and like break it in half.
Yeah, cause I don't understand why EA is being like so anal about not making the game, knowing that the boxing fans are hungry to have it.
They don't care about that.
You know,
because they don't give a shit about us, bro.
They don't give a shit about the boxing fans.
Are you serious?
They want to make the UFC games.
Fuck UFC.
I agree with you. I think fuck UFC as well, but
yeah,
I don't think they care about that.
You know when's the
last fight night?
Yeah,
like 2011.
And Mayweather said he's gonna do it on Eddie Hearns, and they still saying no. So that's pisses me off. I mean, I would love to make a game where we can have all these fantasy fights and we can actually really fight them and stuff. You know, that's what it's all about.
I'm trying to play Cholatito Gonzalez and beat everybody up.
Yeah. Do you think there'll ever be another fight night game or no?
I'm praying. I don't think there'll be a fight night. I think there'll be a different type of boxing game, though.
Yeah, because fight night's an EA Sports game.
I'm just saying.
How would it work though? Like, how are you going to get the rights to all the boxes? That's a big problem.
That's a huge issue.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, because the thing is this. Because I'll take fight night round 4 for example, right?
Okay.
They wouldn't in that game you couldn't play with Floyd Mayweather because Mayweather wouldn't give up his rights to the game for them to use his name in the game. So to play with Floyd, you have to create Floyd, and that's going to be a big issue. Getting the rights from the PBC fighters, from the DAZN fighters, from the top ranked fighters, and getting them onto the game. It's going to be really difficult, extremely difficult.
Oh my God, these motherfuckers, man! I mean, the fans at the end of the day are the ones that are losing out. Like, who gives a fuck? Just make the money. You're gonna make money. You're gonna make some type of money off of them.
Yeah, the issue will also be though people want their own guys they promote to be rated higher than others. Like just small shit like that will get in the way of it, man. Like if Eddie Hearn's behind it, I guarantee we're gonna get some bullshit ratings with like Anthony Joshua is the best heavyweight. Fucking probably Devin Haney is like higher rated than Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez, whatever. Like you probably get all this bullshit, man. Probably Josh Kelly will be like up there with Terrence Crawford.
Oh shit, Josh Kelly. That motherfucker hasn't done shit in the last 2 fights. So yeah. But I agree with you. So I guess basically it's screw the fans. No matter how hungry you have to have a game, we're never going to see one. That's basically what you're saying.
Nah, but yeah, it'll be a different game. It'll probably be a different game.
Damn, man. It'd be great for the I think for the boxing community and everything. It'd be great to have a game like that. I've been dying to have a game so I can beat Brendan up with some of my favorite fighters.
Can't be made no damn fight. I'm not even good at fighting, but I can beat you.
Yeah. So that's kind of crazy, but besides that, it is what it is. We can't control what, I thought everything was on, what's it called? Supply and demand?
Supply and demand, yeah.
Yeah, people want it and they don't want to supply it. What the fuck, man?
Well, the thing about it is, and this is the honest truth, how many boxing fans are there?
That is true.
Well,
how many boxing fans do you think are in the world that would buy the game?
No, I get it, but I mean, if you would go back and see how many sales they made off the fight night the first time, or how many times they made the fight night? A couple times?
5 times.
Okay,
there's 5 fight night games.
It's a popular game, so I mean that's what you gotta look at. The fans already behind that. They're gonna be willing to buy that.
Hold on, I'm gonna cut you off. We have somebody. His name is Fury is a God. Let's see who Fury is a God is.
Okay.
What's up?
Hello, mate. It's Nathan. How are you?
What's up, Nathan?
Are you right? I'm not an LDBC fan, so don't worry. I'm not going to cause any trouble.
This is Raekwon undercover.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That guy was an absolute dickhead, weren't he? I swear. Absolute prick.
How's it going, Nathan? How are you doing, bro?
Well, I'm all right, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. My name's Mark. Nice to meet you, bud.
Nice to meet you, mate. That new game, I mean, did anybody used to play as Klitschko on Fight Night round 3 or 4?
I did.
He was so... Hello?
On round 3, I used to play Calvin Brock.
Oh, God, I remember that. That game was so robotic, wasn't it? It was so slow.
It was.
And it didn't look good.
Yeah, you can see the uppercuts coming from like 10 miles away.
And when they would slow down for the knockout, when it would go really slow, you'd wait an eternity.
Bro, you better not play as Joe Joyce, so you'll be actually waiting a couple of days for that fucking knockout to end.
Joe Joyce is like it's more than a turtle.
Yeah, Joe's mad slow. The game I freeze if you pick Joe Joyce.
Definitely. I'll tell you who I used to use. I used to use Vladimir a lot. I would grab and jab and, throw 1 and 2 punches and run around the ring.
Wow.
That's all I could do.
The funnest person to play with, though, for me was in round 4, I used to pick Pernell Whitaker, and I would just move side to side all the time, make him miss. And then, like, in that game, when you make him miss, it slows down for that split second, and you throw a counter punch. Like, that was my guy, Pernell. R.I.P.
Dodging the punches was the best part.
Yes, that was the best part of that game.
I just think EA or whatever company's gonna make it, they need to come up with something for the boxing fan. Because at the end of the day,
well, how many? I want to go back to Mark's question. How many boxing fans do you actually think there are? Because you gotta understand, EA already makes the NBA, or they make they make Madden, they make
FIFA, bro.
FIFA. They make FIFA. Oh my god, they make FIFA. So you know when people buy FIFA?
Yeah. So you're basically saying, like, if it doesn't have the EA Sports behind it, a lot of people are not going to buy it. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think EA give a shit enough to want to make it because they don't need to.
Yeah, they don't need to.
That's fucked up.
Well, hey, that's life.
Because the fans are suffering. The boxing fans are
But they have boxing. Boxing isn't that high on their immediate to do list. Like,
All right. So
FIFA comes first.
So they want
FIFA is everything.
Right. So they want to put UFC over boxing.
They've been doing that.
That's fucking crazy.
Because the UFC has a partnership with them. They have like a deal with them.
Dana White.
It's UFC, yeah.
Oh man, that's kind of.
They made and I don't know. I'm not even a big fan of the UFC games like that. I played them. They're all right.
Yeah. To me, it's just disappointing that they won't even regardless, they're gonna make money either way. That's the way I look at it.
That's not how they look at it.
I'm pretty sure Tiger Woods' PGA Championship games made more money than fight night.
Yeah, like when Floyd.
Yeah,
came,
you know that, right?
What?
You know Tiger Woods' PGA Championship games probably made more money than fight night. Tiger Woods.
Are you serious? Golf?
Tiger Woods is the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, so is Mike Tyson. So is
No.
boxing.
But Tiger Woods, yeah, it did make more money than fight night.
Wow. So I'm saying like either way they're gonna make money. However you look at it, they're gonna make money.
They're trying to make the most money because they make the most money. And right now at this moment,
like when Floyd came out and said he was gonna do it, I was really excited about it, and then it never happened. And then when Eddie Hearn just came out and Brendan was telling me about it, I was very happy. And now he's come out and said no. I mean, literally, how much money does it cost to even try to get a game manufactured like that? It's basically on the
question. Actually, I'm not even sure.
On getting the fighters to get a piece of the money or something. Like I said, literally, like for the fighters to make for the boxing game to go on, like to have you even try to make that game, the boxers are gonna get a piece of the money either way they look at it, right? But it's just not.
But to get the rights is gonna be. It's not as easy as you think. It's not. There was a guy.
All you do is go to the promoter.
I talked to a guy on Instagram a couple of years ago, and he was telling me about how hard it is to get the rights to some of these damn fighters. It's not as easy as you think.
No.
Floyd Mayweather literally wasn't in Fight Night Round 4.
Look at now. If you really want to talk about it, the college football players and all these people now in a couple of years, I think the representatives of Congress passed a law now that they're gonna get a piece of the pie.
Okay, good for them.
Yeah. So I mean, how popular is that? Fucking college, but you can't put up professional boxing with like the heavyweights like Jack Dempsey, Rocky Marciano, Mike Tyson. Muhammad Ali, like literally, like you're gonna make money. You might not make a lot of money, but you're gonna make money either way. I mean, you're gonna make it happy for the fans. Fuck, man.
They don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Yeah.
It's not gonna. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyways, forget about that. But I mean, what do you guys think about? I was telling my son about Charlo and fucking. He's asking for a voluntary fight with fucking Lara. When that motherfucker doesn't want to fight
Jason Rosario?
Yeah, Jason Rosario. What kind of bullshit is that? He's talking about his lines in the camp.
No, he's lying.
Well, I mean, Jason Rosario said he doesn't want to fight Charlo next.
Yeah.
What he said?
Rosario said he won't fight Charlo next either.
He doesn't want to fight him?
Recently.
Are you serious?
Not next. Both of them said it. Yeah, both of them said that.
Oh my god.
Not right away.
Well, so they want to hype the fight up first and then have the fight?
I don't know.
How boxing works these days?
Oh, that's crazy.
I think they should get Banana versus Charlo on the go. Winner fight the winner, Teixeira Castano. Get Undisputed going. But they don't want to do that.
There's no need to waste time. But
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, why would you even go that route and not even trying to do it like that? I mean, you even told me Castano was good.
Castano is really good.
I mean, so what the hell's going on with that? Like, I mean, this is what I was telling my son is like, Charlo, what kind of motherfucking fighter would go on and ask for a voluntary fight? You literally have to be like fucking scared of Banana Rosario.
You think he's scared? Do you think Charlo's
Yeah.
scared? I don't think he's scared. That dude's crazy.
Why would you even ask for a freaking a voluntary? I mean, you're supposed to be. If me as a fighter,
I don't know. Let's let them answer.
Okay,
what do you guys think?
I think Pops is right.
You think so?
I think he's right, bro. Like, listen, Brendan, right? You're looking at it from the point of view of politics, and you're looking at it from the point of view of making money and all this crap, right? Your dad's looking at it from the point of view of a boxing fan.
right?
What he wants to see is the best fights take place and see unifications and undisputed, because that's what boxing's supposed to be.
I mean,
I want to see it too.
And then Charlo's.
I just don't think. I don't think Charlo's scared of Rosario.
I think so. I think why would you even go that route and even go ask for voluntary, knowing like before when Williams had the belt, before J-Rock Williams lost the belt to Rosario, he was willing to go fight J-Rock after he beat I forgot who he was.
Heard when he beat Heard.
Yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, I'm willing to go see J-Rock and see what's going on." But all of a sudden, when J-Rock got his ass whooped by Rosario, all of a sudden he want to raise his hand in class and say, "Teacher, can I please fight Joe Schmo over here? Because I don't want to fight this guy over here who's better than I am."
Although I will say this. not fighting Rosario, okay, but it's not like Lara is a bum,
No.
No. I respect Lara.
and that's who
But
he's looking to fight.
Yeah.
Right. But
What do you think, L Dog?
About Charlo.
About the whole Rosario Charlo thing?
I mean, they should just fight, man.
Yep.
Marination is dangerous, especially in that division.
Yeah, because none of those guys can keep their fucking belts.
No, they just passing them around like a freaking basketball. You get a belt. You get a belt. You get a belt.
That is so true, and I mean, Charlo I like, but I mean, and I've told my son that. My son's like, Dad, Jacobs is too old. I like to see Jacobs fuck one of them Charlos up. That's what I want. I want Jacobs to beat the shit out of them. I want somebody to humble them, motherfuckers. I mean, because we don't know we don't know what the status of Spence, but I want Charlo.
Did you? Okay, hold on. I want to ask Nathan. What do you think about the whole Charlo Rosario thing?
I think he should just fight him and stop being a chicken. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what it is with the Charlos. When he lost, do you remember when he cried in the interview and he was crying like a little bitch?
Yeah.
What's he scared of? You know, he's what's he scared of?
I don't even play video games. I don't like losing.
Yeah. Hey, he's a very emotional guy. He's like a real man will cry. A real man will wear emotions on his sleeve.
Hey, let me ask you one more question. I gotta ask this question. Where the hell do you guys classify Callum Smith after Ryder beat his ass?
Oh God, hold on. I better be careful, Pops, because I know you get pretty emotional with that damn.
I mean, wait. I lost.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
Who wants to go first on this?
Callum Smith is a bum, a weight bully with a belt. That's all he is.
And what
He's a bum and a weight bully.
Yeah. Right.
Nathan, what's your thoughts?
I think he's a good fighter. He's not the fighter I thought he was. He's still a world-class fighter, but he's not elite level. We've seen it now. You know, he's not elite at that weight.
Hey, that's a nice way of saying he's a bum and he's a weight bully.
I think he's too big. He needs to move up. If he moved up, I don't think he'd beat any of the belt holders. You know, it'd be better for his career to go up to 175.
Okay. My thoughts are simple enough. Dude's overhyped because he beat a shot George Groves. George Groves was injured with a dislocated shoulder coming off of a Eubank fight where in the last 3 rounds he was getting fucked up. Right? That's right. He beats him. He goes in against Hassan and Dan. A dude who he had 9 inches of height over. I mean, he weighed about 30 pounds more than him on the fight night. That's just not right. You know what I mean? The dude is literally a cruiserweight fighting at super middleweight. He's 6'4.5", man. He's huge. Like if you think about it, he's taller than Joseph Parker. Let that sink in.
He is, yeah.
He's taller. He is.
Then he fights John Ryder, a dude who lost to Fielding, arguably, lost to Archfield, arguably. I mean, lost to Saunders in a good fight. And a guy at middleweight who comes up to 168, and pretty much everybody on the planet, bar the judges, had that round fight 7-5 to Ryder, 8 rounds to 4 Ryder, right? So, is he that good? I don't think he's that good, man. I'm looking at his resume and I'm like, yo, you're fighting middleweights and shot fighters. You struggled with Nitsuki Holskin at kickboxing.
Oh my God, that fight was ridiculous. Nitsuki Holskin was a converted kickboxer, and he's in there giving this guy problems. I'm like, yo, this. Like, I watched the fight. I'm like, yo, this looks like a hype job.
Now, a lot of people will be like, yeah, but he did beat George Groves and knocked out George Groves. But George Groves was past it. This wasn't the same George Groves. And whilst George Groves, he was competitive with Froch, and he beat James DeGale early in his career. He went through a lot of shit. He had wars with Badu Jack. I mean, George Groves' biggest achievement was beating Fedor Chudinov to become a world champion. You know?
I like what Rocky my job trap said. He said, Caleb thinks he's the Floyd Mayweather of the UK.
Right. And then
Callum Smith's an okay fighter, highly overrated.
Look, can we put it in, let's say it as it is. I mean, when he was coming up, he was very hyped. He fought a lot of people over matches like the Rocky Fieldings and that guy he knocked out in 1 round for the European belt. He was matched correctly. That's how he got so good. That's how he got his reputation, because he was fighting overmatched people, right? And people who were shot.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So what do you guys?
Go.
This time, I want to change the topic a little bit. Let's continue on. What do you guys think about Anthony Joshua saying that he's not getting enough respect in American boxing?
I'm not American, so I don't know. I don't know.
No,
American.
yeah, but what I'm saying is he's saying
They don't know. They don't know.
they don't know.
Well, right, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. If he's not getting respect in America, okay, cool. Go to America and win in the fight. Don't lose.
That's simple as
Hey,
that.
what's the question?
Anthony Joshua recently came out and said that he doesn't believe he's getting the respect he deserves in America. So my dad wanted, I guess, your guys' thoughts on that.
Anthony Joshua.
Anthony Joshua.
Yeah,
he gotta
Anthony
win a
Joshua
fight in America.
needs to go and win a fight in America if he wants to respect the American audience. The only time he ever went there, he got fucking stopped by Andy Ruiz.
Yeah.
He could have earned that respect back by fighting him again in America, but he dragged his ass over to Saudi Arabia, didn't he? So there you go.
He went to go get that oil well money.
So,
Nathan, how about you as a Brit? What do you think, man?
I think if he'd actually looked, instead of running away from Ruiz if he'd knocked Ruiz out instead of running away for Trey Waynes, then he'd probably have more respect. You know, he's so fragile as a champion. I don't believe in him that much anymore. I think it's only a matter of time before he loses again. I have no confidence in him, and why should they give him respect? I mean, Fury's earned the respect that he could have got.
Is he going to lose to Tyson Fury? Mr. Fury is a god.
Fury would kill Joshua. I think we all know that, you know.
oh shit!
We all
Get
know
him.
that. Come on.
Get him, Nate. Get him.
Hey, look, this heavyweight division is going to take a crazy turnaround, man. Deontay Wilder is going to knock Fury out in the trilogy.
Oh, dog, shut the fuck up, trolling,
Robert
bro.
Helenius is going to knock out AJ, man, and then we're going to get Wilder versus Helenius for
And
undisputed.
And Luis Ortiz is going to turn back the clock to 1967, and he's just like,
Bro, I'm just saying this. If Wilder and Helenius somehow happened for undisputed, I would pay any amount of money to watch that fight myself, because that's just funny. It's the most hilarious thing. Like, I'm kind of waiting, because if Charles Martin is in a position again where he could be the mandatory for the IBF championship.
yeah.
Could you imagine the possibility of Martin versus Joshua 2?
No.
And tell me, no, hold on. Before you say that name, think about it like this. Charles Martin, we all know he's a troll, right? Coming on, he walks the earth like a god, right? He's coming around, he's saying, I'm going to circumcise the heavyweight division because I'm a boxing Jedi, right? All shit like this. I'm going to circumcise the heavyweight division with my lightsaber. Dude's a genius. He's hilariously funny, right? What would happen if he pulled off this little troll and he threw the fight against Joshua and he goes in there and he knocks him out in a round? Tell me that you wouldn't fall in love with Charles Martin, because I would.
Charles Martin will become my favorite heavyweight.
Oh, dear.
Don't forget, man, he walks this earth like a god.
Yeah. Ben was telling me that he sees a different mentality, different change in him wanting to be more dedicated to boxing.
He hasn't been a clown for a couple of years. Like, he's not like, you don't really hear much Charles Martin in the news anymore.
Brendan, he's going around saying that he's a fucking he's going to circumcise the heavyweight division with his lightsaber, mate.
When did he say that? Was that recent?
Yeah, this was like 6 months ago on his Twitter.
Oh shit! Never mind. He's gonna say.
What is
But he's not like making those videos where he's like strung out on coke. You know, like remember when?
No, bro, he is, bro. He was strung out. He was screaming into, "I'm gonna fucking circumcise the heavyweight division with my lightsaber."
The best.
I'm there, like, whoa.
Damn. The best one was when he said, he's like, I'm gonna be a black. What do you say? Black something. Black Bruce Lee.
He said that.
Black Bruce Lee, I'll kill you, bitch.
That what he said?
Well, at least he didn't say 400 years those niggas have been held in captivity. Do you know what I mean?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Sorry.
He said he was a black Tarzan. He said, "Black Tarzan, I'll kill you, bitch."
I'm just saying. Charles Martin, right? Yeah, he got fucked by Joshua. Yeah, Fatboy Kovnatsky beat him. Charles Martin is entertainment, though, isn't he? He is entertainment.
Yeah.
And we need characters like that.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, I do enjoy watching him fight.
If all we had was Anthony Joshua type of guys, like, stay hungry, stay humble, I'm in the gym. Oh, it was so nice, I had to do it twice. Like, what?
He says, don't let, I always say, Don't let success get to your head, and don't let failure get to your heart.
That's what he said all the time. Are you serious?
Right. Now I have a question. What's better, right? That or see you, you big stiff idiot. You're gonna need 7 plumbers to do you after I'm through with you, and see you and your gay lover Tony Bellew.
Oh shit!
That's serious on that.
Hey, what about this clit's getting licked?
Oh dear.
This clit's getting licked. That was hilarious, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
Who-
but
Or Mike Tyson, when Mike Tyson said, "I'll fuck you too, love me, faggot."
Oh shit! You said that,
Remember
yeah.
Mike said that?
Can we have some parliamentary procedure, please?
Yeah, parliamentary. But yeah, that's true. We need to have parliamentary.
And also, he said, "I'm going to eat your children, Lennox Lewis. I'm going to eat your children."
Hold on.
I'm gonna eat your heart. I'm gonna eat your children.
We got Battle Ruffles. What's up, champ?
What up? So what's going on here? It's all these comments.
Who is this?
Battle Rifles, what's up? It's actually Battle Rifles. I spelled it wrong because I was in a stream clowning with some other guys. It's actually Battle Rifle.
Okay.
But you can say Ruffles for now just because it's saying it. So whatever.
I feel you, man.
So, what are your thoughts on what we've been talking about? I don't know if you chimed in what we were saying, but we're talking about Martin, Charles Martin, the heavyweight. Who do you consider? What do you feel about Anthony Joshua making those comments about? What
He said he's not getting any respect in America.
do you feel about that?
He's not getting any respect in America.
Yeah, he was saying like that he thinks he's not getting any respect in America because he's British.
I mean, he has to earn some respect, man. Lennox Lewis wasn't getting respected, and he found out how to get it. I mean,
Yeah, but you can't compare Joshua to Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis fucked up a lot of fighters, and he made sure of it.
Anthony Joshua can do the same thing.
Yeah. I my personal opinion on that is he's gonna come to the U.S. more and be more relevant with the American audience. That's my point. I mean, like I think he should do. I'm not saying he should do what Fury did, but I think if he could sign with a promotional company here in the U.S. and follow through with that along with his management, he would be okay. He's gonna be more relevant to the American audience.
I mean, he can do that. I mean, honestly, there's not much competition left at heavyweight. He can just beat up bums, but he would at least have to fight over here in America. But he hasn't done that.
Yeah. So I mean,
bro, I think there's a lot of competition at heavyweight coming up, man. I think over the next 2 years, we're going to really see the heavyweight division hit its peak.
what do you guys think about?
I think so too. I think so too. But like Hergovic and Dubois.
Dubois?
I think Joe Joyce is going to beat Daniel Dubois.
Are you serious? I like
Yeah.
Joe Joyce. I don't. Are you? What do you see? What do you see in Joe Joyce that would actually beat Dubois?
He's better technically. He's got very good punching technique. And he's
You
got good
can't be
weight
serious.
Dubois steps in with his jab every time. And because Joyce has such good weight transitions, he's going to take a half step back and pull counter him like he did with Jennings. I think that pull counter is going to be there all night, man. I think Joyce is going to beat him. I think he's going to stop him late.
I got Dubois. I'm a big fan. I like Joe Joyce. I respect him and everything, but I think this is Dubois' time. That's my opinion on that.
I understand if you said that he was just flat out bigger and maybe stronger, but that's not what you said.
I think Dubois. I think to me. I think Dubois. It's his time to go ahead, and come forward, and be legit, and people give him the respect that he deserves. Don't get me wrong. Joyce has called out a lot of fighters, and he's good also. But I think Dubois is a lot younger. I think he's got more power than Joyce, and I don't think Joyce can handle his power. I honestly don't think he can handle his power.
I think he's too predictable, though. He steps in with the jab every time, and when you step in with the jab every time, it gives your opponent the opportunity to counter you with a pull counter or a right hand over the top, and Joyce is very good at doing that. Like Joyce, especially in the amateurs, he used to pull counter guys a lot. He's slow, but his technique and his weight transitions are really good. Like, he is a good boxer. He's slow, and people think he's bad, but nah, he's good. He can fight on the inside. He can fight on the outside as well. I think a lot of the pressure he's going to apply to Dubois is gonna break him down, especially because Joyce is a good pressure fighter. He cuts the ring off well.
Mhm.
He can get on the inside. He can start working you to the body. Like, I think it's going to be a bad fight for Dubois.
For me, the difference in that fight is the athleticism of Daniel Dubois, because because Joe Joyce fought Brian Jennings, who's not really good at one particular thing. He's just an athletic fighter, and Brian Jennings was catching him with so many great shots. But Brian Jennings can't punch his way out of a weapon bag because he's a vegan, unfortunately. So I don't know, man. I just think I think the youth, the size, and the athleticism is the difference in that fight to me with Dubois and Joyce.
I think
man.
Dubois will win. Myself.
Yeah, I really like and respect Joyce, man. I think he's one of the most underrated boxers in the world today. Just because people act like he's just complete trash and he absolutely sucks, but the man was a very accomplished amateur, and quite frankly, out of all the prospects, he's got the best resume by far.
Yeah, because he's been matched properly. He's had to be fast tracked. For me, he should be further than what he is. He should have looked at other fights other than Daniel Dubois, in my opinion.
He was trying to fight. I remember he was trying to fight Jarrell Miller like about a year ago, but then Jarrell Miller was like, "No, he's got to earn his way up and get ranking position and all this stuff." Like Jarrell Miller went all Hollywood on him.
But didn't you say that Joyce is as slow as a turtle with his punches?
He is, but it doesn't mean he's bad. People get his lack of speed confused with him being bad. Like what L Dog said. Like
what did he say?
I don't think he's a. What I just said, he said that people get his lack of speed confused with his skill level, and he's a skilled fighter. He's a good fighter, but people use his lack of speed against him, and they say, well, he's automatically stuck because he's not fast fighter.
I'm not saying that because I've been a big fan of Joe Joyce because I like fighters that come out and call out a lot of fighters, and I think Joe Joyce is older too right now.
Yeah, he's older.
He's older, but he's out there calling everybody out, and nobody want to answer the bell. So I do respect him, but I just think that. With Dubois got power. He's young. I think he's a lot hungrier. And I think just that alone, I don't think – I mean, Joyce has run through a lot of his opponents, but I don't think he's going to run through Dubois.
Yeah, I don't think Dubois will go very far in this division, man, because I think he'll go far, but I just don't think yet because, again, he's so predictable, man. Like – you can't step in with the jab every single time. Like a skilled fighter is going to recognize the pattern, is going to counter you. And in the heavyweight division, one punch is all it takes. Especially those counter punches, man. You can't be getting caught with those counter punches.
So
if he loses, he's going to learn more from a loss, won't he? Than if he wins. He'll learn from it. He's only 22.
I mean, he has a lot to improve on his footwork. I mean, I think his footwork is pretty.
He's only 22. You know what I mean? He's done well. As far as he's got.
There's a lot of room for growth with Dubois. No doubt about it.
I agree with you 100% on that, but I think one of the heavyweights that I think that needs to do more of the footwork is a Jefe. What's it, man?
Ajagba?
Oh, God.
Trash.
Yeah, what do you guys think about
People
him?
want to talk about a slow robotic fighter. That's Ajagba, man. Like Joe Joyce is slow, but Joe Joyce is a lot technically better than Ajagba. Like at least Joyce gets a lot of leverage on his punches, and he transitions his weight well. Like Joyce punches with his feet, man.
I don't know, man. Joe Joyce is pretty sloppy too, man.
Ajagba needs to learn to defend. Needs to learn how to actually use his defense. That would help.
I mean,
I'll be honest with you, man. Joyce is some of the best punching technique I've seen in the heavyweight division. Like the way he transitions his weight and he punches from his feet.
He has some of the best technique, dude.
No, he doesn't at all. He's good at what he does. What he does is he's a pressure fighter. That's what he does. That's all he's good at. He's not much good at anything else. He walks into punches.
He has better technique than freaking Ortiz. He has better technique than Hergovich. Like I don't think he does at all. Like that's not even within the question.
No, I didn't say he has the best. I think he's got some of the best though, man. Like you gotta watch how this guy punches from his feet. He pivots his rear foot very well, and he gets the weight in his punches from his hips. Look, he's slow, man, so it doesn't look sharp, but the way he executes his punch is very precise, and it's nice to watch for me, man.
What do you guys think about this matchup for FA and the stand-up fight? FA Ajagba versus David Price.
I think Price will crack him to be honest with you. That's a 50-50 because, look, if Price catches you, it's a bad night for you, man. And, hey,
What are you
if they-
talking about? No, it's not. My God.
hey man, Price can punch.
He's so slow. He's
Wait,
got no
wait,
chin.
wait, wait. What did he say?
What?
He said
And a
that David
Jagba's
Price said
fast
that
and
Jagba
has a
would be a
chin?
50-50 fight. Oh, my God. What have you been watching, man? Seriously. I watched David Price for over 12 years. My God.
Bro,
Jesus
if you drop
What are you talking about?
if you drop a feather on top of David Price's head, he will fall.
Hey, but
yeah,
look, Jagba is very easy to be hit, man, and his chin
Oh
isn't that
man,
good.
because he's
you
Price
got no
can't
can
be
hit.
serious.
defense. If you watch him,
Did
he's
you?
got no fucking defense, has he? My God.
Yeah,
Okay,
neither has a
did you?
Jagba though. The only difference is a Jagba's younger.
And he can punch.
Okay,
And he can knock people out.
What?
Big.
So can Price.
Hey, so like you
Did you
seen
watch his
David?
fight? He fought a Southern
You
area level fighter in Britain, right? Cash
you
Ali's like Southern area. Do you know the difference between British and Southern area level?
hey
I'll tell you.
look. I'm not trying to say that the people who beat David Price are sorry. I don't think Povetkin is trash. But when you see the way David Price gets knocked out, you would swear he just got knocked out by Wilder. How long he's on the canvas?
Yeah.
Hey, look,
He's not-
I'd probably slightly favor. Hey, BT, you
Yeah.
got to agree with me on this one, man. If Price catches a Jagba, it's over for him, mate.
Oh my
But he's got to get him first, doesn't he? My God. He got knocked out by a Contipa.
Who was that one guy?
Do your fucking research, man. Seriously. Fucking hell. You know what you're talking about. Jesus.
No, I'm gonna agree with L Dog. I think if Price
Come on,
catches a Jagba with a right hand, I'm telling you right now, a Jagba's gonna be in some serious trouble.
What do you say?
Bro, I get it. David Price gets knocked out all the time, right? But a Jagba's defense is that poor, and his chin is that bad. I think if Price catches him,
it's no longer April Fool's, guys. April Fool has already passed.
Oh, God. Jesus. Right, you know what I mean? This is crazy. I watched David Price for 13 years.
Hey,
You know. Oh,
hey,
dear.
Battle Rock, who's your guy, man? Who's your guy, like the legit guy?
I don't really
Heavyweight.
have no guy at heavyweight. I just don't like a lot of them. But
Lightweight, featherweight, middleweight, welterweight.
I mean, I like at featherweight. I like Gary Russell if he hasn't moved up already. The lightweight, maybe Loma.
Okay.
I like those fighters as well, man. I like Gary Russell a lot, and I like Lomachenko a lot.
But Gary Russell hasn't fought. I mean, he's getting more active to me. I got to see him get up there. He wants to fight the big dogs right now, so I like to see him get in there with the big dogs in his division.
Yeah, man. Hey,
you know,
BT, what's up with Teofimo? This guy's backing out of the Lomachenko fight, demanding 55-45 now, and saying he's 160 plus pounds.
I just heard that too. Somebody,
are you serious?
Yeah. He's fat. He's getting fat.
Bro, I feel sorry for him because he injured his back and he couldn't train for like a month, so he's blowing up in weight.
Oh no! Don't tell me this bullshit.
Yeah, I was talking to you know Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff Port. I was like, Jeff. He was telling me, yeah, bro. Teofimo was 160. He's not staying in shape and all this stuff.
Is that because he got married?
No, no, it's not.
The wife got him all fat out.
It wasn't because he got married. I think it's because he got injured or something and he hasn't been training.
Oh my God! Come on, man. I got money on this guy.
You do?
No, but I want him to win. I want
I
want somebody to humble Lomachenko. I love Lomachenko. He's the best skilled boxer, in my opinion, in boxing today. But I lost a lot of respect for him too.
Lost respect for him.
What do you guys think?
Hey man, I think Lomachenko is gonna stop Teofimo late now. I think that weight cut is really gonna get to him. I think the thing about a weight cut, like for someone like Teofimo, I think he has to knock Lomachenko out. He has to set traps, catch Lomachenko coming in. That's a hard enough task. But if he's weight drained, his power isn't going to be there, and his punch resistance and stamina isn't going to be there. Loma he gradually step up in his pace. Like he starts off slow, but he steps it up and up and up. When you get to rounds 10, 11, 12, I think he's going to really put a beating on Teofimo, and I think it'll look like that Pedraza fight where Loma drops him a couple times, and this time I think it'll get stopped.
Honestly, Lomachenko is kind of at fault here because he should have just signed the papers to begin with Teofimo, but he didn't. He took a long time, and Teofimo, like, stuff happens when you take a long time, and this is what happened. So he's at fault too. I mean,
It was probably Lomachenko's plan in the first place.
What's that?
he was, but even Teofimo was saying that, hey, he's stalling out the fight. He wasn't signing the fight when he wanted to. He was kind of just doing his own thing.
I gotta give this man some credit. I remember when he said this. He said, "Last year I told y'all Loma would make Lopez wait for as long as he could, and he has."
Wow, that's crazy.
And then on top of that, now divine intervention has happened, and the coronavirus came.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Hey, man, so that weight cut's gonna kill him.
That's his fault as well. That's Lomachenko's fault as well, not just Teofimo's. Like, it's funny how people try to switch that up. Like it's all Teofimo's fault now. No, it's not his fault.
Hey, him asking for 55-45 is a bit much.
It's negotiations. You're always going to be in negotiation. Somebody want a little bit more money. You just tell them, hey, I can promise you this on the back end. Just try to be reasonable and not just be overbearing. People like to throw the highest numbers out there first so they can get a lower number if you want to negotiate.
You never get what you're worth. You only get what you negotiate.
Well, all the respect, I think as far as negotiation goes, I want Teofimo to win, but honestly, I think Loma's been the longest champion with the more belts, and I think that he should get a little bit more of the percentage of the money than Teo. And then if Teo beats his ass, then they can talk about it.
But Teo's he's allegedly from Brooklyn, New York, so he's gonna sell more tickets.
Jesus. I gotta say this, man. The one thing I respect about Canelo is when it came to the Cotto fight, he took less money because he knew if he won the fight, he's now the star. I think Teofimo got to be willing to do the same thing. Because he knows, look, Lomachenko is the established name right now. He's the guy who's been headlining cards for a while. This is Teofimo's opportunity to beat the established name and make himself that established name. So you got to take a little less.
Lomachenko's the A-side, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, man.
Wow. Yeah, I think he's going a little bit too far, even going that far. We're actually asking for 55-45. I think if anything, it should be 50-50, and whatever the pay-per-view is, split it in half, and that's it. At the end of the day, they're both going to win, you know?
Yeah, man. I think Lopez might be looking for a way out of this fight because I think he wanted it, but I think now his body just isn't going to make 135, and he knows if he tries to make it, it's going to be bad for him.
Yeah, be in big trouble.
Thinking like, oh shit. Like, I think he's him and his father have talked himself into it so much where they're like, fuck, we kind of have to just take it anyway now.
Yeah. And what do you guys?
If his body can't make the weight, though, I'd rather him just move to 140.
Yeah, but that looks bad for him, man, because he was calling out.
Yeah, they're gonna say he ducked Lomachenko. But then, honestly, if he did that, Lomachenko will be able to go to 130. He wouldn't have to be at 135 anymore because I know Lomachenko doesn't even want to be at 135 anymore. He wants to be at 130.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Mayweather being a trainer?
You go first, L-Dog.
I mean, look, the guy was a good boxer, technically sound and whatever, but I think the problem I've always had with the Mayweather family and their training is they take a one-size-fits-all approach. Every fighter they've tried to train, they've tried to make them into the shoulder roll. But look, you got to work to a guy's strengths mostly. Like, you can't change someone's style. You can add to it and refine it, but I think for a lot of guys, like, if he just tries to teach them the shoulder roll, it's going to fail miserably.
You guys actually...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nathan. What do you think?
I think it's a good move, and I'm interested to see how it turns out. I mean, I don't think great fighters make great trainers. Myself, no. Look at Freddie Roach. You know, wasn't a great fighter.
Freddie Roach wasn't a great fighter.
No, that's what I said. He wasn't a great fighter, but he was a great coach.
Yeah. Well, Pernell Whitaker
I
was
mean,
the Hall of
the
Fame.
only exception you could probably say is Georgie Benton.
Yeah, what about Roger Mayweather? He was a good fighter, man.
Yeah, that was a good
No,
example.
he
Buddy
was very
McGirt.
Yeah, he was a good trainer too. We have to remember he was a really good trainer. You probably say great. He just hasn't trained as many. But he still did a very good job with Mayweather.
But what I'm saying is, Mayweather. I think that life humbled him into a point where he lost his uncle, and his daughter's wild. And what was that thing? And I think a lot of it. I'm saying like he's trying to do something right for the sport and get back to the sport and train people. You don't. From looking at his, I don't know if you guys seen his recent video or gone to Brandon's YouTube channel, checked out the video that he had. I like what I see from Mayweather, to be honest with you, as far as teaching the jab to his nephew.
What about people who say like Smarty Jones says it's a more PR spin. It's PR move. I think it's PR move.
It might be because I mean, people always like to see people give back, and honestly, I don't. It's going to be like a non-profit type thing going on. He would be the richest trainer ever. So who the heck could pay? Who the heck could pay Mayweather? Like the only thing I think he would train is like youth coming in off the street on the gym, like probably kids that run around in Vegas, and he's like, "Hey, come to my gym, I'll train you."
Yeah, but just the fact that he's even trying to do that after his uncle passed away and giving back to boxing, I mean, he goes on Instagram every day with his $100 bill, Ben Franklin. So I don't think it's a PR move. I personally think that he's trying to take it to heart that his uncle passed away and he wants to have that legacy alive, and he wants to be the one to teach other fighters how to be great like him.
I think him training fighters, it's just his way of coping with all the ridiculous things that have been happening to him lately, like with his baby mom dying, and then Roger, and then his daughter has been acting crazy with NBA Youngboy, the rapper.
Yeah, see, I told my brother, he didn't believe me. He was like, "You heard they was gonna give her 99 years." I'm like, "It's very unlikely they're gonna do that," and he didn't believe me. I was like, "It's very unlikely they're gonna give her 99 years."
Jeez.
I heard about it. Do you guys think that if Mayweather does, do you think he'll try and take the spotlight away from his fighter like he did with Gervonta Davis?
Yes.
More than likely.
I don't know. I don't think he would do it if it's like if it's somebody that he builds from the ground up. I actually think it would be a lot different than it would be if it was Tank, because when he deals with Tank, it's from like a business standpoint. Tank is his fighter that he has under his promotional banner, but he wasn't in the gym when Tank was 12, 13, 14. So if it's like his son, or if it's like his nephew, or just some random kid that he trains from the ground up from the streets, then I think it would be a different dynamic than with Tank.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
Because I think Mayweather, from a PR point of view, he doesn't really need all that to do that. He's done everything else that he could do, and he's constantly.
Well, he doesn't need to flash his money either, but he's been doing that for a while too. So.
No, what I'm getting at, I don't think that this is a PR move as far as what he's doing in the ring and trying to teach people. I think he's trying to, say to his uncle, thank you for what you taught me. Whatever you taught me, I want to teach it to somebody else. I don't think it's a PR move. And I think it's more, if he's got his family involved in it, I think it's more of him living the legacy of his, legacy of his uncle. I don't think it's that. I mean, he's got money to get all the PR. He can do whatever he wants to buy the PR, the promotionals, whatever he wants. I just think that that's what he wants to do from his heart. Whether I'm right or wrong, I don't know. But that's what I feel.
I mean, he definitely has the skills. I mean, he has the knowledge too. I think. He would need to know how to apply his logic to applying to different fighters, because it's ridiculous. Like I'd say how the fighters that the gym fight, they all fight the same. Like he made a good point that a lot of them do fight the same.
Andrew Tabiti.
I mean, Andrew Tabiti, in my opinion, actually had skills. I mean, he just got in there with a guy who was actually pretty good, which is with Dorticos.
Yeah,
he was actually pretty good in my opinion. I don't think he fought behind his shoulder as much as people, try to say, oh, he's a Mayweather. Like he actually put his hands up, but he he got caught, and that was the end of it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought I watched Andrew Tabiti when he was a prospect, and he fought like Keith Tapia on Showbox, and I never really thought he was that skillful a fighter. I mean, he looks great on the pads, but like even if you go back to some of his fights as a prospect, these guys would crowd him, and his first instinct is to immediately tie somebody up. He never had any sort of inside boxing ability, and I don't know. I was never really sold on Andrew Tabiti. It was only a matter of time.
I mean, I think people more than likely would just they turned off from him with what was it, the Cunningham fight? There was just so much holding, and he was just like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did fight Steve. I forgot that he fought Steve Cunningham.
Yeah, and then it was like I think that's when people kind of got turned off because the fight was just so messy. But for the most part, he was just knocking people out.
The Turcos, what's his name?
Torticos, yeah.
Torticos knocked the shit out of him?
Yeah.
That was knockout, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a knockout.
Knockout of the year candidate.
And let me tell you, I like Floyd Mayweather Senior. I like him as a trainer, but I don't know what happened. I like Tabiti, but after that, I don't know what to think of him anymore.
I mean, I think he can still come back. He has the skills. I mean, but we have to just he had to find out how to come back from in a good way. I think he has, good height, good decent range. So he actually knows how to use his jab actually really well. So I think he can come back. He just has to know how to apply it. Yeah,
that's true. I mean, you live and learn. So I mean, getting it knocked out the way he did actually will wake him up and realize that it's not all about having muscle, and it's more about technique and how you go about it.
Yeah, that's what matters. That's what counts.
By the Ruffles, who's your favorite fighter though? Do you have a favorite fighter by the Ruffles?
Oh, my favorite fighter, like in boxing right now?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if I have one. I mean, I'm trying to think. Maybe it's Miguel Burchett or Nai Nui, but or Crawford. Wow. But it's hard to pick between. Those are my favorite.
And Crawford's getting
my favorite fighter is Kell Brook.
You can't be serious.
I was giving Nathan a hard time because Nathan always says I'm a Kell Brook fanboy.
Does he?
Yeah. Because Nathan always goes every time I say anything positive about Kell Brook, Nathan's like, I try to tell you about Kell Brook. That's why I say Kell Brook.
What do you think about what do you think about Kell? Speaking about what do you think about Kell Brook's future? What do you think? How far is he going to go? Is he going to retire after this fight? Is he going to keep fighting or what?
Are you asking about if you're asking about or Ruffles? Yeah, you're asking him.
Yeah, we're asking both of you, but yeah.
I don't really see him doing anything. I mean, it's bad enough that you got beat, you got knocked out, you got your orbital bone broke, but to come back, go back to England and then get your other eye broke. I mean, I don't really know what can you do after that. Like, you have to have a lot of determination. Basically, he's a Terminator now because he got 2 busted up eyes and a stab on his leg.
So you're basically saying his career is practically over. That's what you're basically telling me.
I mean, I think so. I mean, how is he else going to prove? A lot of times you can't teach old dogs new tricks.
Well, Nathan, what do you think?
I think he needs to retire very soon. I don't think he's got a lot left. I think Liam Smith will beat him based on how much he's deteriorated since the injuries and stuff. Yeah. But the old Kell Brook would beat Liam Smith easily, but not this version.
I don't know about that. Liam Smith is pretty talented. I think I'd give that Liam Smith.
He's a very good player.
Yeah, I think I'd give that to Liam Smith regardless because he was actually really skilled. I mean, he was actually given. Okay, I mean, yeah, he got knocked out pretty bad, but he was actually giving Canelo a good run for his money. But I mean,
he's never gotten the credit he deserves, Liam Smith, ever.
I mean, he's kind of. I mean, I think people just kind of wouldn't take him serious because of some of the injuries he had, like the legs and stuff like that. But and he's a Smith brother, so I mean.
Oh yeah, the Smith brothers are like the least hyped up family in boxing. I'm not really big on the Smith brothers because Paul is whatever. Caleb is a hype job. Liam is probably the only respectable like Smith brother at the top level.
Yeah, they all look like old men though. It's weird.
Paul Smith was the least talented out of all of them.
Yes, yeah. Paul Smith got knocked out by Andre Ward.
Yeah, like I remember when Paul Smith fought Andre Ward on BET in America. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, you remember that?
Yeah, you're talking about it was the Rock Nation promotion.
Yeah, Rock Nation had Paul Smith Andre Ward fighting on BET. Oh, that was unprecedented. I need to do a video about that. That's video.
Oh man.
This is a good question. Rocky could not hold my jockstrap. Couldn't carry my jockstrap. Says
Larry Holmes.
It's a great name. Who does Main Event have? Who does Golden Boy have? Who does DeBella have? Salida has Clarissa Shields. Main Event Boxing Talk or main event. Not Boxing Talk. Main Event Promotions. Kathy Duva.
Yeah.
She had what? Kovalev. I think she had Kovalev.
Still got Kovalev.
She has. Look, they have Evander Holyfield's son, Evan. He's going to be a good fighter in the future. Golden Boy has what? Virgil Ortiz.
That's it.
They got Virgil Ortiz, Sinisa Estrada. DeBella Entertainment has Sergey Derevyanchenko, Emmanuel Tago, and a couple of other fighters. So there's your answer, Rocky.
I mean, Fury has accomplished everything that he could possibly accomplish in boxing. How much further do you think he's still going?
He has one undisputed.
He will beat the shit out of who's got next
Anthony
fight?
Joshua.
Anthony Joshua. Then after that.
Wait, you hold on. You think he'd be Anthony Joshua?
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua has a better resume. He's probably more guys in the top 10. I'm messing with you.
Yeah. I give a damn what the resume say or the recipe say. I think, how much further do you think Fury got before he retires?
Probably 3 or 4 more fights left.
Wow. Who would you guys like to see him fight before he retires? Anybody in particular?
Definitely AJ.
I don't know. He's in a really bad spot right now with this cheating stuff. I mean, it's really.
Do you think he cheated?
I don't know. I mean, it looks very suspicious from the video, but it's just a lot of stuff coming out about him, and it's gonna be hard to like really rate him against these fighters if it turns out to be true.
Wow.
Tyson Fury's not a cheat. He's not a cheat. I'm not having that. No.
Yeah, I personally don't think he's cheap. I mean, all kinds of stuff coming out there, a lot of theories coming out there. We just have to be open-minded. But I think at the end of the day, I just think he's always been an underdog, and people always don't expect him to do what he does, and he always overcomes one way or another.
He always tells you what he's going to do in the big fights before he actually does it.
Yeah, so, watching. Where do you consider Frank Bruno as one of the British boxers as far as top heavyweights? Where you got him at? Fury?
That's a good question.
Fury's way above Frank Bruno. Frank Bruno's way below in the top of the champions we've had. I put him below David Haye. Frank Bruno.
Wow, are you serious?
Yeah, because David Haye, at least he won it in one attempt. I know he beat a big bum. But the era that Bruno was in was a tough era, wasn't it? It was a tougher era.
Right.
Very tough.
Much tougher era.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you say you just say you put him below David Haye?
Yeah, because David Haye won the title first time of doing it, and
it took
based on that. Yeah, and it took him 4 times to win it. So I'm basing it on the fact how quickly he won the title, from when he went up to cruiserweight. Within 2 fights of giving up his belt, he won the cruiserweight belt, didn't he? He won the heavyweight belt after he beat Monty Barrett.
Who you consider the best heavyweight in British boxing?
Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis. In heavyweight boxing. No. Lennox Lewis.
Wow.
Lennox Lewis, and then probably and then Tyson Fury second.
Wow.
What would Fury have to do?
Joshua.
What would Fury have? Could Tyson Fury ever pass Lennox Lewis on your list? And what would he have to do to be rated the #1 British heavyweight of all time?
To do that, he'd have to beat Joshua, and then I'd put him above Lennox Lewis based on that.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
But Lennox Lewis has got dual citizenship, so he's actually Canadian and British. So I mean, is he really a true British British fighter?
Yeah, he was born in England, yeah, and then he moved to Canada when he was 7.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that part. That's facts. Okay. Wow.
yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Over Frank Bruno. Frank Bruno's a beast.
You like Frank Bruno?
I like Frank Bruno in my time, in my era. Frank Bruno looked a beast to me. Not after last night when Tyson tore his ass up.
Yeah, we were watching Mike Tyson versus Frank Bruno 1 last night.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He hurt Tyson, didn't he, in the 3rd or 4th round?
Yeah, he did. And what do you guys think about
It's just Nathan now.
Yeah, no, Nathan. Yeah. Eddie Hearn's dad had a heart attack or something.
I think it's very, very sad. Very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, what that happened recently?
Yeah.
Like today?
Like, no, a couple days
2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, I thought you heard about it.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, so that kind of, I was shocked about that. So you have, wow, I can't believe he got Fury second over Lennox Lewis.
No, behind
Lennox Lewis top, and then Fury second, and then Joshua third.
And then
Joshua third. And then David, and then Frank Bruno, David A fourth, and then Frank Bruno fifth, and then sixth, Henry Cooper.
Okay.
Oh, Henry Cooper.
That's what I'm telling you, the white Henry Cooper.
Henry Cooper, he fought Ali.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Who do you like between the two promoters, Frank Warren or Eddie Hearns?
I prefer Eddie Hearn.
Why Eddie Hearn?
Because he's got a young, fresh, dynamic view of promoting. You know, he brings it across. He's more sort of fan friendly, whereas Frank Warren isn't so good, isn't so friendly. You know.
Yeah.
And he's got a reputation. Eddie Hearn's more fair. You know, he puts on good cards and stuff. He does put on too many pay-per-views though.
Who Warren or
Eddie Hearn?
Eddie Hearn, yeah. The pay-per-views over there are they're cheap as hell. I'm like,
they are, but that nonsense. You remember the nonsense with Derek Chisora and Josh Taylor and all that lot? Who was the main event?
Oh yeah, they had Prograis and Taylor over the Chisora.
Yeah.
But honestly, you can't compare the outcome though, because it was one of the fight of the year candidates, so they were justified the decision.
Can you name like an upcoming English fighter that's going to be good in the future?
Well, anyway, God.
Anyway,
Willie Hutchinson, a guy called Willie Hutchinson, fights at light heavyweight.
Oh wow!
I've heard his name, but I haven't really looked into him. What's his background?
He's Scottish. He's a former amateur world champion. You know, he's been pro for about 2 years.
Yeah.
But you know, he's fairly decent. And who else coming up? God.
Do you like Josh Warren?
Sorry? Yeah. Do I like Josh Warrington? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very good fighter, Josh Warrington. What did you say, sorry?
Are you talking about Hutchinson from New York, Brennan?
No, Willie Hutchinson is a British fighter.
The British fighter. Oh, Nathan, for some reason you're echoing. I don't know why, but you're echoing.
Oh, I'm going up into a different room. I'm going up a flight of stairs. I'm just going into a room now. So give me 2 seconds.
I'm trying to voice of God right now.
Yeah.
I can hear you properly now because I'm in a proper room there.
Okay. But so you have Willie Hutchinson, but who else is there? I mean, I know
you take Josh Warrington.
You had Savannah. I hear a lot about Savannah Marshall, that one female boxer. I don't know if you watched.
Oh yeah, she's very good. She's very good. And then we've got another female boxer. I can't remember her name. Chantel Cameron.
Oh yeah, she's good.
Who?
Chantel Cameron.
Because before that was Nicole Adams, right?
Nicole Adams, yeah. She was good, but she was retired.
Yeah, she had an injury or something.
The black lesbian, that's what Ty and Booth called her.
Yeah. Wow.
That's messed up.
What do you think about Lee Selby? I like Lee Selby.
I think he's a very decent fighter. but he's fighting at the wrong way.
Oh yeah.
He was super. He's now fighting at lightweight, isn't he? I believe he's fighting at lightweight now, and then he was fighting at super feather, or super lightweight even. I think he might have been fighting in his last fight. He needs to step, to go to stay at lightweight, but not go any higher than that.
How about Cedar Edwards?
Who?
Edwards.
Charlie Edwards?
Yeah, Charlie Edwards.
Yeah, Charlie Edwards.
Charlie Edwards is a decent fighter as well. He's the one that won the world title, isn't he? The one that vacated the world title. Yeah.
He fought Martinez, and he has that big rivalry with Cal Yafai.
I think he should fight Yafai next. That would be a good fight.
Yeah, Cal's moving up though. I just talked to him today. He's moving up.
Why is he moving up? Is he weight drained? Cal Yafai.
He cannot make the weight. Like when I saw him in Dallas, it was crazy, man. Like when I saw him the day of the weigh-in, I was like, "Yo, where did Cal Yafai go?" Like he was so his face was so sunken in.
Seriously?
Yeah, if you would have saw it, was you never seen him when I went to when I was in England. But when I was in England and I saw him, I was like, "Wow, Cal's big." And then when I saw him on the day of the fight, on the weigh-in, I'm like, "Oh my god, this is." I knew he was like there was problems making weight.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's gonna move. I don't know if he's gonna move up to 118 or where he'll be, but he's definitely moving up. But I would love to see him fight Charlie Edwards.
I think he would win that. He'd beat Charlie Edwards. I think he's more experienced. Obviously, when he fought Chocolita, that was a massive step up. That's a massive ass.
I mean, and the last 3 fights before that, he didn't look too good. Like Israel Gonzalez, Norberto Jimenez. Who else? I think Carmona.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was.
I think that loss will make him a better fighter. I think he'll learn from that defeat.
I think so too. I think he's handled it the right way. Like he hasn't really talked about any excuses. Like he didn't make no excuses after the fight.
I gotta expect that.
Which I really appreciated that the fact that he made any excuses because it was the week right after the Wilder fight.
Yeah.
It was the week right after the Wilder fight, so I like how he handled it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean that then I would tell my son that I actually like the boxing government body in the UK than I like the American one. I don't know why. Just like yeah, I do. I like the way they do things over there. I don't know if you know about
British border control.
The British boxing border control.
Yeah, I like that bet. I don't know why I like it better, but I just think it's a lot better than the one over here in the US. They don't have a lot of bullshit over there, a lot of misconceptions over there, do they?
No, we don't have as much stuff like. I mean, a lot of the stuff we have there, our border control over here, they're pretty good.
Yeah, it's also a lot smaller. Like
what do you mean?
Like in the UK, the border control that governs the whole country.
Right.
As to where in America you have 50 states and 50 different commissioners with 50 different sets of rules.
Yeah.
So what you can get away with in Florida, maybe you can't get away with in
New York,
Nevada.
Yeah.
What you can get away with in Nevada, you can't necessarily get away with in New York.
Right.
So there's too many.
Yeah.
There's not really like one size fits all sort of like regulation in boxing.
Yeah. That's
the only time the British board get it wrong is when they send Latvian fighters, Eastern European fighters who look like they've come out of a McDonald's. Some of the mismatches, how these guys get licenses, I'll never know.
Yeah, I was watching a documentary about journeymen in the UK.
Oh yeah.
And you see some of those guys in the UK, like the Latvians and the Austrians, and
it's crazy.
It's absolutely crazy.
Wow. I'll tell you one thing I don't like about the UK. It's always cold over there, man.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, always rains.
You don't even know cold.
Tell me it's cold. I know, but I hate the cold. So I mean, you guys adapt. I guess
whatever you think cold is, you don't know what cold is.
Yeah.
You don't know what cold is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a whole new definition of cold.
Yeah, my son was telling me, I was watching his videos when he's going to some of the gyms in the UK. I was like, oh my god. So
what's up?
Yo.
How you doing, man?
What up, man? Talking that boxing with y'all. What's going on with it?
I can't complain, man. I think that when you're going to the computers, you might need to put headphones in. I hear myself echoing when I talk to you.
Yeah, what were you talking about the UK fighters over there? So how the weather is.
UK fighters.
Huh?
I like the UK fighters. I don't understand like why you have some people from America that's act like there's nothing going on in the UK. Like that's the dumbest thing to me.
Yeah, I was just giving credit to the UK boxing commission. I feel like they're set up than we do over here.
Yeah, they do a lot more than we do over here, and they have it more organized, and they like actually care over there.
Yeah.
You know what they remind me of? The UK right now reminds me of how it was when Don King was running it.
Whoa! Oh, wow!
Yeah, because I mean they're making all the good fights all the time. They're actually on TV shows. Like you don't see that over here anymore in America. Like our boxers just like disappear when they're not boxing.
I feel like a big problem too in America was after 1996 they stopped televising the Olympic trials and the Olympic trials. So the young amateur stars in America after 96 they weren't getting exposure as amateurs, and it hurt them as pro.
Yeah, but another thing is even when I think like with the last probably Olympic like guy that they had with Andre Ward, like they didn't even like give him the respect that he like really needed and everything. They were just like, oh yeah, we have him, and just throw him to the side. Like no one like really like he wasn't on like TV shows or like really doing anything.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I like about
over here is weird.
I like Andre being a commentator. He's great at that.
Man, Andre is a great commentator. That's why when you get the LDBC, they're always sitting over here like, man, he hates on black people. He does. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, mate, you should have listened to the show the other night. You should have listened to the show the other night. The LDBC guys.
Were you here the other night when we had Raekwon Bell on here?
No, I listened to it though. That guy was crazy.
Definitely. I can do a good impression of him.
What are you gonna do? Scream?
Oh, us blacks, we're in chains for 100 years, man. It's not fair. That's what he sounded like.
He was a lot more angry.
It was so weird.
He was a lot more angry. He was like
can you invite him back on so we can take the piss out of him? It'd be fun to take the piss out of him.
Yeah, people like, why do you troll because it's too easy.
Yo, that guy had 4 on his pound for pound. He said Charlo brothers.
What I like was when the guy asked him, you know what Jack King is? He said, yeah, I know who Jack King is. Who's Jack King? Well, I don't know.
Mark, what's up?
Yo, it's a Fight News. Just letting you know, bro. You have like this horrible echo. If you have headphones, can you put them in?
Yes, please.
Let me go. Hold on. Let me go grab some real quick. I'll be right back.
What's up, Mark?
Not much, man.
Yeah, we're talking about that Raekwon Bell. Raekwon Bell, your boy.
Oh, Ray Queen.
Ray Queen.
Yeah.
Ray Queen.
Yo, that guy's got some issues, man. He's got that fat ass look and everything. You can tell he's miserable.
I man, Julius made a video about him. Shout out to Julius.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know. There you go, man.
So what fight you guys want to see when this is all over?
The new A Casemiro.
That's
man, yeah.
Noe Casemiro's the one.
That's a big fight right now? Everybody wants?
I mean, I don't know. Everybody.
That was signed. It was signed, man. It was a signed fight, you know?
I was supposed to be there. I was supposed to freaking be there. Wow. I was going to be at that
You were
fight.
going to Vegas, Brendan?
I was gonna, yeah, bro. I was going to go to Vegas for that fight, yeah.
Did you get approved media credentials and shit?
I applied for them. If I didn't get it approved, I was going to buy a ticket. I bought my plane ticket and whatnot and everything. So I had somewhere. I have a couple friends in Vegas. I was gonna stay with my friends, and I was pretty confident I was gonna get in too. But the coronavirus happened.
Yeah.
You guys want to see the Fury and Wilder rematch or what? What's up with that?
I don't really care,
work?
man. He's just gonna fuck him up. Hold on, let me hear. Boom, 1 2 test 1 2. Yeah, you good.
This work? Okay, cool. I mean, I keep look. I'm going to everyone's channel, and everyone's over here just like, yeah, man. Now we're so confident that Fury's going. I'm not very. I understand because I've been watching boxing since the '80s. Anything can. I would much rather them just go into the undisputed fight and say fuck Wilder if they can. Like I don't want them to do that again.
Right. I get you, but can I speak a little bit on, like, I know nearly anything can happen in the heavyweight division, right? It can nearly happen in boxing, period. At one punch, right? But here's my thing, right? You've been watching since the 80s. I've been watching a long time myself, not as long, but quite a while. If you take a look at like Wilder and Fury, that second fight, that was very one-sided, right? It was very, very one-sided. And I think we can all agree that Fury is much more of an educated boxer than Deontay Wilder, right?
Definitely.
Yes.
And the one claim Wilder has made is that he only needs to be perfect for 1 second. But he has landed clean on Fury, and he hasn't been able to put him down. If he only needs 1 second in one fight, how come he's had 1.5 fights and he couldn't knock him out? That's the first part. The second part that bothers me about the whole thing is that Tyson Fury, he's been in gym since he was a kid, watching his dad get ready for Henry Ackam. One day he's studying. If you're watching that fight, he understands the distance of Wilder. Wilder hasn't learned how to box Fury. Fury's been learning and studying him. So he's now even more prepared for Wilder. So the biggest thing here is for Wilder is if he got one-sidedly beat so badly, how much harder does that third fight become?
Yeah.
But you know what the thing is? Let me tell you what I hate about this whole situation. And I hate to say it because I'm not a Deontay Wilder fan. But that motherfucker did not look right when he came to that ring and he took off that helmet. When he took off that helmet, something did not. When I was first watching the fight live, I was like, something don't look right about him. So I was like, he looks off. And then the way he kept like rolling his eyes and like leaning back, shit. When usually if you watch any Deontay Wilder fight, that motherfucker looks mad when he gets into the ring. He looks pissed. But this time he looked like tired.
Okay, but I want you to have a look at the press conferences. I want you to look at the first press conference and the second press conference. Wilder looked a lot different mentally. I think maybe he didn't.
He did. Yes, he did. He did. He looked so mental. It's definitely mental. You got it right on the head. When they were sitting there, when they were sitting in the chairs, and they were like, not when the guy was interviewing them on ESPN, but when they had the PBC interview and that girl was interviewing them, and Wilder just looked very off. Wasn't that her name? Heidi Ansel. Yeah, Heidi. Yeah. Didn't Wilder just seem off?
Yeah.
He was just like sitting there, like staring down the whole time. Like he just didn't. I was like, that doesn't seem like the same Wilder for some reason.
I'll be honest with you. I think I know Wilder's fought the MGM Grand before, but when you get a big heavyweight fight at the MGM Grand, it's one of those places where it's going to really reveal if you can handle big time boxing or not. I don't think Wilder is mentally built to handle big time boxing. That's my opinion.
Do you think the same thing happened to what's called the AJ when he? Because I think like this is what I thought when I saw AJ come out in front of the I got two things to where I think happened to AJ. One, I think it was a big mistake that he trained in Miami and then flew up to New York like right before the fight, because New York. I mean, people not from America, they probably don't know that that Miami and New York, that's like. They're in the same time zone, but it's like a whole other atmosphere that you're not. It's not like an island.
When you go to Miami, and I live in Miami, so I can tell you, like when you go outside, the air in Miami, it's like you're breathing in water. It's very humid.
Yeah, it's completely different than New York. So that's the first thing I thought might have been wrong with Anthony Joshua. But then the second thing I was thinking is like, did him walking into that arena on MSG, did that like mentally drain him to be that close to all those people? Because it seemed like the people were on top of him.
Yes.
Yo, Fight News, do you have a channel?
Yes, but I haven't uploaded anything on it in a long ass time.
So what's your channel?
Fight News. It's called Fight News.
Oh, okay.
But I was gonna say like the thing is like in America, right? Like I feel like places like the Garden, and the MGM Grand in particular, those two places are gonna really reveal how much a fighter can handle big time boxing.
100%, 100%. It's something about the energy in those arenas.
Because think about it, right? Think about it.
Is it Rocky couldn't carry my jockstrap? Hashtag Fight News.
That is that's the what's called. That's the one. But it used to be it had Chung Lee, and it had it said you break my record, now I break you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what you probably used to see. I switch it like probably like 2 or 3 months, but that's what it used to be.
I like this one the most. I like Larry Holmes. Like I'll be Larry Holmes.
Yeah.
That's a great picture of Larry, though. It's a great picture.
Guys, whenever I hear American fans talk about Wilder, it's like you guys want to make excuses for him. He got his ass handed to him.
No. What's the BT? Anyone will tell you this. I've been saying for the longest time that Wilder was a damn hype job. I've been telling everyone that. I told everyone that power is that power is not real, because first of all, the whole one-handed right hand thing that didn't come around until the Ortiz shit. At first, it was Wilder he wasn't known as a one-punch guy. He was known as the windmill guy, a wild puncher. He wasn't known as just one punch and he knocks you out. He was never known as that.
I think his hype with his power, it really started around the Severn rematch. That's when it really like that's
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Listen, I was there that night, and even I was like, yo, this is incredible. it was incredible like to be at that fight, even though it was like a mismatch.
Now, I want to comment on this. So, Nate, you say the whole thing about like excuses, right? So let me say this, right? So what he said was that Wilder didn't look right, and to be honest, mate, he didn't. Right? That's not making an excuse. He's not.
That's not making any excuses. Because let me tell you something. I think he would have lost anyway.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. The whole point of boxing, right, isn't just about what happens in the ring. It's everything that leads up to it. Now,
exactly.
Now, Nathan, I'm going to ask you a question. Round 12, Fury Wilder, the first fight. I was there, right? Right? Fury gets dropped in that 12th round, right? You're like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. Everyone's like, oh, no. Fury gets up and Wilder's body language sinks, and he's like,
yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah. He shouldn't have gotten up
moment. That's the moment. Fury coming off of the couch. Fury coming back off of that long layoff. He hasn't fought anybody, and Wilder couldn't beat him. He sunk. At that moment, right there, he knew he couldn't beat that man. So in the second fight, his body language is different. His mentality is different. The way he feels is different because he believed in his power, and his power couldn't do it.
Hey, what do you think about him having so many those fights back to back like that?
What do you mean? What fights?
The fight again. Who did he fight again? He fought.
Are you talking about
who did he fight? Brazil. He fought Brazil, and then he fought Ortiz like back to back. I was thinking in my mind, I was like, why are you fighting in February? And why are you fighting so close together? You've never done this before.
It was because of the mandatory situation, and then like with the Luis Ortiz one, he needed to fit a fight in. I think that was more maybe. Just hear me out on this. Maybe, like I said, mentality. He didn't think he could win, right? So he tried to get as much money as he possibly could before he lost.
You think so?
It's highly possible. Think about it. Let's say he doesn't think he can win, right? Because his mentality would show that. He didn't go in there with the way of the type of guy he thought he was going to be, Fury.
He didn't. He looked so much different.
So if that was his mentality, why wouldn't he be fighting Brazil, get the mandatory, fight a rematch with Ortiz on a pay-per-view, and then fight Fury, and then cash out on the third fight in the rematch?
That is what's called. We're gonna put that up on the shelf. We're definitely gonna put that up on the shelf because that's another. You just got me thinking about that because his aura was not the same as it always. Like I'm telling you, I watched a lot of boxing. I watched this idiot so many times. As soon as he got those braids, he just seemed so much. But he was still like, you know, he still looked angry. He still looked like ferocious. But after that, that Ortiz, he just didn't seem like the same.
Yeah.
And you know what? Another thing. With the first Ortiz fight, if you ever notice, like with his fights, with the first Stavern fight, Wilder did very, very good behind the jab and.
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah,
when he also though,
just shelled up and walked forward the whole fight.
But the other thing about the Ortiz fight is, don't forget, Ortiz beat the shit out of him. I think it was in the 8th round. It was in the 8th round in the first fight. He had him out. In most other places, they would have stopped that fight because Wilder didn't throw a punch back for like 40 punches.
Yeah, like, and he's lucky Ortiz doesn't know what a body punch is, or he would have been in some big trouble.
Oh, absolutely. And then he got the extra time, etc. You know,
yes,
it's just one of those things.
And then he got the Showtime. The commentary kicked off.
Yeah. Do you remember when he fought Brazil before the Brazil fight? They were like, "Yeah, Showtime, we got a big announcement." They made all this drama over announcing the Brazil fight.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I remember I actually went live for that because I was like, let me see what they're gonna say today about this damn announcement, and then it's just Brazil and wow. I'm like, oh my god, they got mad at that.
I had a feeling that was gonna happen, but at the same time, I was like, maybe they're gonna give us something a little bit better, but they didn't. They just were just like, yeah, Brazil. And if you remember, he had already told the Boxing Voice like months before he fought Brazil that he was gonna rematch Ortiz. And we were all like, why were you rematching Ortiz? We don't want to see that again.
We want to see Wilder bless Ortiz with another opportunity.
Man, I mean, I guess. But let me tell you my theory Ortiz thing. The Ortiz thing, it irks me because we will never know how good Ortiz really is. We'll never really, all his fans, all the LDBC and all their little fans and all the little fanboys, they'll always be able to be like, oh yeah, Ortiz the best. But we've only seen him against Wilder. We've only seen him lose against Wilder. Oh, Brian Jennings ain't shit. Brian Jennings is, that's not a good litmus test. That's not a good litmus test on the championship level though.
I mean, Brian Jennings went the distance with Vlad.
He went the distance with a very timid Vlad.
Brian Jennings was piecing up Joy. He had no power because he's a vegan.
For me, Klitschko's best performance was against what's called Joshua, and I've been watching him for so long. That was the one time I seen Vlad bite down. Even in the Samuel Peter fight, when he got hit, like he was just falling down, like from like glancing blows and stuff.
I get that, but I still disagree. I don't think that's Vladimir Klitschko's best performance.
Which one do you like the best?
The Kubrat Pulev one where he fucking threw flying left hooks.
That is, hey, look,
air and shit.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that was good. He looked like Roy Jones that night.
He was like a 6'6" Serbian Roy Jones in there, man. That was hilarious.
He was leading with the left hook.
What about when he beat Chris Bird? You know, he destroyed Chris Bird.
How about Calvin Brock?
Oh God, yeah.
Nah, because Pulev had beat the shit out of Calvin Brook.
Pulev? Yeah. Oh, Klitschko fought Pulev?
Yeah. That was Klitschko's best performance for me. I mean,
that was. I'll take it back. That was. Well, you know what I mean by that. What's called by the Joshua performance, because with the Pulev one, Pulev did hit him a few times, but it didn't really rattle Vlad. Like Joshua, that was the first time I'd ever seen Vlad get rattled, knocked down, and get back up hungry. Like usually when he got knocked back down, he got back up and you could see it in his eyes, like he just wasn't in it anymore.
No, I completely agree. Gents, I gotta go. Unfortunately, I was looking to talk, but unfortunately, I gotta go. Take care, boys. Have a good one.
All right, man.
All right, take care. Yeah, that was Mark on Rival Boxing Talk. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Mark, man. We're trying to get Mark to like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5,000 subscribers, 10,000, whatever. Go subscribe to Mark.
I'll definitely go check them out.
Yeah, and subscribe to Fight News. I mean, is that what your channel name is on there? I'm gonna subscribe to you right now while I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna start I'm gonna start loading stuff on there again.
Yeah, load stuff on there again.
Because I've got a whole bunch of stuff I've been writing and stuff, and I just haven't been loading them because I've been working and stuff. But now is like the perfect time since everyone's out of work and everything.
Quarantine thing. I mean, for me personally, this quarantine is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Because now I can really zero in and just do all the videos that are harder to do when boxing's actually going on.
Yeah, because it's kind of hard to like move around with like what's called be like doing the boxing stuff and be be working and be watching boxing at the same time.
Very difficult, man. Extremely difficult. Nathan, did you get your channel back up yet? I know you.
Sorry, what, mate?
Did you ever get your channel back up? Like, did you ever like?
I've got my channel back up. Yeah, I'll send a link to you, and then people can subscribe. Would you guys want to do a podcast sometime at all?
Of course.
Okay. I do it occasionally. Sometimes, I mean, the odd podcast. Brendan's been on before, and it'd be nice to have you on as well. I've got a group of other people that I have on as well, who are more knowledgeable about boxing than I am.
It's always good to be talking with people that are not, I hate debating on YouTube because you usually just run into people that are either way far left or way far right, and they're just like, you're like, whoa, that didn't make any sense at all.
Look, I don't know as much as you two guys. I know a little bit, but I don't know. I haven't got the knowledge you guys have got. So I learn off people like you two. Did you know what I mean? So
I like that. That's why I like talking to guys like the guy Mark that was on here. Like he's like a historian. Like he names fighters I never heard of, like from the 20s and the 30s. Like who the hell is that guy?
You know what? I don't go past the 70s. I wish I did, but I know about some of the stuff, but I really don't go past the 70s because the videos like kind of like glary and like glitchy and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, listen. For me, I watch all kinds of boxing, so I might know a fighter or two from the 60s, and 50s, and the 40s, but I'm not gonna be able to sit there and talk about who are the top 10 contenders at lightweight in 19. I can't do that. But Mark's one of those guys. Mark's one of those guys. Mark will literally sit there, the guys from the 1910s, and he can tell you the whole light heavyweight division of the 1910s. I'm like, okay.
Hey, how do you feel about like when people compare like our generation to the older generation, because it seems like it was so much different?
It's so much. First of all, it's not fair to do to either era, because fighters now have with the advancements in nutrition and fitness. Even though I think fighters back then, fighters back like in the 90s, the 80s, and 70s, I think they were better in my opinion. But it's not fair because the climate of how you train is different now. The structure of boxing is different. There's not, back then there was only one title. Now there's all this politics involved. So
how many times they're fighting too?
Yeah, they're fighting. 10 times a month. 40 times a year. This is unheard of.
So it's hard to like compare.
It's hard. There's no like in the 1910s. There's no social media. There's not pay-per-view. There's not. You're not on everybody's television screen where everybody's dissecting every last thing.
It's really hard to argue with anyone that says anything about Sugar Ray Robinson, because Sugar Ray Robinson fought so many people, but then at the same time you're like, well, but who was he fighting sometimes?
Yeah, you don't know unless you're like Mark.
Take his loss to Randall Turpin as an example. Mm-hmm. Which was a bad loss for him. But by then he was out of his prime when he fought Randall Turpin, who was a British fighter who ended up dying in a tragic circumstances. He lost it 5 times. He wanted to.
It's good that you just said that. How do you feel about the whole term in prime and out of prime in boxing? Because like I said, like people always like make the argument about a prime Mike Tyson, but we have to say that an out of prime Ali beat Joe Frazier. And out of prime, Evander Holyfield had plenty of good wins. And out of prime, Lennox Lewis had great wins.
It's true.
So Bernard Hopkins, an out of prime Bernard Hopkins had so many great wins. After everyone was like, oh man, he ain't gonna be able. After the Calzaghe fight, everyone was like, oh man, Bernard's he's done. But then he went on another good run.
He's a one-off, I think. People like him and George Foreman are one-offs. I don't think you'll see anyone like Hopkins in our lifetime.
What do you think about Manny?
Manny Pacquiao, he's amazing. He shouldn't be doing what he's doing, but he is. You know, he's amazing.
I think he's the number one. I think he's the number one welterweight in the world right now. To be honest with you.
Thank you so much. I've been saying that, and it's not just off skill. I wasn't just judging it off of just skills. You have to, when you say like he's the number one welterweight, you got to put in the perspective of everything. You got to go through his resume, his skills, his tenacity, what he's doing, everything. I mean, he's the number one.
He's the oldest welterweight champion in history, and he gets beat.
And he just spanked Keith Thurman.
But Crawford is waiting in the wings. Crawford's waiting in the wings for him.
I do think Crawford is what's called is. I do. You know what I think? I think if Manny is 1A, Crawford is 1B.
Absolutely. I think so too. But then people say like, oh well, Terrence Crawford has his resume is weak at 147. How can you put him above Earl Spence? Well,
Bull, let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you because a lot of people always try to use that. They try to say, oh well, PBC's got all the welterweights. No, PBC has the popular welterweights. That doesn't mean they're the best just because they're the most popular. That's not the same.
Yeah.
Like Danny Garcia is not the best welterweight.
Danny Garcia is extremely overrated at welterweight.
Extremely. What has he done at welterweight?
His whole run at welterweight has been whack. His best win at welterweight, and no disrespect to him because he's my friend, but his best win at welterweight is Adrian Granados. Like, that
was his best performance at welterweight because all the other performances, like when he went against Robert Guerrero, he had a war with Robert Guerrero.
Or what's the other one?
That Puerto Rican guy, he nearly lost to the Puerto Rican guy. He fought in Puerto Rico and he nearly lost.
Herrera.
He's Mexican. But yeah. Herrera.
So just because they have the most popular welterweights, I don't go by that because I'm like, just because they're the most popular doesn't mean they're the best. They're just the most popular because they were on HBO and they were on Golden Boy first.
I think Kowalewski is better than a couple of the guys in the PBC stable.
Thank you.
Like, but they won't. I bet you they won't. I bet you know the welterweight to call out Kowalewski. I guarantee it. I guarantee you they won't.
They don't because they don't want because that messes up their narrative.
Mm-hmm. What I don't understand about Manny Pacquiao is how the hell did he lose to Jeff Horn? I never got that. That was really strange.
You know why? Let me explain to you why. Because Manny went over there overconfident. He didn't have any fear of Jeff Horn. Same thing would happen with Anthony Joshua against Ruiz. Well, you have to have fear. He went over to this man's country. And you think you're just gonna spank this man and his? You can see the way Manny was acting when in like the first 3 or 4 rounds. Remember, Manny was like smiling and stuff.
Yeah. And
Jeff took it serious.
Jeff's like, this is the fight of my life.
Yeah, Jeff took it serious. Jeff knew, man, if I beat Manny Pacquiao, I'm gonna be the man. I will be able to say this forever. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter whatever else I do for my career. I will be able to say this I beat Manny Pacquiao.
But what's hilarious is the way his career has just dwindled out of control. Yeah, he's got a better win on his resume than someone like Kell Brook. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, he's not a better fighter.
It's great. That's the way boxing works.
I mean, he's got a better win on his resume than the majority of the PBC stable.
Yes, he does. Manny is the top chart. Earl is so overrated. Earl is the most overrated guy out there.
No, I like Earl. I'm a huge Earl fan, but the way that
just because someone's overrated doesn't mean they're not good. Exactly. Sometimes they just mean they're overrated.
I think Mike Tyson is overrated, but he's still a great fighter.
He's still a great fighter, but he's.
But should we just be honest? We don't really know who is the supreme best, really, do we?
Because they won't fight each other.
But you know, it's the same thing as a heavyweight division, isn't it? Some of the best haven't fought each other. We just don't know.
And look, this is what I said. Like right when I started the conversation off, Don King would have had these guys fighting.
That's what I'm saying.
Don King would have made these guys get in the ring. He would have been like, "Dog, y'all got to fight."
People can say what they want about Don King, but Don King got the fights done.
He gave us some great nights of boxing.
He gave the people what they wanted to see.
Yeah, but he didn't pay his fighters properly, did he? You know, I know that's beside the point.
No, you know what the thing is? I've done some research on that, and I don't even know if he really didn't pay all the fighters properly. I think sometimes he was. I think sometimes what happened was Don would well, like, you know, it's like if you get signed, you're obviously a hungry fighter. You probably don't have the most going on. So if you start off, Don will probably be like, oh, you know, I'll give you $500,000 to start off. But then when you get your purse for $1 million and he only gives you $500,000 or $300,000, you're like, man, where's the rest of my money? But you didn't pay for your camp and you didn't pay that other money back.
So great you're saying this, because I literally just did an interview with Stacey McKinley about this about a year ago, and he talked about all this, about like how basically that'll happen. A fighter will want Don to front them some money, and Don will front them $1 million, $1.5 million, and they'll fight for, 1.8, and then they only leave the fight with 100,000 because they wanted Don to front him all this money, and he had no problem doing it.
Yeah, but you got to pay the money back.
We'll take. I mean, Tim Witherspoon said he only got $50,000 for his WBA title fight.
Yeah, but I heard Don bought Tim Witherspoon's mom a house, and he paid for like her hospital bills and stuff.
All right. Jeez, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because
people paint Don King in such a bad light. I know he killed 2 people and that lot. People, they never tell you about the good stuff about it.
Well, listen, the way the world is, once you
do wrong,
once you do wrong, you can never do right.
Well, let me tell you another thing too. I'm gonna tell you the power, that the absolute power of Mike Tyson. No one had really back in like the 90s, like the early 90s, like there was a few things people had said about Don King where they were like, we don't like, because Ali said that like Don King did him some dirty. But then Larry Holmes was with Don King and he had no problems. But then when Mike Tyson said that Don King robbed him, that's when everyone started being like, oh yeah, Don King was the worst ever. And it's the same exact thing with the Holyfield headbutting thing. No one said shit about headbutts until Mike Tyson said it.
Yeah, it's true. Like they don't ever all it took was for one fighter to basically start that whole narrative.
Yeah, he when Mike Tyson, because back in the day, like Mike Tyson was like such an icon.
Yo, I was talking to somebody the other day. I was talking to an older guy the other day. He works at one of the supermarkets here. He's actually Trevor Burbick's like nephew. He works at one of the local supermarkets. So I go there and talk boxing with him sometimes when I'm there. He was trying to describe me how big Mike was back in the day. He was telling me Mike Tyson was bigger than Michael Jordan. I'm like, really?
He was.
Oh, that's crazy.
Bro, because I think about if you go through the history, like think about Michael Jordan got big. He got like really, really big around like the time like Space Jam and all that stuff was out. But the thing is, like with Mike Tyson, like he had a video game way back before then. He had a video game. Think of a boxer with a video game and your face is on the front of it.
That is true.
It's not like it was a video game that just happened to have Mike Tyson in it. This was Mike Tyson's Punch Out. He was like I keep telling people, Mike Tyson was the first fighter that had like a highlight video that everyone had seen. Everyone's like, oh man, like he's the best. Like look at all this stuff that he did. But people only remember him from the highlights.
That's true.
Like if you really go
ahead.
I was saying if you really go through the history and anyone that really watches boxing and they watch Mike Tyson's fights, they know like he would start off strong and then he would slow down and then he would be fighting like he would throw quick combinations at first and then he would have to be thrown. And this is when he was with Rooney. Okay, he would start throwing one punch at a time and then he would stop moving as much and then he would gain momentum back around like probably like 5 or 6 rounds.
Yeah. Smarty Jones says Don King and Stacey McKinley are accused of robbing a fighter last year. I'm actually glad you brought that up, Smarty Jones. You're talking about Amir Young Master Imam. They went to court. Amir Imam had stated that apparently Stacey McKinley and Don King took all his money from him. And I actually did an interview with Stacey himself about that, and he talked about it. And he stated that like a lot of fighters, Don fronted him a ton of money, and he wasn't really the most wisest person with his money. And then when the money ran out, that's when he wanted to take him to court. And the irony of this is, Smarty, I recently met Amir Imam's manager, a guy by the name of Peter Khan. I was at a boxing gym recently, and he actually tried to use one of my videos in court against Stacey McKinley. So, it's just a fun fact there.
You for real?
I'm dead ass serious. Because there's a video on my channel. Stacey McKinley's talking about the lawsuit. And
I've seen that video. I've seen that video.
Yeah, Amir Imam's manager told me out of his own mouth. He said that he tried to use that video in court against Stacey McKinley and Don King. So that's crazy, right?
Yeah, because I mean, what happened with Amir Imam? He had like a few fights and he got knocked out by who? He got knocked out by what's like his name?
Adrian Granados.
Yeah, Adrian Granados.
Yeah. So yeah, what happened?
I remember everyone was saying that he was going to be the new Floyd.
They were saying he was the next Felix Trinidad.
Yeah, got knocked out.
Yeah, man, it's sad. Amir's a good fighter. Like I've seen him in the gym. He's one of those fighters where in the gym you put him in the gym with no cameras on. That man's the truth. But under the lights, psychologically, I just don't think he's built to fight at that level.
What do you think happens? Do you think like psychologically? Do you think when they walk in there, it's like the Do you think it's the anxiety that they can't perform the way they want? Do you think they're not warmed up enough? What do you think happens?
It's a lot of things. It's like you have fighters that are good gym fighters. You have fighters that are good under the lights. So when you get under the lights, you have to pretty much any hype that you received or praise you've received. That when you're under the lights, that's when you validate it. And sometimes the moment is just too big for a lot of these fighters. It takes a fighter who is supremely confident to deal with all the anxiety and the nerves and the doubts and the fans screaming at you and then your trainer giving you all these instructions and then it's a lot. And then the guy's trying to beat you up. Like it's a lot of things to deal with. So that's why when you get a guy like Tyson Fury who can go to another country like America and fight at a place like which in my opinion it's the pinnacle of boxing. It's a big heavyweight fight at the MGM Grand. You don't get much bigger than that. And that stage, that arena will really reveal a lot about you as a fighter.
But BT, you know what scares me?
What?
You know what scares me, BT? What happens when Tyson Fury's not the underdog?
People keep saying that. People keep I had one guy who told me what happened when Tyson Fury's not the underdog.
I need to know. I mean, I really don't know. Like, what happens when he's not the underdog?
It's a good question. Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I think he's finally reached that point in his career where he's actually training like a world championship fighter.
I believe that too. I actually believe that too.
Guys on Instagram every day, at 4 in the morning here in America, 9 p.m., 9 a.m. UK time. He's on Instagram Live doing workouts every single morning with his wife and his kids. So the guy is really matured as a fighter.
BT, his body looks good at what's called when he went against Wilder. People were saying that he looked big. He's fat. He looks he looks terrible at that weight. He looked great at that weight.
Yeah.
He looked healthy. He didn't look flabby. He looked like solid.
No, he did. I wanted to read this comment right here. We had autonomic action. Shout out to Audrey. She's one of the South Florida's very young. She said it's sad because so many fighters are good in the gym but freaks on the big stage. Yeah, it happens to everyone. A lot of fighters. Too many. Too many to name.
I heard that that's what the deal is with Adrian Broner too.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what's called. That everyone was saying that he's really, really good in the gym. He works out the hardest and everything in the gym, but it's like when he gets on stage, it's just like doesn't let his hands go. Just stands there looking stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't have that problem earlier in his career when he fought DeMarco. He let his hands go just fine back then.
Well, I think. Do you think that Maidana fight might have scrambled his brains?
Yes, or scrambled his brains.
Yeah, I think that Maidana fight might have really, really damaged his ego.
Oh, it definitely damaged his ego because at that time they were talking about him being the heir apparent to Floyd Mayweather and him being the guy to carry boxing forward. So it was a lot being placed on him before he really earned it and before he had really truly validated it in his own mind. So when he lost to a guy that he was supposedly supposed to beat, how could it not damage him?
Yeah, knocked because Maidana knocked him down twice, was hitting him hard as shit.
Yeah. I mean,
Maidana really took it.
I have a couple of friends in boxing who I know personally have frozen up on the big stage. And sometimes when they go into their fights, I'm like, yo, I hope they win, but I don't know, man. The stage might be too big for them. Like
You for
like
real?
Yeah, like I'll give you an example. My friend, you know Isaac Chamberlain.
You know who I also think like that? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, well, I wasn't friends with him when he fought Lawrence Cole. I just recently met Isaac, but even when he fought Lawrence, I was like, damn, because I've been following him for a little bit when he was a domestic level British fighter. He fought on some undercards and whatnot, and I said, okay, this kid's not bad. You know, he had a really tough fight with Wadi Camacho, and he showed a lot of heart. He tore his I think his left bicep or his left shoulder in the second round. And he still boxed into a 10-round decision. It was the 2016 British Boxing Fight of the Year, something like that. So it was a good fight. So I thought he had the toughness and the grit, and he was getting the proper experience in the gym. You know, he's sparring Usyk and Joshua and Dillian White and all these guys. So I'm thinking, he's going to beat Lawrence Cole. Even though he didn't have the amateur background, I think he has it in him to beat Lawrence Cole. And he fought Lawrence Cole, and then their styles didn't mesh at all. Like, Lawrence is very sloppy, and
I remember that fight. That was a really, really ugly fight.
Horrible, man. It was one of the worst fights of 2018. It was bad. So like there was him, and then like let's see, what's another one? Oh, I mentioned earlier, Adrian Granados, when he fought Danny Garcia. Like I remember I talked to him and I interviewed him that week, and like I knew there were some things that weren't right with him, like in his camp. But I'm obviously not gonna say it. So when I watched the fight, I'm like, damn. When I saw how he got beat, I'm like, damn. I knew in the back of my mind that this was a big possibility.
Damn.
I just didn't want to admit it because sometimes.
Was it because of the injuries prior, or was it because of like? Do you think he just froze?
It was a couple of things. It was I would say for him, he was like, first of all, he was incredibly sick his whole training camp. Like every time, cause I talked to him a lot during his training camp. Every time I talked to him, he was always like sick or under the weather with something. And then I just think too, the style was bad for him with Danny. And then on top of that, what happened?
Yeah, because Danny's a counterpuncher.
Yes, Danny's a counterpuncher. And on top of this too, like this might seem minute and small to everybody else, unless you know Adrian, but like the Danny Garcia fight was the first time he did a training camp outside of Chicago. Because he just recently moved to Mexico, so he did a whole training camp in Mexico.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so like that I think that threw him off. I think he should have just did his training camp in Chicago like he did for all the other fights because he's from Chicago. It's his home.
Damn.
Yeah, so like, I knew like with everything going on with him, like I was hoping for the best, and maybe he goes in there and gives a good account of himself like every other fight, but this wasn't every other fight as you saw.
Damn. Yeah. I really thought that was gonna be like fight of the year when it first got announced.
The crazy thing is, I knew all the stuff going on with him, and I was still being optimistic. I'm like, no, he's gonna overcome it all. He's gonna rise to the occasion on fight night. This is gonna be fight of the year. He's gonna get Danny Garcia a great fight.
Yeah, because he's tough.
He's a tough guy, man. And I get pissed off, but I can't sometimes I have to not talk about his career too much. I get pissed off about it because obviously he's no A-level fighter or nothing like that. But he had to do a lot of learning on the job early in his career, and there were so many fights he won clearly that would have taken him to another level, and they would have allowed him to be able to maneuver his career in a way that was more beneficial to him.
That's true. A lot of his losses, they could have either gave them to him or they could have made them draws. Like they should have made some of those fights draws. Like
Kermit's Cintron fight was a clear win. Even Teddy Atlas said it was a clear win. Like when he fought Kermit Cintron, and he fought him in Chicago, and they robbed him in his own hometown. Like that's unheard of. Who gets robbed in their own hometown?
Adrian Granados.
I'm like, Jesus, man.
Yeah. When fighters get robbed like that, is it that that's what's always drove me crazy. Is it like a higher up thing? It's like some mafia type stuff. Is it the judges aren't paying attention? Is it the promoter? Like, what is it?
I just think, listen, promoters have their own agendas. They have their own agendas. So if the fighter doesn't fall in line with that agenda, whatever it may be, they could want they could want a fighter to win this fight because they want to use him as an opponent for their biggest fighter in their promotional stable. So they can't have some guy that they deem a schmuck beating the guy that they're gonna throw into another big fight.
That is true.
So like, I mean, I can't think of who comes in trying to fight after Adrian Gonzalez, but I'm sure if I went and looked, he probably wasn't a big fight.
Like the what's called fight really bothered me. The two fight, it bothered me that because I told him when I saw Kenny Bayless, the referee, I was like, dog, this fight's gonna be like this. And everyone was like, no, man, Kenny's the best. I was like, no, Kenny is the worst. Kenny works for PBC. What's that? What'd you say?
Kenny's one of the worst referees. He ruined the Maidana Floyd rematch.
Oh my God, he just he's like what's wrong with that guy?
Yeah, I don't know, man. What's up, Nathan?
Hello again.
We were just talking about Kenny Bayless, the worst referee, one of the worst referees.
Oh God!
I mean,
oh geez,
what he was doing,
he's not particularly crazy.
Doing it was criminal. That was criminal.
Yeah, that's how you know the Tyson Fury performance was that good because nobody even talks about that anymore.
Just keep sticking his nose. Yeah, they're trying their best performance. And everyone is trying to sweep that up under the rug and just talk it with all this. Oh, the gloves. They're talking about some shit back in 2015 and shit. I'm like, what does that have to do with what happened now? What does that have to do with him whipping his ass now?
People are trying to take Fury's win because they don't like the fact that he lost, that he beat Wilder. They don't like it. The LDBC fans can't take it because a white man beat. That's the only real reason in it. Let's not hide behind it.
That's the real reason.
I mean, he just got beat. It's just the facts of the facts. I knew he was gonna get beat. I told everyone.
That win was so significant because, I mean, like, look, the MGM Grand is one of the biggest stages in boxing, especially for a big heavyweight fight. And it's very seldom. I can't really think, like, Nathan, you might be able to help me on this. How many times did a British fighter come to America in a big fight and dominated their opponent at the MGM Grand?
I've never seen it. I've never really seen it. I mean, the Lewis Holyfield fight was not like that because Holyfield still had some times in the fight. Holyfield still had in their first fight. Holyfield definitely lost that fight. It wasn't a draw, but Holyfield still had some times in the fight. Like Wilder just got dominated.
Absolutely.
Like he had no answers for anything. But you know what? Another thing I've always said about what's called that whole Wilder situation, they messed up with Wilder when they tried to like simplify him and they tried to like make him like slow down and like be calm. I was like, no, you don't need to do that. If you got 2 knockdowns being wild, you need to stick to that process. You don't need to stop doing that.
You better stop throwing them damn uppercuts from the floor.
Yeah, like what are you doing?
I'll tell you this though. I would love. I know people are gonna say this is crazy, but I would love to see what would happen in a fight between Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua if they fought in the MGM Grand. In England, might be
oh my God, there might be multiple knockdowns by both guys.
Yeah, because both of them, I don't think can fight at like that on that kind of stage. It's just different. It's just different.
I'm telling you, when like I don't know what happened. Like when AJ walked out of the MSG, he did not look. I don't care what Eddie Hearn says. I don't care what anyone says. He did not look right.
I did. You know what it could be too? Because think about it, right? Like with MSG. I mean, we're talking about a place where Muhammad Ali and Floyd Patterson and Sugar Ray Robinson and all these great fighters, they walk down the halls of that same tunnel he walked down. So it's like he's got to live up to that. He's got to live up to that and carry that legacy going into the ring.
Yeah, that energy.
And everybody says like MC Trevor says BT AJ fought in front of 90,000 people, and that's true. But it's in the UK. It's in its comfort zone. So, I mean, I'm not downplaying that. That's great, but the MGM brand is not like the O2 Arena, and neither is MSG. It's different.
But BT, listen, Wembley, when they're at Wembley Stadium, the fans aren't that close to them. When you're in MGM Grand or you're at MSG, it seemed like the fans were on top of them.
They're right on top of you, and then like you got like I know in the UK you have just I don't know you have one type of fan. You have the British fan, but like when you come to America, okay, yeah, there's a tons of British fans that stay in and they're probably crowds in the arena, but then you got the Mexican fans probably calling AJ a puto. You got the Black American fans saying, "Yo, that dude ain't shit."
People were bullying AJ. AJ said that. AJ said that when people start bullying him, he said it bothered them.
Yes, it's different. I'm telling you. People think because it's less people in the arena that it's different. No, it's not. It's not a difficult thing. It's not as difficult as fighting at the O2 or Wembley because there's more people there, and that's not true. There's a lot to live up to when you fight at the MGM Grand and MSG, and it takes a special fighter with a special mentality to handle that. You
know what you just struck a real good point that you have me thinking about. Every single time Wilder has fought, he's not being like the favorite, like he was the favorite to win, but he's always been like the crowd favorite of every fight that he's had before the Fury fight.
Yeah.
That was probably very, very energy draining when those people started screaming at him and all that kind of stuff.
It's mad different. It's extremely different.
I mean, when you've got all those people, when you're in an arena and everyone's screaming at you and they're calling you a dawser and saying you're shit, that's gotta mess with you. Because he just like I said, I don't like Deontay Wilder because I don't like the way I hate the way he stood for when he started like just going off the rails. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. But
anyway, when he tried to become the Malcolm X of boxing.
Not even that. When he tried to like that Anthony Joshua thing, that rubbed me the wrong way so bad. It's because you have a fight that we are literally all like begging for every single day. We're all crossing our fingers. We're all going to sleep and waking up like it's going to be Christmas morning. We're looking for Christmas presents every morning. And then you have this idiot say, "No, I don't want to fight. I threw my pen away." What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That was a really annoying time because I remember for like a good 6 month span, I felt like all I was talking about was freaking Joshua and Wilder negotiations. They got annoying after a while. After a while, I'm like, you know what? I'm not on none of y'all sides. To hell with both of you. Just sign the damn fight. I'm still talking about money. I'm not getting out of it. Just sign the damn fight already.
It's like now the fight needs because they don't realize like what they missed out on. That fight was for two undefeated, undisputed heavyweight champions. Like what more could you want?
Yeah, I still want to see it though. I think I'd give Wilder a great chance to beat AJ. To be honest with you.
I think they've got a good chance to beat each other.
Yeah, like they're both extremely vulnerable.
Because I mean, another thing that everyone keeps glancing over it and everything. I don't think Fury just runs through AJ the way he ran through Wilder. I think if Fury starts going to, because what people don't really realize, they don't watch it. I don't think Wilder realized it either. In the first Fury fight, he hit Fury to the body. He hurt Fury twice to the body, but I don't think he really noticed it.
Yeah,
because he kept trying to go to the head. But if he would have stayed on Fury's body, because Fury hadn't even been in the ring for that long. If he would have stayed on Fury's body, he probably could have stopped Fury.
He might have.
I don't understand how you could be how everyone can be praising you as the hardest puncher in history, and you don't throw any body punches.
That's true. I never thought of it like that.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
I'm not gonna lie to you though. I mean, you might have seen me say this before. I don't think AJ versus Tyson Fury is a competitive fight. I think Tyson Fury gonna beat the hell out of him.
I don't know. We got to see. We have to see because I don't know how Fury's gonna act when like he's like the like it's on his turn. We don't know where it's gonna be. We got like there's a lot of stuff that goes into that fight.
I don't think it really matters where it's. I mean, now it does matter where it's at. But what I was gonna say is, I don't think Tyson Fury is gonna even if people call him the favorite. I don't think he's gonna look at himself as the favorite because you gotta think of it like this. Ever since Anthony Joshua burst onto the scene when he turned pro, he's been the golden boy of British boxing. He was the only heavyweight.
Do you guys find it crazy how Anthony Joshua ended up with all those belts and Fury's still in the champion? It's not a coincidence, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of funny, crazy how the stars are sort of aligned, isn't it? So we could be robbed of this super fight that I don't think will happen.
Yeah, I hope it happens. I really want to.
And the way you have them talking all the time, where like Fury's like too much, like I don't have to fight him.
He doesn't
when they say stuff like that, I'm like, yes, you do. You have to fight him because Lennox Lewis fought everyone. Evander Holyfield fought everyone. See, I don't want Tyson to Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is like all the praise he got.
Yeah.
Like even if you lose,
go ahead.
But isn't Anthony Joshua's title reign starting to look a little bit like Vladimir Klitschko? It's starting to remind me of when Vladimir was world champion second time in 2006. He's just going to fight his mandatory. I don't think he wants Fury really deep down. I don't think he thinks he can beat him.
We got to see because I don't about AJ. The thing is about AJ, Eddie Hearn does all the talking for him.
Absolutely.
So you don't know like really like how he is or how he feels.
You don't. I mean, he's so I call Anthony. I don't know if you watch baseball, but I call Anthony Joshua the Derek Jeter of boxing because when Derek Jeter played for the Yankees and he did media interviews, this dude never said anything. You never heard him say anything out of character. Everything was the right thing. He said, "Oh, it's the right thing."
That's true. That is true. That's true right there.
Do you guys find it crazy how all the British fighters, they're British heavyweights, now have all the belts? Like, if you said to me in the mid-90s,
I don't find that crazy at all. I don't find that crazy at all.
But if all the Brits were going to have all the belts, I would have laughed at you. Back then,
I don't find that crazy at all.
We had Lennox Lewis, but apart from Lennox Lewis, that was it. Then you had David Hay. Then for a long time, we didn't have anybody else. You know.
Yeah, you had Herbie Hyde.
Crazy. But the WBO belt wasn't recognised back.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't find it crazy because I recognized Fury's his skill a long time ago. I was like, man, if that guy gets, and I've always said it too, I was like, if he gets with an American trainer, I said the same thing about AJ. If AJ gets with an American trainer, you might see a whole different AJ.
I think so too, but he wants to stay loyal to Rob McCracken, so that's his prerogative.
I mean, even if he brings in a second pair of eyes, he just needs like AJ, and he does. I don't think he understands it when people are saying that he's stiff. Like he doesn't understand what people are trying to say. It's not that you're stiff, like people be like, oh man, he's like Frank Bruno. No, it's not that he's like Frank Bruno. It's that it's that when AJ throws, it's like it's almost like
he's not as fluid.
Perfect. It's too good. It's too perfect. It's like he goes and then he comes right back. It's like putting a light switch up and down. And boxing doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Would you liken Anthony Joshua because of his late start to boxing? I mean, Rocky Marciano started very late, and Joshua started very late, didn't he? You know, I mean, 19 or 20 he started. You know,
I would. Well, in that regard, that's the only way I would ever compare Anthony Joshua to Rocky Marciano.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Because Rocky Marciano was the most well-conditioned heavyweight of all time. That dude's like 8 months training.
He didn't have a great defense, but I tell you what, he hit like a bloody freight train. He had one of the hardest hits in the great boxing.
Well, you know what the thing is that really pissed me off about AJ? The whole thing that pissed me off about him is when he went against Lennox. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
You know what's funny? He called Lennox a clown, right? So he says, oh, Lennox is a clown. And then now he's saying, oh, well, I don't get respected in America because I'm British, just like Lennox Lewis.
If you go back in history and could you imagine putting a prime George Foreman or a prime Sonny Liston there with Anthony Joshua?
Oh,
no.
I mean, how well will he do? I mean, seriously, how well would he get his ass kicked, wouldn't he? By those two guys.
From pillar to post.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sonny Liston would have scared him. He scared anyone. If you look at how mean he was in the ring, Jesus. And how
MC
hard
Treasure,
is
MC Treasure says there's a reason Fury went after Wilder instead of AJ.
Yeah, look. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Now, I actually do believe that too. I actually do, because let me tell you something. Wilder is very, very limited. He's very limited. Like to beat Wilder, like I always said it. I had always said that I had always said I was like the first person to fight Wilder is going to beat him. I was like, no one's actually fighting him. They all like too standoffish with him.
Yeah,
and it's like that's like the thing with any of those big guys. When you fight at their pace, yeah, you can at their pace. But when you fight at your pace, and almost like what Holyfield did with everybody, with the way Holyfield beat all those those big heavyweights is that he fought at a faster pace than they could fight at.
Yeah, with the combinations,
and they would just break down the combinations, the sidestepping, to backing up and then doing that little bounce and then coming back in with that triple jab. That would mess those guys up. They'd be like, damn.
Too good.
They couldn't handle it.
And these are hard, sharp punches too. These aren't no pity pat punches either.
Like, see, that's the thing. I would like even for Anthony Joshua to like go talk to a guy like Evander or go talk to a guy like Riddick, but like he needs to come to America and like to absorb.
I'll tell you right now. I mean, I'm cool with Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe loves AJ. Riddick Bowe would love to teach AJ. And listen, Riddick Bowe, like he has all that knowledge, and he just waiting to give it to somebody. Like I remember when I used to the gym he used to work at. I used to go hit the bag, and he used to help me with stuff sometimes. And I said, "Yo, this guy's an amazing trainer. I felt like the best boxer in the world, Riddick Bowe, telling me what to do."
Dog, that's what I'm saying. Hey, and look, that's why when I seen you post up the thing with the shoes the other day. And I said that made me sad. That's why I said if you make a documentary, I'm thinking like because everyone watches YouTube. It's not like just us boxing fans are watching YouTube. AJ watches YouTube too, and I think like if he really seen it, I think you could get him to Bo. I think that you have the power to get Bo to AJ.
Damn. Well, you know what? We'll make that a mission while we're on quarantine. We got to get Riddick Bowe hooked up with Anthony Joshua, so that Anthony Joshua can be the best version of himself.
I mean, he would be. I mean, because Rob McCracken, think about I'm not dissing Rob McCracken at all. I think he's a good coach. But he had Carl Froch is not Anthony Joshua.
Just stand there and get hit on the nose.
Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
If Carl Froch didn't have that damn chin, I really question how far he would have went in boxing. I don't think he would.
He wouldn't have got very far.
He would have been a entertaining British club fighter without that chin.
You remember when he fought John Pascal and he barely won the fight? He got a hometown decision against Pascal.
I watched this fight against Glenn Johnson a couple months ago. Glenn Johnson, old ass Glenn Johnson, just piecing Carl Froch up, but because he got that damn chin, I don't know what it's made out of, but he's got that chin. It's won him so many fights, you know. It's like you got the Pernell Whitaker Mayweather defense, and you got the Carl Froch chin. The two best defenses in boxing.
His claim to fame is beating an unproven Lucian Bute, really, isn't it? And then old Mikhail Kesler.
You know what I hated? I hated that when Ward.
Carl Froch, you mean?
I hated when Carl Froch beat Luchin because I was like, damn, now he's back in here and he's talking shit again.
But it was such a shock win, wasn't it? Nobody expected it.
Yeah, because Ward had beat him so bad that everyone was like, oh man, Froch is garbage. But then he comes back and knocks the shit out of Luchin.
Damn.
But to me, it just proves how good Andre Ward was.
Yeah, Andre Ward was all over him, man.
Oh man, I can't stand Andre Ward. My least favorite fighter of all time. I can't stand Andre Ward. I couldn't stand him when he was fighting because of his style. I don't like his style.
You know what I think about Andre Ward? I think yes, exactly. he was the young, improved Bernard Hopkins.
I mean, I don't know if he was improved, but he was more agile and more, I guess, like he had more athleticism than Bernard Hopkins. But
yeah, so you can't say he wasn't improved.
When I look at the story of Andre Ward, I mean, losing his dad at such a young age, he's an inspiration, really, isn't he, Andre Ward?
Yeah, he is.
When you look at the totality of his life, you got to give him that respect. You got to respect his journey. But I'm just speaking about his style. I couldn't stand his style.
It is pretty boring to watch, yeah. Very boring.
Well, look. I'm not gonna lie about this. When he roughed up Kovalev that second fight, I was like, God damn! I was like, this motherfucker is all over Kovalev.
I was there. I went to that fight. I was there.
Dog, I did not expect him to jump all over Kovalev like that.
I will never forget the moment. I'm sitting in the nosebleed somewhere, and I just see him throw, like, from where I'm sitting. I'm way up there, so like he throws a right hand, but it's Andre Ward, so I'm not really looking at a right hand doing much damage. So I see him throw right hand, and then I see Kovalev's legs. I'm like, yo, what's wrong with his legs? I'm like, stop, Kovalev, stop joking around.
Yo, Kovalev was so hurt. Everyone was like,
then he runs up right on him, and then he throws like 3 left hooks to his nuts. Bang, bang, bang. Kovalev.
Kovalev sitting on the ropes.
Kovalev sitting on the ropes, wondering if he can ever reproduce again. And Andre Ward's over there.
Tony Weeks was like, fatality. It's over. It's over. He was like, stop the fight.
What about the knockout loss to Canelo? God, that was shocking.
He's out. Look,
really shocking.
Look, when the announcer said Kovalev's hurt, Kovalev's down, Kovalev's out.
And you can see on the ropes that he's actually knocked out. It's like, oh dear, we know.
Yeah. I'm like, well, what do you expect? He's got drilled in his nuts by a professional fighter 3 times. Bang,
and
bang.
then he nearly loses to Anthony Yard as well. Got an unproven fighter. Jesus.
Oh yeah, that was all that. Yeah, I remember
look. Everyone swore. I knew, because I respected what Andre Ward said about that. I knew that that he wasn't gonna be able to take it all the way to Kovalev. I knew it because I was like, he's never had. You have to have a tough fight before you have a championship fight. I don't care what anyone says. You can't just go into a championship fight like, oh yeah, I beat all these bums and now I'm gonna go in here and fight a champion. No, champions have like a different mindset, and they've got like little tricks, especially someone like Kovalev.
Yeah.
And then you got his dumbass trainer talking about some empty the tank. It's the 8th round.
Anthony Yard's trainer isn't a trainer. He's a joke. If Anthony Yard's serious, he would have got a proper trainer, man.
He's a motivational speaker.
He said empty the tank in the 8th round. It's the 8th round.
He's like, he says, dream it, believe it, become it.
Yeah, he switched up Wilder's little saying a little bit. He remixed it.
Lions in the camp.
yo, when his trainer said, he said Anthony Yard has more skills than Andre Ward. I was like, what?
Oh,
how do you think of this?
I remember watching that fight. I was watching that fight, and I remember when he hurt Kovalev, all I heard was Anthony, Lions in the camp, Lions. I'm like, what does that mean?
He's not saying no combinations, not anything. He's always saying Lions in the camp.
What's the worst title fight you guys have ever seen? The worst title fight I've ever seen was Owen Beck against Nikolai Valuev when he pie-faced him. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
No, the worst one. The worst one I've ever seen. Well, I don't know if this goes with robbery or worst fight, but the worst one was all right, I've got two. David Hay and Klitschko. That was terrible. And then Valuev and Holyfield.
Oh God, that was dreadful.
That was terrible.
For me, it's Charles Martin versus Glasgow.
Oh dear.
You mean when they took the championship belt and put it in the box and wrapped it up with a present and gave it to Martin? That's what you're talking about?
Oh,
yeah, that one.
This motherfucker was really acting like he was a world champion.
It was embarrassing. The way he won that title was was embarrassing. You know, I even said it. He gave it. He might as well have given it to Josh and said, "Here you are, son. I don't want to fight. I'm too scared. Here's the title." You know, and said, "Oh, there you are. Here's the title. If you give me some weed, I'll swap it for the title."
But hey, do you know? You want to know something crazy? What's the name? After that, and this is around the time that I didn't think I didn't like hate Deontay Wilder back then, but around that time, Deontay Wilder said the reason that Charles Martin lost is because his shorts were too tight and he couldn't get back up. He's like, those leather shorts. He's like, those leather shorts is what did it. And he was making a joke, and I was like, man, this motherfucker's kind of funny. So, but then, you know, he just ruins himself. He becomes the biggest dickhead in the whole entire world.
That's right.
Me personally, I think Deontay Wilder would have been a much, much bigger star if he would have probably went with someone else besides the PBC.
Oh yeah, if you had like Bob Arum or De La Hoya, maybe, I don't know.
I think he would have been better because, like, not only do they know how to graduate you through the. I don't know who the matchmaker is over at PBC, but they are horrible.
Trash.
They are complete trash.
I've been binge watching. I've been watching a lot of Canelo fights because everybody says I hate Canelo, so I've been watching any of his fights that I haven't seen before, and like
Did you start with the Mexico ones?
I actually started with his American debut, and I'm working my way up. Like I went
go to the ones where he's in Mexico when he's a little kid. That's when you could see like something in him. You can see why Mexico got behind him.
Well, look, even in the Larry Mosley fight, if you start from there, oh my gosh, you can see the growth even from that fight. Because did you watch his fight when he fought Larry Mosley?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even from that fight, like he looks like a whole different fighter. Than
if you every single fight, it's like he changed dramatically with every single fight, because from the Larry Mosley fight up to the when he fought Cotto's brother, he looks so much different.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
When he fought Ryan Rhodes to win the WBC belt.
And you know what? I thought he fought timid in that fight.
I mean,
I think he could have stopped Ryan Rhodes, but I think he was kind of like, I think it was his championship fight, and I think he was like a little timid.
But we didn't know how good he was going to be, did we? I mean, no,
we definitely didn't.
Yo, Nathan, what do you think about this comment? If Wilder was a UK fighter, he would have been found out on the domestic level UK scene.
No, I don't know. I possibly, yeah, because the domestic scene is a lot tougher in Britain at heavyweight than it is in America, isn't it? Currently.
No, we don't know, because look, it depends on if he was with Eddie Hearn or if he was with Frank. Frank would have been
found out. He wouldn't have been
Eddie would have been having what's called Wilder as like the best champion ever.
I'll give you an example. Eddie Hearn can make a start. If he can make a start of Dave Allen, he can make a start of anyone.
Exactly.
Oh he had Dave Allen headlining at the O2.
That's what I'm saying. Eddie Hearn. Let me tell you, and that's what I was about to say too. And that's when I first opened the conversation, where I was saying about the UK scene and them having like a Don King. Y'all have the right idea with the fighters and the exposure and that, like, the building a fighter the right way. Y'all have that down pat. I don't know what happened in America, but it's just like you just said, for Dave Allen to be a star, that's crazy. Because over here, I think Dave Allen has more respect than Keith Thurman over here.
Then what? Who?
Than Keith Thurman does over here in the States.
Oh my God! Yeah, you're right.
The problem with Dave Allen is that he hasn't even won any sort of title. He hasn't even won a regional WBA strap or anything. I mean, he
title.
Like, everyone knows him.
Yeah, but he's not that talented. His claim to fame is losing to Luis Ortiz and beating a past it Lucas Brown.
It's because he put a pair of socks down his trousers during the weigh-in.
But you know what the thing is? But you know the thing is, he still gets a lot of views and he still gets a lot of love over there. Like over here, like our fighters, they just like, I don't know if they just don't do media.
I can tell
I
you
don't know
this.
what the deal is with
I can
it.
tell you what it is. I think it's a combination of three things as to why a lot of American fighters are having a hard time in the States. Number one, most American fighters feel entitled and they don't really open themselves up to the media to get to know them. That's number one.
Spoiled. Yeah.
Number two, the promoters over the years have become extremely lazy and they don't do their jobs in actually letting the public know who the hell their fighters are and getting them the right opportunities so that Joe Blow on 6th Street knows who, Shakur Stevenson is. Okay? That's number two. And then number three, the television structure in America is significantly different than the UK in regards to boxing. Here for the last the lion's share of the last 20 years, boxing has been on closed circuit television, like HBO, Showtime. As to where in the 80s and the 70s, it was on NBC, ABC. The Olympics and the Olympic trials were on NBC and ABC. So people knew who Sugar Ray Leonard was when he was an amateur. So they wanted to see what he was going to do in the pros. As to now, like Shakur Stevenson might have won a silver medal in the Olympics, but nobody unless you really watch the Olympics, nobody really it's not like when Leonard was fighting.
Yeah,
he's got
I feel you on that.
So much talent, Shakur Stevenson has,
He does. So it's a combination of things. It's not, you can't really just pin the struggle for the American fighter on one particular thing. It's a whole combination of things. And on top of that too, the fact that boxing has to compete with the NBA, American football, college basketball and college football, the UFC, hockey, NASCAR, tennis, golf. I mean, all these sports.
Yeah,
I mean, in England, it's very different in England. Sorry, carry on.
I was about to say, if you notice the thing that they do in the UFC, they have that thing. It's called like the Ultimate Fighter. It's like with the UFC, like you're actually seeing this fighter build. You're knowing his personality. They stay in a house. They're having confrontations with other fighters. It's like you're actually like exposed to the fighter and everything.
Yeah.
Like over here, there's no television show. Like PBC could have its own television show like that, and they just don't.
What boxing needs? It needs a boxing network, like the WWE have their WWE network, don't they? Why can't the promoters just work together and create a proper boxing network?
Egos, that's why.
It'd be better for us fans, if they could pull together and, it'd get more views then. Probably.
Yes, we do have the blame egos on.
Yeah, I'm just happy that ESPN gave Max Kellerman his own boxing show. At least they're doing something.
Yeah.
Like I was surprised they gave Max Kellerman a boxing show, because that's like unheard of in America. Like when I watch ESPN sometimes and I actually hear them talk about boxing, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, because they really don't. They're just like they act like it doesn't exist.
They just talk about LeBron James all day. I'm like, yo, I don't want to hear about how LeBron James lost in the finals again. I don't want to hear about how
all day long. That's what they talk about.
They talk about what LeBron James ate for breakfast.
Who's that idiot? Is it Stephen A. Smith? I can't stand him.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith.
Oh my god,
he's a fucking idiot, isn't he?
He's good when it comes to basketball, but that's about it.
When it comes to boxing, no.
Yeah, no. It almost sounds it almost sounds like Stephen A. Smith goes and he reads a couple of YouTube comments about boxing and he just regurgitates it on there.
But he talks like a fighter. He even talks like a fighter. I'm like, why are you talking like this, you idiot?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Mayweather would have done this, you would have done that. I'm like, well, you can't. Shut up.
I like when he says, my favorite thing he says is when he says, Mayweather is a defensive magician.
Oh, dear.
I'm like, I never heard it put that way.
He's such a prick, though, isn't he? He's like, I'm Stephen A. Smith, I'm a fighter. If I was a fighter, I'd kick Mayweather. Oh, dear.
Oh my God, I'm almost positive Stephen A. would get his ass kicked.
Yeah, I hope he does.
Have you seen his pad work? Have you seen his pad work?
Yeah.
Oh dear. The funniest moment I've ever seen. Larry Merchant. Do you remember when Larry Merchant threw a fan off out the ring?
Yeah.
And then he nearly had a fight with Mayweather. He said to Mayweather, I thought, well, if I was 50 years younger, I'd kick your ass.
I believe him.
It's funny.
Nobody's being a prime Larry Merchant in the ring. I don't care how many years Floyd trained.
Larry Merchant got them hands.
Well, Teddy Atlas, you're a fireman. You're a fireman.
Oh God, we train in the heat. We're firemen. We don't get tired.
That's what they were saying. What's what they were saying? They was like, we don't get weak. We get deep.
We don't get weak. We get deep. Lions in the cup. Lions in the cup. Lions in the cup. Lions in the cup. We don't get weak. We get deep.
But the worst guy I've ever seen was what's his name, John Ruiz's trainer when he slapped him around the face. Do you remember?
Roman Stones.
Yeah, he's crazy.
That guy was good for boxing.
He was great for boxing. Yo, I want Norman Stony Stones, whatever his name is. I want him to train. Who's the craziest fighter in boxing? I want him to train Fury. I want to see him train Fury. Could you imagine that?
That corner would be hey, oh my God. You know what I was thinking? You just brought this to my head. BT. It was, gotta check it. Go look at the first Fury Wilder fight and listen to the corner work of what's the name of
Ben Davison?
Yes, Ben Davison.
Oh God.
He's like, don't take any chances. No, don't do that. You'll beat him all with your left hand only. You better go out there and knock this thing out. What you talking about?
Hold on, guys. We got Dwayne Johnson, whoever that is. Dwayne Johnson, what's up, champ? You flicking me off, Dwayne.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
I see a finger.
I see a finger. Y'all out here looking like a terrorist on quarantine, champ. All right. Well, Dwayne, are you gonna say anything, Dwayne?
What a dickhead. Is he dead? Do you think it's it's a white hand, it can't be an LBDC guy.
MC Treasure, what's up, champ?
Hey, what's good, guys?
How you doing?
What up?
Lions in the camp. Huh?
I'm good. Lions in the camp.
Lions in
the camp. We don't get weak.
Yo, Anthony Yard. I mean, yeah, I hope he's doing well because he had his I think he had his dad and his grandmother passed recently. But you know, he needs to get a serious trainer. He really
I would like to see Anthony Yard go with some. You know what? It sounds crazy, but I'd like to see him go with
Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah,
that could be a good fit. I could see that.
The way he likes to lead with hooks and all that kind of stuff, I think Roy could like help him out with that.
I don't think he has the quickness though. Like Roy had that natural quickness to get away and react. I don't think Yard doesn't have that. He'll get knocked out again. I like Yard, but like I don't think he needs a conventional trainer.
You think so? Do you think? See, sometimes what I be thinking about with these guys that are like so wild, when they get a conventional trainer, it almost messes them up.
True. You're right. But like
I feel like that's what they did with Wilder a little bit, because like when Wilder was windmilling, he was kind of dangerous. But like as soon as they like when they slowed him down and they like tried to be like, oh yeah, you need to be calm. Who the fuck is calm in a boxing ring? Motherfucker, you're trying to knock people out.
I like Ben Davison's corner instructions. He tells Tyson, "Don't get greedy with the left. Don't get greedy." With the left hand all the time.
Talking of Yard,
his instructions.
Yard needs to lose some of that muscle.
Huh?
He's carrying too much muscle. Yard is.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, yeah, he is. Yeah.
I mean, he could be Anthony Joshua's brother. All that muscle.
Who do you, I was after he just said that though, I'm trying to think of who would be a good style for him. Who would be a good fit for him?
I think Abel Sanchez maybe.
No. No defense. Abel Sanchez, no defense. Definitely not.
That's true. Maybe not Abel. I'm not. Let me see. Who else?
Abel says, just go out there and punch.
That's right. We don't train for decisions. We train for knockouts. Okay, we got Chad Mullen. What's up, Chad? Again, all right, Chad. That's enough for you.
Yo, did you see what Abel, like, if you take a look at what Abel did, look at Abel did with Terry Norris. Abel fucked Terry Norris up, man.
He did. He ruined him for life.
Terry Norris is ruined from Abel Sanchez.
Yeah, I saw Terry at the WBC convention a couple years ago, and he was all messed up.
Yo, you know what? That just brings me to another subject. I need the answers for this. What causes these guys to have that not just the stuttering problem, but it almost like I don't know. Let's see. Let's hack and word it. Because it's like it's not just brain damage. It's almost like their personality's gone.
What causes that?
No, I'm saying like because it can't just be us saying like, well, they got hit too many times and it caused that. Because Carl Froch is taking a million shots to the head, and that guy's still talking fine.
Yeah, George Chuvalo. Oh my God, he's taking all these beatings and he's just fine.
That's what I'm saying. So what do you think it's these guys? Some of these, my dad says because some of these guys they drink and they do drugs outside of the ring.
Yeah, that happens. Like I know Leon Spinks had that problem. Lance Meyer says your brain hitting your skull. Yeah, that's what has a lot to do with it. Sometimes too, if a lot of these guys fight like weight drained, you know, especially in them days, like back in the day, they didn't really talk about being weight drained as much. But like, if you're weight drained and you're getting the crap kicked out of you, that does a number on you. Like you're never the same because you don't even need to be punched that hard when you're weight drained, because when you're weight drained, all the water around your brain isn't there. So like, pretty much, once you get punched, you're done.
Damn.
I feel like it ages them a lot quicker too. Like you find like they might be okay when they just retire, like they still talk a little bit normal, and then you wait till like I don't know, like 10 years later, and they've changed to like they talk like they're in their 70s when they should be in their 50s or something.
You're exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like they just look like super old, struggling to pick their words.
Javante Davis is like 25 and he sounds like he's 45.
Yeah.
Punch drunk. All those wars in the gym.
Audrey Harrison's punch drunk. I mean, then you've got other guys like Riddick Bowe, who's extremely punch drunk.
Yeah, but Riddick Bowe is actually interesting because most guys who are punch drunk aren't happy people. Riddick Bowe's like a happy person.
That's what I mean. Like, remember, who was the dude? Man, who was that dude that beat Bernard for the undisputed title?
Guy that beat him?
He's crazy now. Jermaine Taylor. Jermaine Taylor's like crazy.
He's out here pulling guns on people.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jermaine Taylor, man, he's a nutcase.
But he took some shots to the head though. Jermaine Taylor took a lot of shots to the head.
Yeah. Brandon Rios is another one. Smarty Jones mentioned him. Brandon Rios. Oh my God.
Damn, yeah, that is true. Yeah, Brandon did take a lot of damage.
Well, he never learned. He never learned how to defend a punch. You know, I don't know if Ruslan Provodnikov is punch drunk, but I gotta imagine his speech hasn't improved since he fought.
Hey, but you see, like Evander's like almost like the same. Evander talks almost the same as he has always talked.
I don't know how that works, man.
You know what I mean? Because Evander, like he's taking a lot. Evander used to get hit a lot by a lot bigger guys, and he's like back in the day he spoke like that.
Yeah, he's still there. Like he's still there.
Mike Tyson took some damn. Like people forget how much damage Mike Tyson took, and he talks a little slur, but he's still like, you know, he's okay.
Well, he always had that little lisp.
Yeah. He always had the little lisp. But that's more like a New York lisp more than a boxer lisp.
Yeah, them New Yorkers, man.
James Toney, he's one of the worst punch drunks, isn't he? I mean,
the worst by far.
But he's supposed to be one of the best defensive fighters ever.
Well, when he talks, he's like, you know, you can't understand anything he said.
Well, you know what it is with James? All he ever did was spar. That's all he did. He never did road work. He never hit the bags. All he did was spar. That's all he wanted. All he did was spar. He would sit around the gym, wait for people to spar.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to be taking punches like that.
Like every freaking day with James Toney was a sparring war. Every day was HBO Championship boxing in James Toney's world.
Do you think Tommy Hearns was probably like that too?
He is. I know he is. He's definitely like that. Because if you go and you just pull up a couple of recent interviews with Tommy Hearns, he's not speaking with no like fluidity.
No, I'm saying, do you think it's just from a lot of like sparring and like and from like hard fights and stuff?
Hell yeah, dude. Dude, sparring in the Krong gym in the 80s is literally like fighting at a championship fight every single day.
and it's more than 12 rounds. It's like 100 rounds too.
Like 100 rounds, and you're fighting Gerald McClellan every day, and you're fighting James Toney, and you're fighting all these guys. Like, no, I'd rather just
Roy Jones. Roy Jones is bad. He should have retired long, like when he lost to Gon Jensen. He should have retired then.
Man, Roy should have hung it up after he got that heavyweight title.
After he beat John Ruiz, he should have just hung it up, man.
He would have been known as the greatest of all time if he would have left after Ruiz.
Man, this guy was a freaking was it junior middleweight? Did he start junior middleweight?
Junior middleweight.
Well, all the way up to heavyweight, won a world title. He went platinum rapping. He played a basketball game in the same day he boxed. This guy was the truth.
I got real pissed off. People don't understand what I'm trying to say when I say it. I got real pissed off when Tarver started saying that he was the pound for pound #1 guy in the sport because he beat Roy. I was like, but you didn't beat like the real Roy.
Prime. There goes that Prime thing again.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't beat, like, you could look at Roy and tell he wasn't the same. His body didn't even look the same.
Yeah, like you say, when he beat Ruiz,
that is true.
He never got back to where he was.
No, he didn't. When he came back down, his body wasn't the same.
Yeah, and then he just had to stick around and fight Glenn Johnston. That big mistake.
The Ledebev knockout was probably the worst I saw, and then the Andre McAnally one.
The McAnally one was the worst to me.
Horrible knockout.
Hey, but if you notice, he's still like a little. He can still talk. He can still speak good and everything.
Just fine. I remember I saw Roy a couple years ago when I went to the Gonzalez Quadras fight, and this dude was just spitting off a storm. I'm like, God, didn't you get punched in the head enough?
That's what I'm saying. So it's got to be something different.
Yeah, I don't know. You're asking a great question that I just don't know the answer to. Like, to be honest, I don't know.
Because what's another dude? Who's damn, I just forgot. I just thought Pernell Whitaker. If you think about it, Pernell Whitaker didn't really get beat up, but even his speech got fucked up after a while.
It's probably just
and I think it's because of.
I think it has to do.
I think it was because of drugs, bro. Because Pernell Whitaker was on drugs.
Yeah.
And like drugs and alcohol and boxing don't mix.
Don't tell Ricardo Mayorga that.
I mean, he's an exception.
Yeah, Ricardo Mayorga. When he was training with Stacey McKinley used to tell him, as long as if you don't drink or smoke for Monday through Friday, Saturday when we spar, I'll get you a whole case of beer. You can sit right here and watch everybody spar. So while everybody was sparring, Ricardo Mayorga just sitting outside the ring, drinking a beer.
That probably made him a better fighter in his mind.
It did. Like Stacey said, look, he was going to do that anyway, so you had to know how to manage it. So you had to think outside the box.
Yeah, because I feel like when some of these guys, like when they're taking like tough fights and then they're sneaking off and getting drunk and stuff like after, like what remember Paul Williams?
Yeah. Punisher.
Like Paul Williams, like he's the party after like he's like getting knocked out and stuff. Yeah. Remember when he got knocked? Who knocked him? When Martinez knocked him out, like he said he was partying like the same night. He said you know how the fighter like they'll be like, yo, I'm gonna have an after party after the fight. But like usually you can have an after party if you win. Like he was like he got knocked out and he was like, well, I'm still gonna have my after party.
I remember when Jesse Vargas lost to Manny Pacquiao. I saw him on Instagram the same night. Yo, guys, we did it! I'm like, what did you do? You lost.
Speaking of partying, that reminds me. Wilder had a post out like on IG for the second Fury fight.
I saw that.
Yeah, like this after party and everything. But I was waiting. I'm like, so whatever happened to that after party? Like, because clearly Wilder wasn't there.
The hospital. No, but I wish I would have saw that because I can't see Wilder's post because he blocked me on Instagram like 5 years ago.
You for real?
Yeah, he blocked me on Instagram 5 years ago because the day after Fury beat Klitschko for the title, he made a post and he's like, it's a picture and he's standing in front of what looks like the Great Wall of China. And in all caps, he's just writing about, yeah, now that Vlad isn't here, I'm the best heavyweight in the world. So at this time, he had just beaten only Stavern. I think he might have had fought Duapas. So I'm like, bro, you got a belt and you're not even top 5. I was just trolling though, and then I wanted to pay like maybe an hour later, and it's like, yeah, you this when you get blocked on Instagram, it says this page does not exist or not. I said, oh, he's the only fighter I've ever been blocked by on Instagram, Deontay Wilder.
Hey, George told you, man, he's sensitive.
Huh?
George Foreman said it. He's sensitive.
He is, man. He is.
You can actually tell that Deontay Wilder's sensitive like that. You can look at him and tell.
That's right.
Yeah, like you could see from the press conference, like the first press conference, right? Like with Fury, like you would see Wilder really get worked up from what Fury was saying. Like Fury is an obvious troll, but there's always truth in what he's saying, and Wilder knows that deep down, and you could tell he's really, really pissed about it. In the second press conference, Fury was like playing games with him. Some days Fury would go like troll him a little bit, and you'll see Wilder would keep the same energy. Then when Fury switches up to being nice, Wilder would reciprocate that same energy, right? So I think Fury was toying with him mentally. He probably knew like whatever I do, he's gonna do. Like if I go hard, he's gonna go hard. If I mellow down and say nice stuff, he's gonna act nice. Like Wilder's very sensitive. Like I think he's insecure, maybe professionally. I don't know what it is, but like there's something about him that he knows. Like I gotta prove a point, or I'm not what I haven't shown to be what I claim I am, kind of thing. I think there's a little bit of that, and whenever anyone pokes at it, like it really, really gets him worked up.
You just struck on a very good point, because when they were when they did that interview with Heidi and they were sitting in the chairs, okay, Fury, Heidi goes, Heidi said something like, "Can you afford to let some rounds go with like the way you were down on the rounds?" She worded like, if you were down on the rounds, can you be down on the rounds with Fury or something? And Wilder, like, I forgot how it went, but some type of way Fury got into his mind, because Fury was like, oh yeah, Deontay can knock anyone out, so he really doesn't have to start off fast. He can start off slow if he wants to. And he was like, I'm feeding this into Deontay's mind. And Deontay's like, when Deontay was asked the question, he was like, well, yeah, sometimes I'm in there, I'm having fun. I'm having so much fun sometimes that, I forget my track of time.
Yeah, I like Wilder, but I just felt like at some point,
bored every round. What are you talking?
It looks like he's not there trying to win rounds, and like his corner didn't really like teach him to try to change that. Like it's like they just let him do whatever he wants, and then when he started saying things like, they got to be perfect for 12 rounds, I only got to be perfect for 2 seconds. I'm like, you have the wrong mentality. You shouldn't be going into the fight hoping for that one shot. And like his corner weren't correcting him, they weren't doing anything about it. I think what happened was like he had gotten protected so much that like he actually thought he was fighting the best guys, and he really, really thought like deep down like he was just that good that every time he touched people, they were gonna just go. Like he really thought he was invincible, and then like he got beat by a pillow puncher. I mean, in his own words, right? He said he's like, oh, yo, pillow puncher or whatever, right? Pillow fist Fury. Even Fury called himself a pillow puncher.
A fat guy that can't punch.
And that guy beat the shit out of him. So when I saw that, I'm like, now I get why they were protecting him. Like, Dillian White eats harder than Fury. If Dillian White connected with like a left hook, like, I don't know what would have happened to Wilder.
No, listen to me. Can you imagine if Wilder got hit with Dillian White's body punches?
Oh,
yeah. Like, so that's why I feel like after this Fury exposure, like, it's like I see why they protected this guy, man. Like, if you were given any young, hungry fighter with some pop, I don't know. The Wilder could have been KO'd 2, 3, 4 fights ago. I don't know. I have no idea.
That's why Shelly Finkel made sure he set up what I call a witness protection program for Deontay Wilder in boxing.
I feel like the whole PBC is like that.
It is.
For sure,
I mean,
for sure.
You can pick almost any big name fighter in the PBC, and you can say they're in a witness protection program for boxing. Leo Santa Cruz, Gervonta Davis, Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, because after Leo fought Frampton and he lost, they made sure to never give him any tough fights again.
No. And now he's like, he's. What's funny is he said recently in an interview, he's like, yeah, you know, I want to fight Gervonta Davis so I can show people that I can take a tough fight.
No, you know what I think it is? I think it's that they already have it planned. I think that like Al's probably already told him like, yo, you're gonna be fighting Gervonta.
Probably.
I think he already tells them like way before.
He does.
He's like, yo, you're gonna be fighting this dude. Y'all might as well get ready for it.
Well, he does.
Sorry to interrupt you. On my profile picture, I've got the real world heavyweight champion on my picture.
Manuel Char.
He says he wants Dillian White.
When my boy, when he fights my boy Terry Bryan, he's gonna get kindly relieved of that belt.
Yo, this is another. I want to touch on this because a lot of people always bring it up, but they're not giving it they're not really looking into it. Everyone always says that they're like, yo, Mayweather's like holding Tank back, and he's not like promoting Tank. He's not doing any of this kind of stuff for Tank. Let's really take a look at all the bullshit that fucking Tank has done. Mayweather put Tank on the biggest stage in sports history. Okay, the Mayweather McGregor fight, and Tank missed weight. Okay, so then he
didn't perform that well.
So then he, what's called it? What happened again? Tank goes on Twitter and he starts saying that like, oh, they forced me to fight. I didn't want to fight, and they didn't think I was ready, and they threw me into the wolves. He was saying stuff like that, and then he you
remember the Jason Sosa thing?
Yeah.
He wanted to fight Jason. He was like, I'm not gonna fight Jason Sosa because that's too early in my career. I'm like, dude,
that's what I'm saying.
Calm down.
That's what I'm saying. Tank is a hype job. I think Mayweather recognizes that Tank is a hype job, and he's just like, look, I gotta push him as much as I can. I can't put him out there to get beat.
Yeah, he can't sprinkle a bunch of fairy dust on him and turn him into pretty boy Floyd Mayweather.
He can't. Like, look, he just gave Tank his own card in Atlanta. How long has it been since boxing's been in Atlanta? Since Evander Holyfield?
Yeah.
He gave him his whole fight. He gave him this whole big thing. Mayweather is down here. Think about this. I want y'all to really think about this. The last time Floyd Mayweather was in Atlanta, he got shot at. All right. then Tank has his fight here. Mayweather comes here. He's all security guarded up. Tank shows up to the press conference 3 hours late and doesn't make weight.
He moves up in weight and misses weight.
You move up in weight and don't make weight.
That's unprecedented.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, how much can you really expect Floyd Mayweather to do for this guy? It's like, if he does promote him and he does like, yo, Tank's the best and all this kind of stuff, you're risking your neck out for somebody that you know is not going to do right.
Boy, so you know what? I'm done with this promoting shit. I'm gonna train my son. Forget this.
Yeah, it's my whole training.
He's in the gym. Teaching us how to throw a jab.
He's just like, fuck it. He's like, all these guys suck. I gotta do this myself.
Unbelievable. To be honest, most of these Mayweather fighters do suck. Most of them do. Like what Tabiti. You have Badu Jack, who's been on the wrong side of a lot of decisions.
But Badu Jack always starts off too slow.
Yeah, he does.
Do you think it's that Mayweather doesn't? Do you think it's that they give the opportunity to too many people, or do you think it's that they just don't know how to spot talent?
Honestly, from what I've gathered, because I have one of my best friends in boxing. He's in the Mayweather, like he doesn't train, like he's not a fighter, but like he knows a lot of people in the Mayweather gym. So like I always hear things about the Mayweather gym. I think he enables too many of his fighters. To be honest with you, I almost feel like Floyd is almost too good to his fighters because Floyd will sign a guy who's like a 2-0 prospect or like a guy who's 0-0 from the amateurs, and he'll put these guys up in houses and. These guys haven't done anything, and he's giving them advances and all this stuff. So before they even done anything in boxing, they've got the rewards of what world championship fighters get. So
yeah, because if you really think about it, if he had them like really hungry and starving, that would make them probably fight a lot harder.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like if you give them all the riches and you give them the presents without them even doing the job, it's like by the time they get to the job, they're just going to be like, well,
I wouldn't say they can't spot talent though. They have some decent fighters. A lot of times the fighters that they have that I think are good personally, like either right now they're prospects or they just don't break through because they have big heads and they get in their own way. Like I'll tell you a guy who I think in the Mayweather stable who I think should be a lot further ahead in his career based on what he's done is Ladarius Miller, Memphis Miller. I don't know.
Yeah, but he didn't look good in his last. What was his last fight? His last fight on the what card was he on?
I can't remember, but I just know he's beat Jamel Herring and he's got some good wins on his resume. Like he should be further along in his career. I don't know why he isn't. Maybe it's because they're not really putting the backing behind him. I don't know. I can't really say.
I saw I think like one of the last fights I saw him and he looked bad.
Yeah, they've got a couple. They've got a couple young fighters though that I like though right now on the roster. Like they got this kid what's his name, Angelo Leo. I like him a lot. Have you seen? Do you know Angelo Leo?
Nah.
He's 122. He's a super bantamweight prospect. He's ranked in a couple sanctioning bodies. Good fighter, good angles. He's kind of like who does he fight like? He's kind of like a mixture of because I like his style has been influenced by like Romo Gonzalez and like Johnny Tapia because he's from New Mexico.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he has.
So he's like a rugged fighter.
Yeah, and like he throws punches from all kinds of angles and stuff. So you'll be hearing about him soon, as long as nothing happens to him.
well, this is like it's crazy that you just said it. It's because like. What you always hear is you like hear people say like, well, Mayweather promotions, they don't know what they're doing. They're blah, blah, this. I'm like, well, they haven't really been around that long as all these other promotion companies. All these other promotion companies been around a long ass time. And for them to even be like in the same name with these guys, that's crazy. Like Main Events has been around for a long time.
Yeah, Main Events and Jesus, Top Rank.
Top Rank had Ali.
Top Rank
crazy.
Top Rank had Floyd.
Yeah, that's what, and that's why I told you the other night. I was like, Floyd. I mean, another thing that I don't like about Mayweather Promotions is they're like, man, we're the best promoters and everything. And Floyd's like, yo, I did all my stuff myself. And I'm like, well, no, you really didn't, because you started off with Top Rank with Bob. Bob really put a lot into you, and then you get with you got with Golden Boy, and Golden Boy did a really good job with you. And then you went back to Top Rank for the Manny Pacquiao fight. And then you did the Berto fight by yourself. And then you went to the UFC for the Conor fight.
So he did 550,000 views pay-per-view buys in the Berto fight.
Yeah, so the Berto fight's the one fight that he's actually promoted by him. That's the one fight that they've done by themselves.
I can actually say I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe I'm actually going to admit this. I actually bought that fight on pay-per-view.
I watched. I forgot how I watched. I went to the what's called to watch that fight. I went to the because it was going to be his last fight. So I went. I forgot where I went to go watch it. I went to this. I think it's like this bar called Tony's or something. So I went and watched it and everything. But I knew Berto wasn't going to be. I was like, there's no way in hell Berto's going to get an upset from Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah. I like the build up was hilarious because like I remember at the the press conference the day before the fight was hilarious. He was like Mayweather was like, I had a remarkable career in the sport of boxing, and I can't just say I can't just say that I'm going out 49-0. Andre Berto, you had a remarkable career in the sport of boxing, and it doesn't matter what the critics said. You know, it's no different than Amir Khan. Amir Khan is 2-time world champion, and he got 3 losses. Berto's 2-time world champion. He got 3 losses. So it's the same thing.
I remember that when he was in the green and plaid shirt.
Yeah, he's like,
no.
Yeah, he said, you know, I'm fighting the MGM Grand, so you know I gotta wear money green.
When it comes to lying on the highest percentage, I'm that guy. When it comes to selling out the gate, I'm that guy.
I don't know if you saw my video I did about him, my video that I did about him and Canelo, but I put that clip in the beginning of the video, the audio.
I saw that. That's one of his best speeches, actually.
It is.
That's actually one of Mayweather's best speeches. I don't know if he worked on that in front of the mirror for a long time, but that's one of the best I've ever heard him.
He definitely rehearsed that because I'm like, because sometimes too, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I've been feeling down and out about life, at times I've actually I've watched that speech to get motivated about life. I'm like, that's right. I am that guy.
The motivator. That motherfucker said, I'm that guy. When it comes to Bugattis, I'm that guy.
That guy. When I told Steven Espinosa I wanted that $1.5 million Bugatti, they didn't hesitate. When I told Jim Grant I wanted to go on trips around the world, they said, no problem.
They said, "Hey, remember?" He said, "When they asked me, how much, when they asked me how much it was, he said, just fill out the check. Write your own check." I was like, God damn, what kind of deal you got?
It's a deal with the devil.
Dog, I'm telling you, can you imagine how Steven Espinosa feels right now that he let Anthony Joshua leave Showtime? For Deontay Wilder.
That's the dumbest move in sports since the Dolphins picked Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees. Dummies.
Well, I mean, technically, though, I don't think there's much Espinosa could have done about it, right? Because like his contract was running out, and I think Eddie already knew about the zone thing coming up. So I think AJ would have left either way. Like I don't think they could have thrown enough money to keep him at Showtime.
You don't think so? I mean, they gave Floyd. How much money did they give Floyd?
Oh my God!
Wasn't it like $32 million a fight or something like that? Guaranteed
for
a bunch of fights.
I think it was like $300 million plus in total.
So it was like $32 million 10-fight deal or something like that then?
Mm-hmm.
Like I know Floyd was getting like $30 million a fight. So it must have been like 10-fight deal or what was it?
I don't know because you got to think about it because on some of his things, like he was getting like I think it was like different prices because remember with the Canelo fight he got $40 million like up front.
Oh, okay.
So I think it would get higher every. I don't know how that was called. He's never actually told us like the things on that deal. He always just like said it was the biggest deal, but they never actually gave us the price.
All you need to know is that he did that Al Heyman did a hell of a job. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, he's a shrewd promoter.
And I wish I would have been with this guy from the beginning of my career.
But let me tell you something. I think if he would have been with Al since the beginning of his career, I don't think he would have been that big.
I don't think he would have been as good if he was with Al. He would have fought. He would have fought. Let me see. He would have fought like Arturo. I mean, like whoever was the weakest fighter all the time for like $10 million. Al said, "Here you go, Floyd. Here's $10 million." And then Floyd said, "I'm not fighting that guy unless I get $30 million."
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I think what's his name actually got him to like, because if have you ever read that Jay Prince book?
No, I haven't.
Yo, check out Jay Prince book because he has a whole thing on Floyd Mayweather.
That book called Respect, the one that they just put out.
Yeah, he has a whole part on Floyd Mayweather, and he has a whole thing on Roy Jones Jr. too.
Okay.
But he says that on Floyd Mayweather, he said he had to beg Floyd Mayweather to fight what's the name Diego Corrales. He said he had to like pump him up to do it. He's like Floyd didn't want to do it at first. But he said he had to like talk him. He's like, man, you can beat this guy. You can easily beat this guy. Like you got to fight him, man. But it was like the only way that Floyd was gonna get the HBO deal. Like HBO wasn't gonna fuck with him at first. They were like, nah, we're not fucking with you because you turned down like I think they tried to like give Floyd like $7 million or something. And he was like, I ain't taking that. Because this is when like Prince Nassim was around, and Floyd was like, well, I'm a better fighter than Prince Nassim. Like, why don't I get as much money as him?
And that might be true, but did he come to the ring on a magic carpet? No.
Yeah, you don't come through on the magic, but afterwards, that's when Floyd started doing all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's when he started coming in with the guys carrying them with the wardrobes and all that little stuff.
Listen, this guy Prince Nassim, he came to the ring on a magic carpet, and when he touched the floor, P. Diddy was there waiting for him.
Prince Nassim was crazy, man.
Nas was a bad man, man. Like the clips of like him coming up to the ring and like the fancy stuff he would do, like the flips. It was different, man. Like he took entertainment in boxing to a new level.
When he didn't do the flip, it was the problem. When that last fight, when he didn't do the flip, when he got in the ring
against Barrera.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? It's like you already knew. It's like right when he didn't do the flip, I was like, hold on, man, something's wrong.
Something's wrong, yeah. Something's wrong. Just like Wilder, something's wrong.
Yeah, something's wrong. Something ain't right.
They had leopard print freaking boxing trunks.
He had Adidas. He had the Adidas deal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like he was different.
He was definitely a star, and he had like star power. But another thing that he was doing, you know, and I hate to say this, and it makes it's actually what makes Anthony Joshua people like actually like gravitate towards him. When a fighter gets hurt or they get knocked down and then they come back and they knock a fighter out, the crowd almost gets into it more because they're more excited because they're like, man, we don't know what could happen. Anything can happen.
That's right.
With like Floyd, Floyd's gonna win.
That's true. That's why like when Anthony Joshua beat Klitschko, they were like, yeah, his performance was way better than Tyson Fury because he knocked him out and he got out to do it. And I'm like, but Fury just beat him like 10 rounds to 2.
Yeah, no. It wasn't a better performance. It was a better fight. It was a better all around fight, but it wasn't a better performance.
But I've heard people say that they get the excitement of the fight confused with him being like having a better performance.
Yeah, they don't understand that because they're just talking and they're not really thinking about what they're saying. See, it was a better fight, like aesthetically. If you watched both fights, you'd be like, well, yeah, this one's got like a lot more action. But
Joshua Klitschko fight was a freaking movie. When Anthony Joshua came up on that little thing and it had the AJ letters on fire and he was sitting in the middle, that was a movie.
Yeah, that fight was a spectacle. Like the 90,000, like the crowd.
Yeah, that was some good shit right there. I can't
front. The old lion, like come on, man, like that was it was. You're right. It was literally a movie. Like, and the actual fight, like young lion downs the old lion, looks like it's over, and then out of nowhere, Klitschko's like, "Fuck it, I ain't going out like that." I want my guns back.
He hit AJ flush. He hit AJ with that thing flush.
Vladimir Klitschko in that fight, he looked like the freaking heavyweight Ukrainian Tommy Hearns at the time. I'm like, yo, who is this guy?
Yo, Klitschko was up for that fight. Like Klitschko was fired up for that fight. In a way, like I feel like low key that Klitschko was better than the Klitschko Fury fight.
I swear I said this earlier. I just said this earlier. Ask Brandon. Brandon, did not say that shit earlier.
Because like you have to look at where Klitschko was for both fights. For Fury fight, he was like 11-year, 10-year reigning champ. Like he was complacent. It was like just another guy to beat. And I'll give Fury credit. Fury is a master of like the mind games. Like Fury got into Klitschko's head. Like he was like
He did.
He showed Klitschko no respect. Like he
Zero.
basically told him like, dude, you're just another guy. I'm gonna beat you. Like you're an old man. You've been fighting bums. You only have 3 punches. Like he was saying a bunch of like and Klitschko, like he's not used to that. Like I'm a 10-year reigning champ. Guys that fight afraid of me.
Yeah, I don't give a damn about none of that. Who are you? Here's another bum with boxing gloves on.
Yeah, exactly. Like Fury has that thing. He's a natural. Like he's a natural. Like stripping a guy of his achievements. Like it just takes you down to just minimizes you, and like I think that fucks with people mentally. Like it's like Klitschko was like, what the fuck? And then he got in a fight, and it's like this guy. I can't even get a hold of this guy.
It's almost like he was like really like. It's almost like he was like shocked at how like fluid what's the name Tyson Fury was.
Yeah.
So it was almost like they were the same type of person. They're like, stay humble.
That was a mirror match. Yeah. Klitschko and AJ was a mirror match.
Leave the ego at the door. It's boots to the ground when you come to the boxing gym. And then Klitschko's like, I'm totally obsessed. And he pulled out his USB flash drive.
Yeah. That was funny. It's like,
yo, that shit was dope, man.
I have my prediction.
What the hell is the flash drive?
I don't know. He was gonna sell it for charity, right? I don't know who bought the flash drive because I want to see what's in the flash drive.
People are going to say, "Yo, Klitschko got pornography flicks on there."
Yo, that shit was dope when he said that shit. Klitschko was like, "Yo, I am obsessed."
I am totally obsessed.
He's like, when I get those belts into my hands.
When I get the belt into my hand, I'm telling you, I am totally.
and then he told him, he's like, after I beat you, I will help you to get better or something like that. He told him something like that. It's like, after I beat you, I will help you to get back up.
He says to everybody. He says Tyson Fury is like, I beat you. I am personal psychologist.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. When people like try to act like they're like, man, Klitschko, like that was like a boring era and everything. Klitschko was a good character, man. That was a good character for what it was. And I think like it needed that Anthony Joshua time to really pull it out.
Yeah.
Like Anthony Joshua was the first time I had ever seen like it pulled out of him like a whole character.
I mean, if you would have fought Shannon Briggs earlier on, they could have pulled out.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That fight should have happened. Like the build-up was crazy. Like the stuff Shannon Briggs was doing, it should have happened. Like it was like I saw the clip where like Klitschko was having a meal or whatever, and like Briggs came through and like, let's go, champ. Whatever you eat, I eat, champ.
The Italian restaurant that he ate at, I know exactly where it's at. It's in my old neighborhood.
Yo, that was crazy. And like the way he pulled up casually, like grabbed a chair and it was starting to feast on Klitschko's plate. It was calm. I thought Klitschko was like, okay, and out of nowhere just pour water on him.
You put water on him?
Yo, what about the time Chisora spit in Klitschko's face?
Yo, Chisora's like, he's a character. I like him. He's a character in boxing. Like,
I like when he told Regis Prograis and Josh Taylor, he was like, nobody gives a fuck about no one.
I will squash you.
The heavyweight game, the top 10, the big guys, yeah.
Look, Regis was like, we number 1 and number 2.
We don't want number 2. We don't want number 2. He's like, nobody gives a fuck. It's the big guys in the top 10 in the heavyweight game. Yeah, the big guys, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, Regis actually after a while kind of just kept quiet because it's like this guy's crazy, man. Like you don't know what Chisora is gonna do. So it's like you can't take him. You're a smaller man. Sure. Just let him do his thing.
Derek Chisora he's like the British Shannon Briggs. That dude doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Yo, you want to know what pissed me off about what's his name about Regis? Okay, Regis acted like he was gonna do all this when he got into the ring with Taylor. All right, he talked up the biggest game ever, and he kept trying to say like, man, I can't see how this guy can beat me. I don't see how he can beat me. Then after he gets beat, he says in the interview, oh, you know, I was kind of letting him hit me, so he tired himself out. And I was like, that's the most Deontay Wilder shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah. I remember when he beat who was the guy he beat? When he beat Kyle Relic, and he's like, remember his post-fight interview against Kyle Relic? The fight before that, he's like, I told you I'm the best at 140. These little boys that can't fuck with me. And then he starts talking about his opponent, and he makes like a triple negative statement. He's like, that's a tough dude. He barely never even lost. I'm like, he barely never even lost.
or when he look. What about when he beat what was that? When he beat
I like Regis is a good fighter. I like Regis.
What about who was that dude he beat? Who was the dude that what's called Terrence Crawford beat for Undisputed? Ndogo. Okay, when Regis beat Ndogo, he acted like he just won the freaking lottery. He dancing around the ring.
Yeah,
he beat him. He beat him once in Crawford.
He beat him in like 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Ndongo looked terrible in that fight. Like everything.
Ndongo looked terrible.
Every time Regis touched him, it was like down. Like it was like literally like he had no punch resistance at all. It was just like.
Yeah, and you know what? That like almost made us think. I think that like gave us a false sense of security about his power.
Yeah. True. We got a $2 super chat from my main man, Jairo Galvez. He says, this is going to become a 24-hour live stream if G Boogie joins. Yeah, maybe if he comes, we'll play it. See, G Boogie is always talkative. But yeah, thank you, Jairo, for the super chat. I'm the real champ.
Adonis Stevens.
Yeah, every time Jairo comes on, he always says that. I'm the real champ.
Yo, when he ran up on his own couple, he said, hey.
He said, hey, this is the beast. I'm the real champ.
John Pascal immediately just turns his head. He's like, oh, shit. Here comes Stevens.
John Pascal's crazy, too. John Pascal be saying some stupid stuff, too. Remember when John Pascal told Bernard Hopkins, take the test, but not for the fans. For the fans, take the test.
Yeah, I read something about Adonis today. Apparently, like on BoxRec. Sorry, not BoxRec. Boxing Scene. Apparently, he lost some money. Like his fiance or whatever. Like I guess they're not together anymore. The girl that was with him like throughout everything, right?
Yeah.
And I think they were saying she withdrew like $1 million or something out of his bank account.
Oh my God.
His mom's suing the girl now. It's like it's all fucked up, man. Like, oh
man, you know what's crazy? I'm on Instagram all the time, so I know exactly who that girl is. Her name on Instagram, I think, is like CC God or something like that.
Yeah, it's Simani God or something like that. That was the name of the article. Yeah. So apparently, I was surprised too, because like I remember she was with him like before the fight. He had a fight before. No, it was the Badu Jack fight in Toronto. I remember seeing like a bunch of like interviews where she was right there with him and stuff. And then when after at the WC convention as well, I remember seeing an interview, like not the interview, but like when they gave him like the award on stage, she was with him as well. So I guess apparently between that time and now, there's been a split up. $1 million has disappeared from his account. There's been all kinds of crazy shit. And lawsuits. Damn, it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. I just hope he's all right because he really needs to.
Yo, that's extremely cold blooded because, yo, he just nearly lost his life in the ring, and you just went and withdrew $1 million for all that was happening.
Yeah, that's the part that's like I have no clue what went down there.
Bro,
right? Like
that's why like honestly I don't know, man. I'm getting more and more discouraged about there being good women in the world. By the day,
not when money's involved,
especially with money. Yo, I read an article. Listen to this. I read an article the other day. And Tom Brady was saying that he had to make a bunch of changes and adjustments in his marriage because his wife wasn't happy. I'm like, yo, you got 6 rings. You got 6 rings, man.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard for like an already successful like rich celebrity or like fighter or whatever to find a girl that's just gonna be into him for him. Like,
Well, you know what it is. It is too a lot of times the women that the athletes pick are like, you know, they're not like regular women either. They're like, you know, they're models and actresses.
Yo, what about Deontay Wilder meeting his girl in the airport?
Oh my! Yeah. I was watching a bunch of interviews about that recently, actually.
She thought it was a basketball or something playing out in Europe.
Yeah, she was like, I watched the interview, and she was like, yeah, well, you know, I knew he wasn't in the NBA because I watched the NBA, so I thought he played in Europe.
Yeah.
She was sitting in the airport. Dog, think about that. Think of what she's saying. She was basically sitting in the airport, like fishing. She's just sitting there putting up the bait, waiting on the guy to come by, and she knew eventually she would catch something.
Yeah.
And look who rolls up, dumbass Deontay.
Well, you know what's crazy? I have you seen the reality show clips like from the little the Wags or whatever it's called, Wags in Atlanta?
Yeah.
And she's pressuring Deontay Wilder to get married. She's like
pressure. I
mean, this is if you thought the Tyson Fury pressure was a lot, this ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. She put some serious pressure on Deontay Wilder. She's like, yeah, like they got a jeweler with the rings coming to their house, and she's like, I like that one, champ. You need to take this fight. We need to get married. We need to do this, that, and the third. I'm like, oh my god, no wonder he's all mentally messed up.
Wow.
Dog, that's why think about it, she was the first one to post like, yeah, we're going to go get that championship belt back. I was like, dog, I think Deontay needs some time to rest. He need to recuperate.
I think Deontay just need to chill. Like, man, you know what's crazy? So from what I found out was, I guess they met each other when after he became world champion. So she met him like right after the Stavern fight, and she said the first fight she went to was the Johan Duhaupas fight. So it's not like she was with him when he was, you know, when Deontay Wilder was driving beer trucks and working at IHOP. She wasn't there.
No, he left him. No, he left that girl.
Yeah, why did he leave? I was trying to find out why did he leave the first girl?
Dog, probably because I know I'm gonna this is gonna sound bad. It's gonna rub some people the wrong way.
Uh-oh.
But Deontay probably got that same he probably got that same thing that happened to most black athletes. You know what I mean? They get that money. They want they leave the black woman and they want the light skin honey comes around.
They're like, man, I got
with the good hair.
Yeah. They're like what did Jay-Z say in that one song? He said
Becky with the good hair.
No, Jay-Z said in one of Jay-Z's songs, he's like, yeah, and all these wavy light-skinned girls are loving me now. That's what happened. That's what happened to Deontay.
Yeah, it's exactly what dog. He was sitting there and he's like a regular guy, like, and he's with his regular girl and everything. They come up, they're doing good. Because if you think the wife was on a show of what's that show? Wildin' Out. They were on Wildin' Out together.
Were they?
Yeah, you can go look it up. They were on Wildin' Out. That's what I'm saying. Dog, I've been watching Deontay Wilder for a long time. Dog.
Wilder and his wife were on Wildin' Out?
Recently? No, they were on Wildin' Out. This I think it was like probably like 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
They're on Wildin' Out. They do the little show and everything, and then all of a sudden, like if you notice, Wilder's family stopped coming to the fights.
Oh wow!
Like I don't know if you ever like noticed that, but like around like the time when like the second Stavern fight, like his family, his mom, like everyone, they like it was almost like they stopped. His daughter, he stopped having her at the fights and all types of stuff. Then. He all of a sudden the new light skinned girls around. He started to dress different. He's starting to talk different. He's got different hair.
Yeah, he's got a perm.
Yeah, no. Remember, first he had the man weave. First he had the fake dreads.
Oh, that was the worst.
Yeah, first he had the fake dreads. Then he had the braids. Then he I'm telling you, he just did like a full transition. And it's crazy
Coogan Cassius from IFLT posted an interview that he did like from like 6-7 years ago when he fought Ali Harrison, and he's like a different guy. He's like humble. He was like
I told you.
Yeah. When Wilder had like the low cut, like the fade, right? Like just
Yeah.
straight buzz cut. He was like cool. He was down to earth. Like it was like a.
I was sitting there. What? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say like I think this whole persona of like this super brash, tough macho, arrogant Deontay Wilder only started, I would say, shortly after the Joshua Klitschko fight.
But do you also think it came? Do you think it came with the new girl?
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to say just start because like his money also went up too. So it's like it's a few different things, right? Like your money went up, your champion longer, your fan base kind of grew a little bit too. So like I think they all work together. Like the girl is part of that. Like, you got a bigger buzz, you're gonna get a better girl. It is what it is.
Yeah. Can you imagine that the LDVC? Okay, Deontay Wilder talks all this black pride talk, and then he leaves his black wife for an Asian woman, and then instead of making the fight with a black man, Anthony Joshua, he makes the fight with a white guy in a Cuban. Then he says Anthony Joshua's getting pimped by the white man, and he's got a white man. This just projecting.
And then what's crazy is he's got the dudes that designed his costumes are like what are they? They had that one guy. He's like what's it called?
Kate Jenner.
Yeah, transgender. There you go.
No, I said Kate Jenner. Bruce Jenner.
Oh yeah. Yo, like I mean, like I don't really like the whole LWC agenda thing. I don't really buy that. It's a bunch of bullshit. They claim they're for this, but like you can tell, like they're not pro what they say they are. They're very specific. They pick some fighters that are with the PBC, and they fight for that guy. Like even when whatever he does contradicts what they claim they like. Like Wilder's done so much stuff that contradicts what they claim they believe in.
Exactly.
They look for excuses. They just look for excuses or ignore it. They act like it didn't happen. They don't talk about it. They do no videos about that. I stopped watching them a long time ago. Like I don't watch their videos. Like I haven't watched their videos in like 2 years.
I watch about one. I watch one channel in the LWC for giggles and laughs.
Yeah, no, I don't watch them anymore because I used to enjoy like. 178 would talk a little bit about other stuff, like because he had a cool way of doing his videos, and then slowly I started seeing like, I think what kind of killed the whole thing and made everything clear was like when the AJ Wilder rivalry was going on, and like
what's funny is like,
yeah, go ahead.
I was on YouTube before while AJ became a champion, so I actually remember what it was like on YouTube before Wilder, before the LWC started dick riding Wilder.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I think I was a bigger Wilder fan than most of them because I don't even remember them talking about any of his fights like Johan Duapas or Spilka or any of them fights. It wasn't
exactly.
Like it wasn't until AJ came around that they said, "This is our guy and he stands for us." And I'm like, "Really? He's your guy now? Like, where were you? Where were you when he fought Chris Arreola?"
Yeah.
Where were you at?
Where were you when he fought Calvin Price?
Yeah, those guys kind of. I think they added a lot of fuel to the fire too, and Wilder himself, I think he kind of fed off of them and started believing his own hype. Because like it didn't make any sense. I'm like, you've been around way longer. You never fought the people you were supposed to fight. This young guy comes up like he's done what you haven't done in like 4 or 5 years. So in after time, and you guys are and he's offering you more money than you've ever made to make the fight happen. And somehow it's the other guy's fault. It's not your fault. How does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, if you can almost tell that Wilder and the guys on PBC, they don't actually watch boxing and they don't actually know boxing history. Because if they did, they would have known that if Anthony Joshua was like a big star right now, and he's like but he's actually green, you need to jump on him now.
Yeah,
before because he's only going to get better.
Yep.
Yeah, God forbid, Anthony Joshua start working with the Riddick Bowe.
Oh my God. He'll be unstoppable. No, the belts will never come back to the U.S.
But that's the thing. I think his management company, PBC and Shelly Finkel and all of them, I think they really know a lot about Wilder that people don't know. Like they know for sure what they have. Like I think they realize like our guy's not as good as people think he is. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and maximize what we can get out of this guy.
He's generation Michael Grant. He reminds me of Michael Grant. That's what he reminds me of.
Yeah, because like if they had taken like think about it, if they had taken the 12 million at the time or whatever it was, they wouldn't have managed to make more out of him due to like AJ and Eddie Earn chasing him for a unification fight. So they've actually made a lot of money. And if we go back to the Fury fight, the whole idea of the Fury fight originally was like he gets to get a big name under Wilder's resume, right? That's what it was for. Like everybody knew Fury wasn't ready for the first fight.
Yeah.
So like basically like that was a calculated effort. It's like you beat this guy down, you then claim you're the lineal champ, and then you can go back to the negotiation table and get like 50-50 or whatever they were angling for, right? But things didn't go to plan. Like Fury is literally a cherry pick gone wrong. That's what it is. Like
Exactly. It was just a bad cherry pick.
Fury was supposed to be a lamb for the slaughter. Like it was supposed to just show up, and Wilder was supposed to knock him out.
I like when Fury. I like the first press conference for the first fight when Fury says, "Yeah, you only picked me because I've been out the ring for 3 years," and then Shelly Finkel's like, "Tyson, that's not true."
Exactly.
Yeah, because another thing that he said is another thing I knew shit was going bad with the negotiations between him and AJ is when he went on that Showtime show with Brendan Schwab, and Brendan Schwab was like, "Oh, please fight Tyson Fury." And this is when Tyson Fury was like retired, and no one even knew what he was doing. And he was like, "Please fight Tyson Fury." And I was like, "Why is he just randomly saying Tyson Fury?" And then all of a sudden, Tyson Fury coming back out. I'm like, "Oh my, they've already planned this."
Yeah. And also, like Tyson Fury actually mentioned that he told Frank to tell them that it was done. He was just doing it for for the money. So really, I think that's why I said I left a comment earlier. I was like, there's a clear like Fury knew what he was doing when he picked Wilder instead of fighting AJ. He knows what he was doing. Like he realized this is my best route to get I really think I can beat this guy. He's a limited guy. I'm gonna go.
He's very limited.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna beat him. I take the belt. I take a couple fights or whatever. If there's a rematch, we'll do the rematch, whatever, right? And then it's like eventually, if everything's going right, I'm gonna meet up with AJ for more money.
Yeah, because his ESPN deal was what, 120 million?
That's what they claimed. I think 100 million or something, but I don't know.
So think about it. Now, if he goes back to negotiate, if he makes it, because we already know. I mean, we're all begging for the AJ fight, but he's not going to fight AJ while he's with Top Rank. But I mean, we might as well just that's not going to happen. What he's gonna do is he's gonna fight Wilder again. Then he's gonna fight Miller, or he's gonna fight like somebody else. And then they're gonna then he's gonna say he's gonna leave Top Rank, and then he's gonna fight AJ.
Why do you think you won't fight AJ while it's with Top Rank? Because I feel like the money
because Top Rank, because with Top Rank he's gonna have to he's gonna have to share his money. If he goes and fights see right now with him on Top Rank, I'm pretty sure that he's sharing his money with MTK Global, Frank Warren, and Top Rank.
Yeah.
So if he gets done with these 3 fights, this 3-fight deal, because he keeps saying, yeah, after these 3 fights, I'm retiring. He knows that AJ fight's going to be the biggest fight ever. He knows it.
Yeah, but I guess my fear though is like if they don't make it happen as soon as possible, there's no guarantee that after 3 fights they're both gonna be undefeated. The money's gonna be the same. Not undefeated, but I mean they wouldn't, like AJ for example wouldn't have lost a game, or Fury wouldn't have lost his title. So there's no guarantee.
That is true.
Why not strike? While the big bag is there right now. So that's why I kind of feel like it might happen, because if Fury beats Wilder again, I don't see why fight anyone else other than go for the unification fight.
You're
think we lost him.
It's mandatory comes up in what, next February? I think Dylan White's mandatory comes up in February.
Yeah.
And then but he's gonna fight Wilder. And when did they say they pushed it back to October?
Yeah, I think that's what they said. Yeah.
So he'll fight Wilder in October. He'll take a break, fight White in February sometimes, if he does, and then he'll probably fight Miller to end out the contract.
Yeah, but those are all risky fights. Like, there's no guarantee he wins them all. That's my fear. Like, I think if he loses the belt, I don't know. Like, and there's two sides, right? What if say Pulev beats Joshua? I don't expect it to happen, but you never know.
Yeah, you never. If Pulev beats Joshua, all the belts are over there at Top Rank.
Yeah, but it's not like, I don't think the money is gonna be the same for like a Pulev and
hell no. Hell no.
You know what I mean? So that's my fear. I think like they're gonna look. This is a chance to make like crazy money. So let's make the money. Let's make the fight. Like, I feel like they try to let him marinate. Like, it could go like, it could lose its value if one of those guys lose a game.
Yo, you see, because we don't know. Eddie, I think Eddie and Bob might be talking behind the scenes and already got that thing planned out.
They're like little like
Eddie and Bob might be talking.
Eddie
and Bob, they be pretending like they got beef and stuff.
No,
they do.
They talk. I think the issue is Bob doesn't like the fact that Eddie exposes what they say in private. You know what I mean? Like, Eddie always says everything. That's his problem.
Eddie talks too much.
He says everything. Yeah. Like,
Eddie's a snitch.
Yeah, pretty much. It was the first one that came out and said, "Oh yeah, we're talking about doing a Fury AJ fight. We're gonna give Wilder a step aside money."
If you commit a crime, if you commit a crime, don't do it in front of Eddie Hearn.
And Bobby's like, "What the fuck, man? Like, we're not talking about that," because obviously Bob is still talking to the PBC. So it's like, dude, you're making me look like I'm playing both sides here. You gotta just keep shot.
That's what I'm saying. And Bob always says it too. Bob's always like, Eddie's just talking. Eddie needs to shut up.
Yeah, exactly. I think Bob really hates that Eddie says everything he knows. Like, nothing's confidential for Eddie Hearn except the money. Like, he might not show you exactly the amount, but Eddie would always like say every single thing. That's his problem. He needs to learn like when to say stuff, when not.
Hold on, guys. We got boxing here. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I was just listening to your stream from that guy, Raekwon.
Okay.
Yeah. I was basically watching Ring IQ, and then I seen it in it because he made a video about it, and then I thought I'd check it out. I didn't even know it was you, and then I was just literally watching it, man. The guy went too far, but the thing is, with the guy, like, he got angry, but the way he was explaining, he shouldn't explain himself like that, man.
Yeah.
That guy was an idiot.
He's a very angry guy. Very angry.
The thing is, he couldn't explain that because I understand his point of view. And the thing is, he gone off on Mark because I know Mark as well. And it's kind of like, he picked on Mark and that's not a guy you pick on, you know what I mean? So it was quite funny.
No, it's not. It's not. Mark knows his stuff. So if you come at Mark, you better come correct.
Bro, he said his top four was the Charlo brothers. End of discussion.
Wow, is that the same guy you asked? How many people did Deontay Wilder fight?
He only like 2 of them, 2 or 3 people.
So he only said Bermane, Stavern, and he said said Ortiz.
Yeah,
Ortiz.
Yeah. Wow, it was quite funny, man.
Yeah, honestly, like actually being here and going through it, I couldn't believe what was happening. I'm like, man, this guy is ridiculous. And then the crazy thing was, you keep thinking he's gonna leave for good, and then he's like, I'm back. Like, he'll come up, he'll click the link like you just did, and then he'll go in the private chat and he'll put, I'm back.
It's just, the thing is, like, the way he explains himself, like, at least, like, if that was me, I would have defended myself a little bit better rather than, going off on one. Like, because when someone goes off on one, it's just one of those ones, isn't it? Like, people won't take them serious.
I thought it was entertaining.
It was entertaining. Yeah, I was just literally listening for like what 15 minutes or something.
The
It
first
was
one,
quite funny.
the first time he ever came on here though was like I did a live one day. It was long because we're on quarantine, with the whole coronavirus. So like
Yeah.
I'm just in the house, so I had nothing to do. I could be live for as long as I want. So I was like 6 hours into a live, and he was like 6 in the morning. I think what's funny. I think this might be him right here actually because he says he's LDBC. It says whoever this is right here it says LDBC. Let's see if this is Raekwon Bell.
Bring him on. Bring him on.
What's up? LDBC, what's up? Okay, I guess not.
Whoever it is muted.
Oh, he's not talking, yeah?
Well, I didn't mute him. He's muted himself.
But the thing is, like,
go ahead.
he should explain himself a little bit better rather than, just saying like, oh, I support black fighters. There's nothing wrong in supporting black fighters. I support sometimes as well black fighters, depending on.
He said that he's protecting Deontay Wilder.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Protecting you. Deontay Wilder doesn't need to be protected. He's 6'7" or something like that.
He's already protected. He's already protected by Shelly Finkel. He doesn't need it.
It's madness.
Hold on. I think he fixed his mic situation, so I'm gonna bring it back and let you. Hold on. What's up, man?
Brother, I'm LDBC. You disrespect Wilder, I'll kick your ass. Brother, I'll kick your ass. 400 years slaves, nigga. 400 years.
Nah, this song.
That's not him. That's not him.
It's me pissing about. It's me pissing about.
No, it's not. Yeah,
the guy is so passionate. He's very, very passionate. And the thing is, like, obviously, I'm not from America, as you can tell. I live in the UK. But things like you have to understand, like Americans, like they go through a lot, like especially Black Americans, and they're so passionate, and they brought the the emotion into the sport, and I think it's the wrong way to do it.
Oh my God! Let me tell you something. That some of the stuff they do is you can respect it, and you can be like, yeah, we're with you. But some of these dudes is not coming from no struggle. You gotta think about it like this: Deontay Wilder is talking about the struggle, and he still stays in Alabama.
Alabama is one of the most. Is that not a racist place? Alabama.
I think they still fly the Confederate flag in Alabama.
Wow.
And
I'll be honest with you, man. Like, look, okay, I'm not gonna say racism doesn't exist because it does, but I just think a lot of
that Deontay Wilder, he's never even left to do a training camp.
That's what I'm saying. And then like a lot of the people in the LWC, they don't even come from the struggle. Like a lot of them don't. I know they don't.
No, they don't.
Ex-politicians. I'll be honest with you. Look, okay, I'm not gonna say that I grew up directly in the ghetto, but I grew up extremely close to the ghetto as a kid. But I don't talk about it. I don't have to talk about it.
No one that has will, unless you're like a fake rapper.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, everywhere is a ghetto, innit? Everywhere is ghetto. Like I live like in like England, basically. I live in a small city called Bristol. That's a bit ghetto as well. That's a bit ghetto as well. So wherever you are, it could be a ghetto. It doesn't matter, even if you live in like a little town or little village. There's so many ghetto places, so it doesn't matter, man.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of times it's like they try to force, they try to force the narrative. Like even like when something is an obvious race issue, then speak on it. That's cool. But if there's no race issue involved, don't try to make it one. And that's the problem. It's like they try to make this Fury Wilder fight about race when there was no storyline. There was no incident to make that the situation.
No, they stopped the Wilder fight with Anthony Joshua, and that was two black men.
Black men, yeah. Like so, like I feel like a lot of them are just misguided kids or grown-ups who honestly missing a father figure, and like they've bought into like they just need something to belong. And they found the LDBC as that. That's
exactly
what it is. Because
LDBC is created by I believe it's 78 Sports TV. He's created that, and basically he's basically best friend with Deontay Wilder. So thing is that the LDBC, they're saying they stand for black fighters, but the thing is though, they take the Mickey out of Anthony Joshua. They say like he's gay, he's this, he's that, he snips seats. Like they absolutely take of him.
They call Floyd Mayweather a coon because he has different views than them. But then they dick rode him when he was fighting, calling him the best ever.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't take those guys serious. Like, cause like
I don't either, but I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I think during this coronavirus thing, I'm gonna probably hop on one of the lives just for fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Basically, like every channel is fun. Like sometimes it's good to listen to LGBTC channels because at the end of the day, this is YouTube. You want some entertainment, and sometimes listening to the same type of, sometimes you want to hear like people chat shit as well. You don't want to just hear like just people talking about normal boxing because that can get boring. But when you hear like BFBB means rubbish, kind of cool.
I talked to him yesterday.
As a black Englishman, I feel insulted by the LDBC because they don't speak for all black people. I like all fighters, black or white. I'm British. I love British fighters. There's no point of like. I don't like bringing race into boxing. There's no place for it.
But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I kind of get pissed off at it a lot because people like British fans, for example, who don't come to America, they think that all Americans are like that. Like I'm not like that. I'm a proud American. Like they think like they use they'll see the LDBC and they want to say, well, yeah, that's how the Americans are. We're not like that.
Hell no.
But it's like that guy last night who came on the other night. I mean, he took it too far. Stick to the boxing, stick to the facts. He was making excuses for Wilder.
That's the thing. A lot of them can't stick to the boxing because they're not boxing fans. Like these guys are like people who need a cause in their life, and they take LDBC as like something to give them a sense of meaning. It has nothing to do with boxing. Like these guys, like you guys were talking about, these guys don't eat. Like they just started following Wilder. I'm pretty sure like a bunch of these guys heard about Wilder for the first time when that Judas Day thing went viral. Like, and they just thought he was some kind of like Malcolm X type figure.
Yeah,
like,
some activist.
A lot of them haven't even seen the full interview. They have no idea what was going on. They just remember seeing the viral clip, and they're like,
The crazy thing is, like, I mean, most of us probably know more about Wilder than they do.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you right now, if I go on any LDBC channel and I ask them about the Damon McCreary fight, I want them to tell me what was the Damon McCreary fight, who was he, and how did it end? Since they're Wilder fans.
Yeah.
The thing is, the only defense I got. The thing is, the only defense I got for Deontay Wilder's loss, if I have to defend him, I would say he looked nervous. He looked a bit like I think he was too much overwhelmed because obviously he never had like massive big fights. That was his second, I believe, his second biggest fight he ever had. Because I don't really consider Luis Ortiz and the other fights he had big fights. So maybe the whole thing got to him. Like that's the only excuse I can give him. But other than the other stuff, the glove or him like saying like he got punched at the back of the head and all that sort of stuff. I don't care about that stuff, man. But I think he was too nervous.
And that's a good point you bring up, right? I don't think Wilder's proven to be like a big stage fighter yet, because the two times he's been on the big stage is like is messed up. Like the first Fury fight, he said it himself. He said he was nervous, he was anxious. It was a lot of pressure. It was his first pay-per-view. And then the second time he fought Fury, like it was destroyed. Like it just didn't seem to be there. So I don't think it's shown that like on the biggest stage it can really do it. Now it's only been one fighter that's done this to him twice, but the fact that he didn't really show up for the second, that kind of like tells me mentally maybe he's not all the way calm when it comes to like these big events.
Yes, big red flag.
Or maybe Fury just seduces him. I don't know. It's something about Fury. He just basically seduces him. He makes him soft. I don't know. It's something about Fury and Deontay Wilder, because Deontay Wilder, he looks like he behaves himself when he's around Fury. I don't know why. It's just I think he looks at him.
Fury's a mental mind game champion, pretty much. Like he's all up in Wilder's head, rent free.
Yeah, he's the man when it comes to mind games.
Yeah, he did the same thing to Klitschko. That's what's interesting. I want to see how he's gonna do the same thing to AJ because like
He will.
he probably will, but I want to see. I want to see the style is gonna take. Like, is he gonna go and shit talk him, or is he gonna like play the nice, calm Fury style? Like, because he has a different he picks how he's gonna go about it, right? Depending on the person. I want to see that.
Yeah, we don't know because remember when Floyd used to talk shit to everyone and get up under people's skin and stuff, but then for the Pacquiao fight, Floyd was just silent.
Yeah, because the fight's all itself.
Like Floyd was just like he was silent. He wasn't doing that much media. He was like, "Dog, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna win, and then we ain't gonna no talking about it."
Yeah, he said, "I gotta go train. This is the truth."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for sure too. I think like some shit talkers, like for real, they know when they're like in a fight where they could lose for real. I think they turn down the shit talking a little bit because they know like you don't want to lose and then have egg on your face. You don't want to be that guy who talks so much smack and you get destroyed.
Yeah, because Keith Thurman looks so stupid now.
What?
Keith Thurman, after he said he was gonna crucify Manny Pacquiao, and then he got knocked down in the first round.
He said that. He said, yeah, maybe reads the Bible. I'm gonna crucify him like Jesus on the cross. I said, he's done. He's gonna get killed. So Manny Pacquiao is about to box him.
That was a good
usually people that talk shit, yeah, basically they never like really get like they don't really perform that well. It's just too much hype.
Yeah. I like my favorite though when Adrian Broner from August McDonald, he's like, I'm gonna make him speak English.
I wish, man, I hate to say it, but I wish Broner was a better fighter. He would be so much better. I mean, he would be such a good star if he was a good fighter, but he just sucks, so it doesn't work.
He's a good fighter, but he somehow he don't let him, he don't let his hands go, especially, last couple of fights, like he's just gone downhill, with the, obviously the outside the ring kind of stuff.
What happens to where he doesn't, I don't know what the deal is with him with not letting his hands go in a fight.
I'm telling you.
I think a guy done that to him, but I forgot his name now. The guy that some guy beat him, but I can't remember his name. I think so, yeah. That guy basically done a number on him. And ever since, he hasn't been the same.
He hasn't been the same.
Yeah, Bruno fights. He fights to not get knocked out. That's his.
You remember when in the Porter fight where he just kept on holding Sean?
Yeah, but he dropped Sean though.
Yeah, he dropped him in the last round.
How many guys dropped Sean Porter? It's rare.
I really think he might have been like the second person or the first person. I think.
Him and Earl.
Yeah. So he was. So I guess he was the first person.
The thing is, with Errol's friend, he didn't really drop him that well, though. It was not really on his back.
Adrian Broner put him on his ass.
Yeah.
Like Earl just like
he don't let it go. He don't let his hands go. Like he needs to believe in himself, and I think he's got no confidence.
Yeah,
honestly, I just think he had too much. He had too much hype and media attention thrusted onto him before he really deserved it. Most fighters can't handle that.
Do you think that media? Do you think that those media obligations? Do you think that's like mentally draining? Do you think that might have that does something to these guys too?
It's not for a guy like Broner. It's not really the media obligations. It's more of like the accolades and the hype they put on him at such an early stage of his career. Like, this guy, guy's best winner is Antonio DeMarco. They're talking about he's the heir apparent to Floyd Mayweather. He's going to take over the sport. Like that's how it was when he was a young fighter. Talking about he's the next Floyd Mayweather, and like that you can't just put that on a fighter right away. You can't.
Yeah, because you can't even name who he won his championships from.
I mean, I can barely do it, and I follow boxing pretty hardcore. I mean, I know he beat Vicente Escobedo, Gavin Reese, Paulie Malignaggi.
Paulie for the welterweight.
Yeah,
and that was my side piece. That was my second.
That was some good shit. That was a good press conference.
That was the post fight. The post fight like in ring interview after the fight.
Remember in the press conference though when Adrian called her.
Oh man, she said Jessica.
Yeah.
Brendan, I have to go now because it's kind of late. I just had to tell you that about the Roquan situation. But do you go live every day or?
I go live. I don't go live every day, but I try to go live at least a couple times a week.
Well, around this time, this type of time, yeah.
Yeah, not this time. Yeah, usually I'm live.
All right, then, man. I'll catch you on the next one, man. I need to sleep. It's like 5. I need 6 in the morning for us, man.
Absolutely.
Rest up, champ.
All right, guys. Take it easy, guys. It was fun listening to you guys, and I'll see you on the next one, guys.
Great having you on. Take care, man. What was your name?
Safe. All right.
All right. Oh, I didn't get his name. Okay. We got Michael Jackson. What's up, champ?
Shimon. Shimon.
Who is this? Nathan?
This Michael Jackson.
What's up?
Oh, Bubbles. Michael Jackson. Bubbles.
Okay.
Continue talking. Michael Jackson.
Can you sing a song?
Oh,
you
God.
make me feel the way it be.
Can you sing can you sing that song Rock With You?
I'm gonna rock with you all night. They don't really care about us.
That's a whole different song, man. That's not even the same song, man.
I think Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter who ever lived.
Yeah? What's your Floyd Mayweather fight?
Oh, where he fought that old guy called a Turugati, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Turugati. He beat his fucking ass.
These guys, man. I think Broner probably needs to I don't know, man. Maybe he needs to go on Dr. Phil or something.
Maybe. Michael Jackson, what do you think Broner should do?
I think that motherfucker needs to retire. He's all drugged up, that motherfucker. He should have been shot years ago.
I think Broner should retire. I do think he should retire and just be a promoter for PBC.
Perhaps so.
He's so damn stupid.
Yo, Michael Jackson, you kind of sound like Mickey Mouse now.
Oh, I'm still Michael Jackson.
I can't tell if it's Michael Jackson or Mickey Mouse.
Oh, it could be anyone. Michael Jackson.
Can you sing that song? Did you watch that show Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? You know that song?
Oh no, I forget. I'm dead. I've been dead for 12 years.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. You know, I never thought I would get a chance to meet Michael Jackson.
God.
Oh, I'm here in living color, but I'm not black anymore. I'm white.
Oh no. Do you remember a video game called Ready to Rumble Boxing where they put you in the video game and you were beating everybody's ass?
Shimon, yeah, I remember. Shimon. Jesus juice. I remember.
So I remember Michael Jackson and Mike Tyson were hanging out.
That's right. What was that like, Michael?
Oh, I'll let Bubbles have a stroke of him. Good old Bubbles. Good old Bubbles. The way you make me feel. The way you turn me on.
Hey, Michael, who's your pound for pound king of boxing right now? Who's the best fighter in the world to you?
Oh, Dave Allen.
Dave Allen?
Yeah.
Oh man, Dave's
He's the world's greatest. He's the world's greatest. I'm sitting with Elvis right now in heaven. Do you want to say hello to Elvis?
I do.
I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk it. This is Elvis. My favorite fighter is Joe Kawasaki. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What's your favorite Joe Kawasaki fight, Elvis?
Oh, where he beat Jeff Lacey.
Jeff Lacey, but I wanted to
Will
know.
he beat his ass?
I wanted to know Elvis. Can you go get Elvis for me?
Oh yeah, I'll go get him. Oh,
That's got to be his claim to fame.
turn to sender. Hello, BT. How are you, brother? This is Elvis. Yeah.
I can't complain, man. Great to meet you. My grandfather was a big fan.
Oh, didn't I ever tell you quite as good as I should have?
Elvis,
I didn't treat you bad. Always on my mind.
Elvis, what's your favorite Joe Calzaghe fight? Because I heard you're a big fan of his.
Oh, when he beat Chris Eubank Jr. Oh, sorry. Oh, Chris Eubank Sr. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Yo, Chris Eubank Sr. was like, yo, I thought those were slaps, but they were hurt. Those punches hurt.
Yeah, man.
Fight News Boxing.
Yo,
I didn't
Calzaghe
ask you to
put some
speak.
punches on
I
that
didn't
nigga.
ask you to speak.
What happened?
You've had your turn, speak. It's my turn now.
Okay, what's up? What's up, MJ?
Well, I want to talk about Michael Hunter, the heavyweight, the greatest heavyweight who ever lived.
Oh God.
I wouldn't call him the greatest heavyweight who ever lived, but okay, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, Michael Hunter, he runs like a Trojan. This man has speak movement. He would cause Anthony Joshua lots of problems. You guys are not taking me seriously. I tell you, he could become the world champion. He's got that kind of ability. He'll cause a few shocks along the way. You know. I'm going to put Elvis back on. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go back to heaven now. See you later, guys.
All right, Elvis, God bless you. That's easy.
Got to go back to heaven now.
There you go. Listen, you guys come to True School Sports, and you just don't know who you'll get. You might get Spuddy or El Spudito one day. You might get Elvis. You might get Michael Jackson. You just don't know what you're gonna get. Just don't know, man.
The top of the top.
Did you only the top? Only the A-list. Did you ever think in your wildest dreams that you would get to speak to Michael Jackson? No.
Yo, looking at this stuff right now, he's got fucking T Street controversy. He's got like a picture of fucking Carl Frocha up. Called the Cobra Commander.
T Street's in Wilder today. I saw he put something on Facebook earlier, and he was talking about how Canelo ducked this person and fought Chavez, and then he went on a whole rant about how I guess Chavez. You remember when Chavez got robbed by all those hookers?
Yeah. What happened with that? He was like in a hotel room, like with some hookers, and then like he got robbed.
Yeah. TC was posting about it today, and I completely forgot about it until you brought it up. Here's what he posted. I'll read it to you verbatim, word for word. He said, "This is not Canelo or Cotto slander, but Cotto just plain old ducked GGG. So his little title reign at 116 means nothing in my opinion. I'll never forget how Canelo dropped his belt and shaved his beard and got butt ass naked on the scale at 154 to duck GGG and then moved to light heavyweight Canelo superweight and fought Chavez Jr. at 164.5 pounds. Chavez Jr. then gets his fight night check, a Hublot watch, and his wife shit stolen by some British stock bandits whom he met at the bar in the hotel after the fight. Anyway, Canelo beats GGG now, but he clearly ducked him. By the way, I have it 1-1. Nathan, what's up, man?
All right, mate. How's it going?
It's going well. You just missed it. We had Michael Jackson and
what?
Elvis.
What the hell?
Yeah, they were here.
Who the hell was that? Who the hell was that?
I don't know. They just came here and they were talking about Joe Calzaghe and Jeff Lacey.
Oh, that's bloody weird, man. That's just crazy. I wonder who the hell that was.
I don't know. Kind of sounded like you, but I mean that's impossible.
Oh dear, my impressions are terrible.
Yeah, like you were in character, and then
taking like all these Al Haymon videos now.
You broke character for a split second, and I'm like, wait a second, Michael Jackson isn't a brummie. I'm like Michael Jackson. All of a sudden, he's in Birmingham.
What's his name? Like, what's called? Like, Bruce Vane's like making all these Al Heyman videos and this stuff right now. I'm like, dog, you're
Is
late.
he?
Yeah.
Shout out to Bruce Vane.
I'm like, dog, you are late.
Wait, what is he saying about Al Heyman? Is he trying to make it sound like it's like new information? Like, what's he saying about Al?
No, he's gonna say life of the dark life story, Dark Lord, and all Al Heyman up there.
Well, Al cares about his fighters.
I mean, yeah, we cannot deny that.
Oh,
that's
something
we cannot deny.
I was actually just joking around. You serious?
I mean, they're all paid as a motherfucker.
Because
they might not have all his fighters might not have the best legacy.
I wouldn't say all of them are paid. I would say only the big name ones that the public knows are paid, but I wouldn't say all of them are paid. Because I think
even his like the lower brain. Which one? What do we like? What's called like a what did Adrian Granados get?
The only thing I find a bit strange about the PBC model is like there's the conflict of interest there, right? Because if he's supposed to be the fighter's advisor, but he also has network deals, so it's like if a different network is gonna offer the fighter more money, it's like a conflict of interest, right? Because now he has to pick. He has to choose. Like, do I do what's best for the fighter, or do I do what's best for me because I have a deal with another network? And I think that to me is strange. I don't understand how that's supposed to work.
Well, I think that's the way he gets away with it because that's why he does the advisor thing instead of like a manager or instead of saying like they're like signing him. That's why I think he does that whole thing.
Yeah, so because
he found a loophole.
Pretty much, right? But I'm just saying from a fighter's perspective, he's not working in my best interest if he's not gonna let me get money elsewhere because he has a deal that I fight here. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like do you remember what he did with what was the dude what's the Kid Chocolate? Peter Quillen.
Yeah, it made him drop the belt and everything.
Yeah, that was the craziest thing in the world to me. Like, you made him drop the belt. But then he gets knocked out by Danny Jacobs.
Yep, in the first round. It was a first round knockout. And he's never really recovered from.
He's never recovered from that. This dude just lost to Angulo.
Yep. So that's my issue. I'm like, if you're claiming you're an advisor, then my understanding of an advisor is you're gonna make the best advice for your fighter to get the most money.
I think like what's the name? I think Danny Garcia was better when he was with Golden Boy instead of being with Al Heyman.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I think now they might get more fights because he has the Fox deal as well as the Showtime deal. But before, when they didn't have when it was I know before it was on regular TV, and then at some point it was mostly just Showtime, right?
Yeah,
I think they didn't have enough fight nights to put all those guys on, and that's why they would only get one fight in like a year or whatever. But they were okay because you would still pay them good money.
But now it's like that because I remember that first time. Like, well, I know like Danny Garcia. He seems like the type of fighter who needs to be active to be good.
Yeah, I think that applies to a lot of the fighters. They need to fight frequently to come in good shape, to come fresh, to come to fights like fight fit.
Yeah,
but what's happening is these guys have so much time between fights that like they party, they get bloated, and then they got to lose a lot of weight to come back to fight. And that's why they just fight warm-up fights, because it's like you don't want to put them in a real fight when they're coming off like a year or 10 months layoff.
It's like what you said. It's like what you were just saying about what's named Wilder earlier. It's like I think that he knows that they're not that good. I think that he knows that sort of. I think that he knows that about the Charlos because I'm like, why in the world would Charlo turn down $7 million if he thinks he can knock this guy out?
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like you can tell they're not confident in those guys. Because if I'm confident in my guy, and like I'm an advisor, right? And like I have to give Fox fights, but this guy's are gonna pay him 7 million to fight on the zone. If I know my guy's gonna beat Andrade, what am I gonna tell him? Go beat his ass, come back here, and we'll put on a big fight for you on Fox. Because now you're gonna be a unified champ, right?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you do that if you're confident in your guy?
Yeah, he said that he wouldn't even let. They don't even want Andre to come over there
because they can't afford to pay Andre what the zone would pay him. Same kind of thing happened with I think Tank and Tevin Farmer, right? I think the zone were gonna offer Tank, was it 5 million or something like that, and like they made a counter offer of 2 million to Tevin Farmer.
Yeah, then Tank tried to be like, he's not worth that. Like, how can you say what somebody's worth and you're not the one paying?
Yeah, so it's like Farmer's like, why would I take 2 million over there when the zone are offering you 5 million, meaning they're gonna give me, I don't know, 3 million or whatever, or 4 million. Either way, I'm gonna make more money. You're gonna make more money if we fight here. So why should we go fight elsewhere for less money? It don't make no sense.
Dog, Tank's last fight, I don't know why people are just like glancing over. I don't know if you noticed something, but like when stuff happens with PBC fighters, like when they sort of get there's telltale signs of them being exposed and us seeing like the truth about these guys, but then people just try to look over it. Like with Tank Davis's last fight, he got so exposed, his power was exposed to the max, and now everyone's just trying to like act like they didn't see it. I'm like, dog, he froze up when he was getting hit. He clearly got tired and scared in the corner. I mean, we're lucky that the guy couldn't punch. We're lucky.
But that's why they purposely pick guys that they shouldn't lose to. Like they rarely put them in fights where it's a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, because I think they're already in their mind like, nah, this ain't gonna work out right.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna lose like so much time that we've put in on these guys. This is gonna be stupid. This is just gonna be a waste.
And the problem with that though is like all these guys, like they're not reaching their full potential because they're not fighting the best. The gamble you always take with fighting the best is you might lose, but if you do win, you're a bigger star. You're gonna make more money, and it's the kind of gamble you it's like any business. You have to take the big risk to get the big reward.
But even if some of them were to lose, sometimes when a fighter loses, sometimes they gain that experience.
Yeah, agreed.
Like they're scared for him to even gain the experience. Like they're just like, nah, we just want him to be undefeated.
Yeah, I think that's kind of because of Floyd. Like Floyd.
Undefeated to me means two things. One, either you're the best or you ain't fought nobody.
A lot of times is the ain't fought nobody.
I'm back, guys.
Welcome back.
What up?
Y'all talking about
Yo,
Tank?
Brennan. Yeah. I just said this. I said when I see a guy when I see people that's undefeated, it tells me two things. It's one, that you are truly the best, or you ain't fought nobody.
Normally it's the latter.
That's always what I think when I see an undefeated record.
Yeah, you have to. And then the guys that are like 28. It's funny because like the guys that are like 17-5. I'm like, yo, that guy must be the truth. It's like weird, but it's like it's how boxing is now. It's like you got prospect with belts.
Yeah.
You got guys like Caleb Smith who are still undefeated.
Dog, Caleb Smith, as soon as I'm telling you, man, that guy, it's crazy.
He already lost. I don't look at him as an undefeated fighter. He lost already. He lost to John Ryder.
He did lose.
Did you hear in the corner, John Ryder's trainer I think it's Tony Sims, right? Or
Yeah, it's
is
Tony
that?
Sims.
Yeah, yeah. It was at some point. It was like that guy is weak as a kid. He called him weak as a kid.
He is, bro. Caleb Smith is huge. I've seen him in person, bro. He's taller than Tony Bellew.
Wow, and he's like shrinking all the way down to 168.
Yeah, bro. He's like freaking. He's the gargoyle of 168. It's huge.
That's why he's weak. Cause like when Ryder came up to him, like he was like so close to him that like Smith couldn't push him off or anything.
Yo, Eddie Hearn and Joe Gallagher should be very happy that Canelo Alvarez never said, "Hey, I want to fight Caleb Smith," because Canelo Alvarez will knock him out of his shoes.
I think Canelo will stop him to the body. Seriously.
Canelo will make Caleb Smith levitate off the ground.
Well, I don't know, man. Like I like Canelo. Is super skilled, but it's kind of short. I feel like a bigger,
So is
taller
Don
fighter.
Ryder.
True. I agree. Like, yeah, it's gonna be a similar type of fight. But I just feel like I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that like it would easily like beat Smith. One
I
guy.
think that
Now go ahead.
I think the only thing that Canelo is missing, and I don't understand like why they still haven't done it, even though they can see that his knees messed up. He needs to learn footwork, and they're glancing over that. They're just like, oh no, he's working on this, he's working on that. I'm like, dog, y'all need to work on Canelo's feet. It's obvious that his feet are messed up because now he's ruined his knee by doing that turn thing instead of actually being able to pivot. See, he can't pivot, so he turns and he's actually like he's almost like busting his knee. He's like hyper like extending his knee.
When is Canelo going to give up that WBA regular belt? Because it's like, what's the point of him having it if he's not going to defend it?
I didn't think does he still have it?
Yeah.
I thought him and what's his name fought for it. I didn't know Canelo still has that WBA belt.
Yeah.
You talking about the 161 or the 168 one?
No, the 68 one.
168 regular.
Oh, that's the one he beat the what's this guy's name?
Rocky Fielding.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a big fight.
His first fight under the zone contract.
That's right.
He did Rocky Fielding so bad.
That was horrible.
Nah, Rocky Fielding did Rocky Fielding so bad, man. Like, come on, man. He folded, man. Like was it like his second round or something? I know it was early in the
round
fight.
Round 3, and he knocked him down 4 times in the fight.
Every time he talked his body, this guy would fold. I'm like, dude, you ain't do no sit-ups in training camp. Like,
they don't do sit-ups in Liverpool.
The problem with Rocky Fielding is that he's a European level fighter. He's not a world level fighter. He never has been.
Who did he beat? He beat Tyron Zeuger or Zuji, whatever his name
is? Yeah.
Some German guy, yeah. I get all that, but I'm like, how come like you didn't train, like to take
you didn't watch Canelo tape?
Or just avoid some of those shots. Like every shot he took, he went down. Like you can't do that, man. Like
you know what's even more crazy? Rocky Fielding got knocked
you
out
knew he was going to throw body punches.
Yeah,
and yet he became a world champion before Callum Smith. I thought that's all insulting, isn't it? Really, when you look at it properly.
Yeah, that's boxing, right? There's so many belts. Like you could get a belt by accidentally, taking a fight on 1 day notice.
Like that's crazy. That's why when some people when they be like, well, he's a champion and everything, I'm like, dog, that really don't mean. And people try to act like it just means something for now. I'm like, dog, this has been going on since the 80s that guys have been getting belts like that.
Yeah, like promoters got relationships with some of these organizations, right? So they get fast deeps on some of these belts.
Like we can get you in there. We can set up the fight and get you in there. We're gonna set you up against this guy. We're gonna get you the belt. All you got to do is win. The ref's gonna help you out.
What do you guys think about Andrade?
I don't know. It's kind of scary, right?
I love Andrade. I think on his best day, he's arguably the most skilled fighter in the country. But that's a very unpopular opinion.
Yeah, but Brendan, but I don't know because I haven't seen him fight anybody. Like I want to see like that's the thing about when a fighter is untested. Like you don't know what's gonna happen.
How could you? Okay, well, everybody says he hasn't fought anybody and he's untested, but then like he fought Willie Nelson, who beat Tony Harrison, and everybody says Tony Harrison's this great fighter.
Yeah, I think Tony Harrison. I think Tony Harrison is like me personally. I think Tony Harrison doesn't take the sport of boxing very serious. And I think he like what's called because he's never in shape for some reason. Like he can't go past like 7 rounds and be like good.
Yeah.
Like the one time he did it was with Charlo. Like that's the one time that I've seen him do good through the whole fight.
Okay. Well, everybody says Daniel Jacobs is a great fighter, and I saw Daniel Jacobs go life and death with Suleski, and then when Andrade fought him, he shut him out.
That is true.
And I'll just throw this in, like the Tanzanian guy, what's his name? Walter guy.
Kakadawa.
Yeah, Katandoko or something. That guy was huge. Like, did you see for the guy Andrade fought for the belt?
Yeah, when at the weigh-in. See, when I watched the weigh-in, I was like, man, that guy. I was like, this. When I was first watching it, I was like, man, this is some bullshit. But what you just said is right. When they got in the ring, that guy was a whole lot bigger than he seemed on the scale.
He looked like it was like a freak of nature for that weight class. So I and to be honest, like I feel like guys like that, like yeah, like it looks like an easy win because nobody knows his name. But the real question is, why is no one else fighting him?
Yeah, well, how come? I want to see Walker. I want to see the other guys fight Walter Kakadawa.
Exactly, it's not going to be an easy fight for any of them.
But see, I think what Andrade should do is use his WBO status to challenge Billy Joe Saunders.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Like I wouldn't even like if I was Andrade, there wouldn't even been any kind of Canelo talk with Billy Joe Saunders because I would have immediately been like, dog, I'm challenging you for this. I got this belt and I'm challenging you for your belt. If you don't want, you have to drop it.
Yeah. If I was in his shoes, you know what I would do? I would fight Murata in Japan at like a Tokyo Dome or some shit like that. Because Murata in Japan, Murata's like freaking Canelo. He's like that big over there. Like he's getting like 10 million views, 20 million views for like his fights over there.
Yeah, why? Like I feel like Andrade just doesn't like. I don't know, dog. Like he just makes like a lot of dumb moves.
He does. He like he's made a lot of stupid business decisions in his career. Like he signed multiple contracts for multiple people at the same time. Like as far as promotional companies.
Like see, like and like it's almost like with the whole Charlo thing going on right now. It's like he's like, well, man, they don't want to fight me because like that thing that happened back in the day. But I'm like, well, yeah, that did happen. That was like you were in negotiations and you just pulled out. I mean, that did happen.
Yeah,
they wanted to make the fight and you just wouldn't take it. It's not their fault that you weren't going to get paid because you had a bad deal. That's not their fault.
That's beyond their control.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but even then.
No, I was just gonna say I feel like now he's in a good place though. I think like the fights will happen for him like sooner or later right now.
Yeah, when he's 35.
He's on the right side of the street, if I could use that expression. So like
I think he should fight Williams.
He fight who?
Williams.
Liam Williams?
Yeah.
That's what he's gonna fight. Because the WBO ordered it recently.
No, I've been seeing something that like Williams was saying like that he doesn't want the fight or something like that.
Well, it's not an easy fight. It's a tough fight for him.
Like I think like Andrade, like I really want to see that fight because I think that fight tells us something.
Yeah. What about Derevyanchenko? That'd be a good one.
That'd be a good fight too. The one thing I noticed with Andrade dude, that I think he hasn't worked on is his finishing.
Like, yeah, he hasn't.
Like, he doesn't like when he's dropped the guy, he doesn't put the punches together well to actually get him. He just starts like swinging wildly.
Yeah,
and he misses a lot of shots when he tries to finish a guy. Like I've noticed it in a few of his last fights. Like he doesn't have that like I don't know what to call it, like is
Finishing
it
technique.
composure maybe? Yeah,
Yeah,
technique and
yeah,
composure.
composure.
Like once he's hurt a guy, he doesn't know how to just calm down and catch him with real shots. He just swings wildly.
Yeah, he starts looking like Wilder.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
So
that's like a new problem because that wasn't the case when he was at 154. His punches were a lot sharper and more compact. Now all of a sudden he's become light skinned Deontay Wilder.
Do you
yeah,
think? Do you think he now we don't know this? Do you think he might be trying? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if we can actually say that because they are in the ring. I was gonna say, do you think like he might be trying to like downplay his skills to get in there with Canelo?
Yeah, maybe it's possible.
I don't think so. I think he's just trying to be more entertaining by making sure he knocks people out, and he's trying too hard for the knockout.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I think Eddie Hearn has pulled him to the side and been like, "Yo, you got to be more exciting."
I believe that. I believe that probably happened too for
he is
sure.
exciting. This dude came out to the ring with a Darth Vader mask on. How more excited can you get than that?
Luke, I am your Luke Keeler. He had the Luke, I am your father T-shirts on.
That's right.
So
But
he's
yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. So he's got a good personality. He's got the look. He's got the wins. But now it's just like he needs to fight the right people.
yeah. I feel like if we get the Canelo Triple G 3 fight, I think that will open up a lot of things in like in and around that division because I feel like a bunch of guys are waiting to fight Canelo, and Triple G doesn't want to fight anybody except Canelo as well.
Yeah, he's just like Canelo or nothing.
So I feel like once that fight's happened, they're both gonna open up. Like whoever wins, I feel like if Triple G loses, he's gonna have to fight other guys anyways. If
I think,
Canelo,
I'm not gonna lie. I think if Triple G loses, I think he might retire.
Canelo? Or,
he has a few more fights on the deal, right?
No, no, Triple G. I think if Triple G loses to Canelo, I think he'll retire.
I kind of hope so, honestly. Like, cause his career outside of Canelo, like after he lost to Canelo, it feels like his whole entire career is just about Canelo. Like I'm sick of his career just being about Canelo. Like, dude,
It's
there's
all about Canelo. That's all it is.
But then if he retires right away, then he does kind of like make it like his career was all about Canelo though. I think he
yeah,
has
that is
one or two
true.
fights left.
Like I can't really get excited about Triple G anymore. Like I used to like get really, I used to get really hyped for Triple G fights and whatnot. I can't even, I can't. When this dude fought Steve Rolls, when he announced he was fighting Steve Rolls, I said I can't take this no more. This guy has no ambition. Fighting Steve Rolls.
Nah, but the shot to finish Steve Rose is kind of cool though. Like the hook to like the top of the head. Like there's a way he turned the hook. It was a
No, that
very
was great.
yeah.
But I mean, he did what he's supposed to do with the Steve Rolls.
Yeah, I think the Derevyanchenko fight is like what kind of like it showed like Triple G really aged. Like that fight kind of like told you like this guy's done, man. You know?
Well, no, no. Let me say this. Let me say this, guys, because I've always had this discussion with people, and they get kind of mad when I say it. Dog, Triple G, remember his biggest win before David Lemieux. Remember it was when he like just totally like ran through and beat the shit out of David Rosario. Rosado. Remember he like his face was all bloody and all that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, now remember when he went to go fight David Lemieux. Remember before the fight, we all thought it was going to be like this big war. We were all like, "Yeah, man, this is going to be a war. Triple G is going to fucking knock him out with fucking blah 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 blah." But then Triple G was like boxing him. And he
Yeah,
was like, he was like jabbing so much. He wasn't
yeah,
throwing like all the hooks and everything. So that
yeah,
was a question mark. I was like, that's kind of weird. Then Brooke had some success with him, and they said, and they were like, well, he was sick. That's the reason that happened. It happened because he was sick.
yeah, yeah.
Then the Canelo fight, the first Canelo fight. Like people can say whatever they want, but those first like 3 or 4 rounds, he couldn't fuck with Canelo. Like he was chasing Canelo, and he was just trying his best to. He like couldn't get him.
One thing that was very clear in the Canelo fight was like Triple G appeared much slower. Like the hand speed was just like it was like Canelo would throw 2 punches, and you could see Triple G's 1 punch still on its way. That's how it was.
Yeah.
Like, so like I think it was very, very like even though he won the first fight to me, Triple G won that first fight, but like you could tell like it was apprehensive to let his hands go like too much because Canelo was coming back faster than he could get there.
Yeah, but you know what the problem was with that first fight is that he didn't dominate Canelo.
He definitely didn't. Like it was a jab kind of fight, and Canelo kind of like was on his bike all night.
Yeah, because you would have thought
who's on his bike too though.
Yeah, because you would have been thinking that you would have been like, duh, like Canelo's. I mean, he's going to destroy Canelo. Like that was like the whole talk. You were like, he's going to destroy Canelo.
True. That's what we all thought.
But then it did not end up like that. Like he went in there and he just kept like jabbing, like just chasing them around, jabbing them. He didn't throw any body punches like at all.
What's that? What's body punch?
Yeah, he just like forgot all about the body. Then Canelo was going to the ropes and going in the corners on purpose. So then in the next fight, who did he fight? He fought Vanez when he could have fought Derevyanchenko. Yeah. And see this is what pissed me off about the Derevyanchenko fight when he said he didn't take it. He said that he was training for Canelo and that he didn't have the time to switch to fight Derevyanchenko because it was going to be a different style and everything. But I'm like, dog, Canelo is like supposedly the best fighter in the world. If you're training for him, you could obviously switch out Derevyanchenko for it.
Nah, Derevyanchenko would have beat him if he was taking that fight.
Yeah, I think
Derevyanchenko beat him when they fought. To be honest with you,
I knew he beat him.
Yeah, I think he just realized he didn't want to risk the money at a time. Like you don't want to take any serious threat. That's what he's doing right now too, right? He's waiting for that third Canelo fight. That's why he's not taking any serious threat right now.
Because I was real pissed off when he didn't go get the belt from Saunders.
He wanted to.
I think wasn't that because Billy Joe like lost his pen and didn't sign the contract?
No. I think they said Billy Joe actually signed the contract, but then they got the Canelo fight, so he
got the Canelo fight.
So it's like like he was always trying to make the Canelo fight, right?
How convenient.
And then they had that. No, they said Billy Joe really did sign the contract, but
I know.
But the Canelo fight came up instead, so it was like, which one are you gonna take?
Billy
Joe's kind of like it's been unfortunate. Every single time he's about to get that fight, something always happens.
Yeah, because right when he was about to get the fight, it just Canelo pops dirty. So then we're just sitting there looking stupid again. You could have been undisputed. Now you done wasted your time chasing Canelo again.
Yeah, and now Billy Joe was supposed to get a Canelo fight, and then coronavirus.
Coronavirus and people getting sensitive about his joke.
Yeah, I think I don't even think the joke would have mattered like if not for like the coronavirus outbreak.
You don't think so? Because I don't know, man. I don't know. I saw CNN putting articles out there about this. This story was transcendent.
CNN did articles on it?
I think, I'm pretty sure I saw it. CNN did an article about Billy Joe Saunders.
God damn, you fucked up.
I mean,
so I'm like, yo, if he would have fought, he would have had all the women's rights groups at the press conferences talking about how he did.
No, but they could have used that. They could have spun that in a good way. Like Canelo is gonna punish this savage man,
Canelo is this handsome warrior, and he's gonna punish this ugly wife beater.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think
they could have.
The way Billy's going, he's going to get stripped. The way he's going, the British border control are pissed off with him. They're not happy with him at all.
Yeah,
you serious?
Go ahead.
The British border are not happy with him. He could end up getting stripped, apparently, from what I was reading.
By the way, shit! I was right. CNN did do an article about Billy Joe Saunders and the whole domestic violence thing. World champion Billy Joe Saunders suspended for domestic violence advice video, March 31st, 2020, CNN.com.
Oh my God.
The wording of it was when he said it, he basically said, "Oh, guys, what you can do in the lockdown is you can eat your wives." He's basically said it like that.
He said no. What he said was he said that, but he was like yeah, you know, you've been in the house for 6-7 days and she's just getting mad. And you guys can't have it, and she's not having it, and she's running right at you. What you need to do is take a step back and go bang.
God.
And then she's gonna say, "Oh my God, I can't believe it's happened," and then she's gonna be in complete shock. And then you gotta put your weight on your front foot and twist and get one of these.
So I guess we can easily say that he's fucked up.
Listen. Listen. I'm very familiar with like the British humor, the British culture. It's very dark, and there's nothing's really off limits. They start joking around. So,
Yo, but to be honest, he didn't really look that good at 68 at any of his fights at 68.
nah. So I don't think he would have been the same if he fought Canelo at 68 as opposed to 60.
Is it safe to say that maybe that dude might have been telling? Because I remember Victor Conte came out and he said that Billy Joe was on that nasal spray. He said that was like a big deal of it. And then we were like, I was all like, man, nah, that didn't really have anything to do with it. But then he went up in weight, and then he didn't look the same.
Yeah, he needed a nasal spray.
Do you remember that guy he beat for the Super 168 title? That guy was awful.
Well,
Yeah, that guy hurt Billy. Remember that guy rocked him?
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Isufi, Chef Isufi or something.
He wasn't very good. Then he looked rubbish against that Argentinian guy on the undercard of the
KSI Logan Paul.
Yeah, that dog. He almost lost both of those fights.
Yeah, he's looked terrible at 168. Like he doesn't move well at 168.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll never look as good as he looked on that David Lemieux night in Canada.
Or yeah. Oh my God. He looked like the white Pernell Whitaker against David Lemieux.
Dog, I'm telling you, he looked damn good in Canada. I've never seen him look like that again. I've never seen him look like that against anyone else.
He looked pretty good. He looked pretty good against when he beat Andy Lee.
He didn't look like he did in Canada.
No, I watched this fight with Chris Eubank Jr. for the first time the other night. He looked pretty good in that fight too.
Yeah, that was like a what's called. But if you notice, he slowed down dramatically past like the 6th round.
Yeah, he kept getting caught these damn uppercuts. It was so annoying because Eubank likes to throw a million uppercuts.
I wish Eubank Jr. would like get with like I see he's with Roy now, so I'm hoping that he can like hone some skills and beat Charlo.
Eubank Jr. is the British Adrian Broner. That's what he is.
No. He lets his hands go. He lets his hands go.
I'm hoping that he can beat Charlo.
But when I say he's a British Adrian Broner, I mean like he's like one of those guys that like you just expect more from, and he's just gonna keep losing over and over again.
Yeah, I feel like Eubanks could be in a lot of good fights though. Like he should get in the mix. Like if he could get an Andrade, why not? Right? I think it'd be a fun
what?
fight. Demetrius Andrade.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
I think it'll be a fun fight if they can make it.
Yeah,
happen.
that wouldn't happen because what's the name? Because Eddie hates like the Eubanks, don't he?
Oh, he does. Well, yeah, because they were just like I guess he feels disrespected by them, and then they went on their own platform. They went on ITV box office, and then they won the IBO title against Renault Cleveland, and they started hyping it up. What do we look at this guy?
IBO title.
Yo, so technically he's a world champion, former world champion. The IBO headquarters is based in Miami, so I should start being biased and I should start calling IBO the best sanctioning body since I'm from Miami too.
Yo, I remember when he was trying to talk about the IBO title in front of George Gross, and George Gross was like, "That ain't no title."
You know what's funny? I remember seeing an interview with AJ. I think it was AJ talking about something to do with his old Be Humble stuff, and he was saying like how he doesn't like take his belt to the club like some champions. And the first guy that came to my mind was Chris Eubanks Jr. because I've seen a clip of him with like his IBO belt in the club.
Get the fuck out of here, dog.
Ah, for real. You can look it up. You can look it up. Just take a search, Chris Eubank's club belt.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He's a bit of an idiot, Chris Eubank Jr., isn't he? I mean, if he
was proud of that belt.
but he's such a fucking idiot. His dad's an idiot as well. His dad used to walk around with a sheriff's badge on and used to drive a lorry around Brighton. He used to wear a sheriff's badge. And he used to go around thinking he was a sheriff and that lot. And because he actually lived in the Bronx for a couple of years when he learned to box, you see. But then he adopted that silly accent he's got and he started wearing a monocle. Yeah, crap. So he'd drive around this big lorry, this big sort of like monster truck around.
Oh my God.
No, seriously, he was crazy. He was completely eccentric. I saw a thing about his life, about all his kids, and that they were all like proper, silver spoon sort of people,
Yeah, I saw something. One time I saw this thing with Chris Eubank Jr. He said that he didn't know his dad fought until like he went to like one of his friends' houses one time, and then they put on a tape, and like that's the way he figured out his dad was a fighter.
Wow.
He said like his dad like hid it from everybody and everything.
Yeah, I mean, those kids were all spoiled. I mean, the fact that Junior's got as good as he's got is quite remarkable, really. Considering
Chris Eubank Jr. parties in club with IBO belt won by James.
Found it?
I mean,
I looked it up. I had to look it up.
I'm looking it up myself too.
Oh my God.
Do you think if his last name was Eubank, he would have been like a 4-time world champion or interim or
I don't know, but did y'all see that thing where he said it's like his house got robbed?
Yeah, I saw that.
And then he goes into a room and he pulls like this watch out of the thing. He's like, "Hey, you didn't get this."
Yeah, that was the most expensive thing.
I saw that clip. That was so dumb.
I'm like,
he brought it on himself. He was like, because months before that, he was like, yeah, like I don't know why, but for some reason he's like, yeah, we have a big security system, and if you get past the security system, I got a baseball bat and I got all these things. I'm like, yo, why are you doing? Like, I'm like, dude, you're asking to tell him. And then he's like, I was gone and someone got in my house, but you idiots, you're not even good at robbing because you left this here. God, I'm like, somebody's gonna come into his house when he's asleep and bang him over the head with a spike bat. And he's asking for it. Like, you don't just keep a low profile. You don't need to tell people what you got and what you don't got.
How do people even know where he stays?
He's so harsh on other fighters. It's embarrassing. And he said, "Oh, Kell Brook was a quitter on the start." When I'm thinking, that hung on for dear life against George Grove.
Yeah. He said, Chris, when he said Kell Brook needs to go to the get his heart. He said he needs to go get a heart.
Yeah, well, you gotta understand, you can't quit in the fight because that's part of the Warriors code.
Yeah.
Warriors code.
Yo, anytime I hear about that Warriors code, I lose it automatically.
Warriors code.
Warriors code. Oh yeah.
Dog, what? I cannot believe this guy, man. What is wrong with Chris Eubank Jr.?
I don't know.
Is he just living in his own world in his mind?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he believes he's like one of the best fighters in his own mind. He's a good fighter, but he's like in his mind. He's like he has a different.
Yo, where's the video? Where's the video with him in the club? I'm trying to find that right now.
No.
I just put in what's called. I didn't see a video. They have a what's called. You have to look. There's pictures.
You found the picture? Yeah, I was looking for it too because I've seen it before, but I can't find it right now.
All right, I'm looking for this because I have to see this. Chris Eubank Jr. in the club.
He's in the club. He's got a picture with Drake.
Oh,
with Drake?
Right? He has the belt, right?
No, he's got a picture with Drake with him and the IBO belt.
You mean the illustrious IBO belt?
The illustrious, yes, the very illustrious.
Oh my God! He really has. Yo, I'm sorry. I'm posting this in my community post tomorrow. Let's go to my community post.
He is proud of that thing, man.
Yo, man, I'm taking my belt to the club. Fuck what y'all talking about.
Like, I can't believe AJ talking about being humble, but then you talking about somebody.
He's bubbling up with so much pride in this picture. And then Drake don't want to go. Drake's like, yo, this guy's a champion.
Sure, you know what I'm saying? Like, he got a belt, you know?
Yo, no. The funnier is when he beat well, not really beat, when what's his name, like, quit. What's the name? When Matt Carbove. He took a picture in front of with the WBA strap, and he's like, he posted on his IG. He's like, man, well, I hate to say it happened like this, but you know, things happen. I'm still a champion.
Yo, he that same day he met Drake, he took a picture of Paul Pogba. Jesus.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh my God, too funny.
That guy's going everywhere with. Yo, didn't he like seriously injured that one guy though, didn't he?
Who hasn't Drake taken a picture with? I feel like Drake's been in pictures with everybody.
Oh my God! Remember he took the picture with AJ, and then AJ got stopped.
Like, if I ever meet Drake, I'm never taking a picture with him because my channel probably get shut down.
This nigga AJ was talking about some. I'm about to put the He's like, what'd he say? He said I'm about to. He said I'm gonna reverse the Drake curse.
And then he lost.
He lost terribly.
That's when I knew the Drake curse was actually real. I'm like, yo.
I still remember that fight, like the AJ Ruiz fight, because I was watching, and there was a Mexican girl with the group I was watching it with, and like she didn't really follow boxing, but when she saw Ruiz and she's like, that's the Mexican guy, she's like, he's gonna lose, like the Mexican, because she just look at the physique, right? You see AJ walk in, you see Ruiz, you're like, no chance. And then at the end of the night, she was the only one celebrating because like everybody was in shock. Because we're like, wow, like what just happened, you know?
Hey, Viva Mexico.
Yeah.
Yo, that's another thing too, and like it really backfired. Let me tell you what backfired horribly for Wilder and Fury. Two things backfired. One is that they didn't take the fight with AJ before. Two is that when they had their fights, Wilder had his fight, and then it got like he had like a sensational knockout against Brazil, and it had like a few views and everything. It was like his biggest time getting some views. But when AJ lost, that shit was on national news. that shit was such a big deal. That shit was everywhere. Yeah.
Yo, I knew the AJ loss was huge when I started having my friends who don't know shit about boxing come to me and they said, yo, Brennan, did you hear about this boxing match where this big buff guy lost to the fat guy? I'm like, yeah, I watched it. I was
real
fights.
That shows you the power of AJ. God, they did a move. Sylvester Stallone did a documentary about AJ's loss. That's crazy.
Documentary was dope. That was dope. That was a good look by DAZN. Like that was a funny documentary. Like they had Mike Tyson there losing his shit. He's like, he had that line where it's like, his body is dead, but his legs is all fucked.
Yeah, he's all fucked up. Yo, so when he's like trying to talk about it, he was like, I remember Evander was like, he's got the look. He's pretty good.
Yeah. And then it's like when you get punched, Evander's like, you punch, he burn right up front here.
Evander knows what it is when you get punched. He knows about taking some punches.
That he does. Yeah, Evander's hilarious. I remember I interviewed Evander a bunch of times, and he always used to say, he always will be talking, and then someone in the interview he says, "My mama."
Yeah, but my mama said.
My mama said, "You gotta hit him before he hit you, because that's the part of the game."
Did you guys see Evander Holyfield on Outboxing with Mike Tyson?
Oh my God, he said "my mama" so many times.
I haven't seen it.
He was basically, oh man, you should check that out. Like he was basically saying how he got into boxing, and like his mama was like, he would come home or whatever. He wanted to quit. The first time he lost, I think he said he wanted to quit, and then his mom was like, "I ain't raised no quitter or whatever. Like you got to go back there and beat him."
Yo, Evander Holyfield's mama was a G.
Yeah, like his mama pretty much is why we have him.
Yeah, so hey, God bless his mom.
Yo, for real, like it's like he has like the utmost respect for his mom because like you gotta think about like this, like Tyson was trying to like dig some shit out of him because you know like Evander's got like 50 kids and you could tell like he's probably slept with so many women. All right.
Oh my God.
So to
this day, women throw themselves at Evander Holyfield. To this day.
Look. So Mike Tyson was like, yo, have you ever like done this? Well, how did he word it? He said something like, yo, have you ever like, what's your crazy experience like with some girls? Like, you know, like what you used to like, you ever get a girl like this? And Evander was like, well, my mama told me not to talk about what I do with women because I was like, what the fuck, Evander?
He's smart. He's smart.
He was a proper mummy's boy for sure.
My mom told me to kiss.
I can tell you this though, like I've seen Evander at some of the local fights here in Florida. Cause like he'll come to some of the local fights in Florida, and I've seen multiple times he'll have a different woman on his arm when he comes to the fights.
You for real?
I'm dead ass serious.
So he's still a player.
Oh man, he came one fight with a white. He came to a fight one time with a white girl. He came to another fight with a black girl the next time. And then I remember one time my dad came to the heavyweight factory just to come pick me up from the gym, and my dad saw Evander, and then Evander had his shirt off. So my dad was like, yo, Evander, put your shirt on. All the girls are gonna start coming here. And then Evander was like, no, I don't want no problems. She was hilarious.
The heavyweight factory must be a pretty interesting face. You've got Jarrell Miller stuffing his face with cheeseburgers. Shannon Briggs playing what champ? And, yeah.
In 2017, there was not a more interesting boxing gym on planet Earth than the Heavyweight Factory. You had like Nathan just said, you had Jarrell Miller stuffing his face in with cheeseburgers. You had freaking Shannon Briggs doing WWE promos saying "Let's go, champ" all around the gym. You had Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe just chilling around the gym, talking about their wars and always talk with other people. Every now and then you would get Michael Moore come out of the gym. Who else came out of the gym?
Yo, what's Michael Moore like?
In person?
Yeah.
Very quiet, doesn't say much.
Cause you know what the thing is that always got me about Michael Moore? Like he was like, he always seemed like kind of like jealous and spiteful.
I don't know. I've only met him one time, so I can't really say much about him. But people that I know him, they say he's like extremely crazy to work with.
You for real?
They can say he's like extremely like moody and crazy. But that's a lot of fighters. A lot of fighters are moody. Like
what was it? What happened when Jarrell Miller and Stavern almost got into a fight?
Oh, you know what's hilarious? I mean, like this is the funny thing. That whole thing started because of a video on my channel.
You for real?
I'm not even joking with you. Check the dates. Back in those days, right? Back in those days, Jarrell Miller wasn't that big of a name. Not many people knew who he was back in 2016. So back in those days, he used to comment on YouTube videos. Like he had a YouTube account. And Jarrell Miller used to come on my YouTube channel. He used to comment on videos. He used to watch my videos and he used to comment on them. So there's one video of me at the Heavyweight Factory, and Trevor Bryan's in the ring. He's getting stretched out, and then Romain Stavern's on the opposite side of the on the side of the ring. So Stavern in the video, he's talking about how Jarrell Miller has been tagging these guys on all these Instagram posts and all these things, right? So then so then Trevor Bryan says, well, yeah, tell motherfucker come to the gym. Tell him to come to the gym. And then Stavern's like, yeah, he would have come to the gym. And then when Jarrell saw that video, like that next day, I woke up and I got in my YouTube comments. Jarrell in the comments he was like, oh yeah, I'm coming, niggas, I'm coming. And then he's at the gym.
Yo. So we can't say Jarrell Miller's no punk.
No, in fact, hold on. I want to find that video right now while I'm sitting here. Hold on. I gotta find that video now. Now that I mentioned it, I have to find it.
We cannot say that he's a punk, man. Jarrell Miller,
I'm gonna drop the video in the chat box when I find it.
Because I remember that.
Okay, Stavern. Stavern.
I remember they had they had to get Jarrell Miller out of there.
Oh, Jarrell wanted all the smoke.
Yeah, that would have been a good fight.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, what's the date on this? It's Romain Stavern and Charles Bryant respond to Instagram trash talk from Jarrell. Okay, let's see. How long ago was this? 4 years ago. What's the date? March 24th, 2016. Jesus. Some time. Okay.
Yo, so they got yo. I never understood. Well, I guess Wilder's like we said, like sensitive and like kind of spiteful when it comes to other people. But I never understood why he didn't want to.
Why he didn't want to fight who? What happened? Hello?
Yo.
What happened?
I don't know. It just like went black for a minute. But I was asking. I never understood why Deontay Wilder and Jarrell Miller never fought.
I would have loved that fight.
I think that would have been personal because they had the girl angle too, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, do y'all think that maybe messed with Deontay Wilder's head when Dylan White said that was Jarrell Miller's kid?
Yeah, it could have.
Well,
because I'm telling you, dog. When there's another thing that y'all did y'all see the shit like before they fought? You know, when they were showing like the behind the scenes on PBC.
Yeah. Like where he was like cuddling with his girl or something on the couch.
No. Before the fight, when Deontay Wilder was just pacing back and forth.
Yeah, I've seen that. By the way,
what was up with him?
I don't know, just the anxiety of the big fight, I guess. That's what I think.
I think he was nervous.
Yeah, man, because he was just like he wasn't talking. He was just walking back. No, that was a weird thing, man.
Yeah,
and not just that too. Like it was cuddling on the couch with a girl and everything. It just looked like I don't know. Like
he looked like a beta male. That's what he looked like.
For real.
Because I feel like I like to see like like you and I'm not a fighter by any means, so you could take this with a pinch of salt, but it just looks some way to me when you're about to go into like the biggest fight of your career and you're on the couch waiting for the fight and you're cuddling with your girl. Like, come on, man. Like,
you're gonna end up that's the same thing Keith Thurman was doing.
Yep.
Exactly. Before the Pacquiao fight, it was kissing his new wife and stuff.
Yo, I thought I was watching a freaking love movie. I'm like, what is this? You about to go into a championship fight? You can't be over there cuddling with your girl.
Yeah.
And
if you guys remember, like in there was an interview with Tyson Fury, like in the lead up to this fight, where he was talking about how they had rules in the gym that like no women allowed and stuff like that.
Yeah.
His wife was even complaining like, but I'm not a woman, but I'm his wife or whatever. But even she had to abide by the rules.
Yeah, remember he was like, yo, he's like, I haven't seen my wife in this long, and he's like, when they were doing the walk-in, when they were doing like when they first got to Vegas, when he saw Wilder with his wife, he's like, look, he's with his wife again.
Yeah. So I think that's part of it too. Like I think Wilder's being too comfortable. Like you guys said, he never left his the same training facility in Alabama. Like he's always there. He just doesn't seem to like take himself outside of his comfort zone to deprive himself leading up to the fight.
I never see him working his legs. I never see him doing like when you see Fury, you don't really see him doing like a lot of benches and a lot of like you see him doing a lot of squats.
Yeah.
And he's always like working on his legs. Even Anthony Joshua's legs are like freaking that motherfucker like he's walking on redwoods. But he's like but like Deontay Wilder's never working on his legs.
Ever.
Like he was constantly like his whole training routine just looked stupid to me.
Oh, he brags about it. He says he brags about the fact that he doesn't do any road work. or he. I mean, I don't know if he still does, but he was before the Fury rematch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember that. I remember he had started back jumping rope one time, and he looked so like awkward doing it. He
Well,
looked so awkward jumping rope.
that was
he said that in boxing he's a myth buster. You know
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that
He
he
said
don't gotta do that he don't gotta do road work and he can have sex before fights.
yeah, yeah, exactly. He used to talk about like I think he said his pro debut or something. He had sex before the fight, and then he went to knock
Yeah.
the guy out and all that. Yeah, he used to talk about all that stuff. I
So
think
maybe,
he got way too comfortable, and like his team were enabling him. They let him do all this stuff. Like basically, I've seen people say he probably had a bunch of yes men in his camp, and I can see it because like he ran the camp however he wanted, kind of thing. Like nobody was telling him, dude, you should go for a run. Get up at 5 a.m. Let's go for a run, right? Nobody was telling him that.
yeah, yeah, you could tell like no one was like on his ass, being like, yo, champ, we gotta do this, champ. Yo, champ, we gotta go do this, champ. Like you could tell.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know what I always tell everybody? Like, how the fuck was you fighting Luis Ortiz before you fight Tyson Fury?
Hmm.
Like how does Luis Ortiz get you ready for Tyson Fury?
That's a southpaw counterpuncher.
Yeah, how does that get you ready for Tyson Fury, who's huge?
If Ortiz had been 10 years younger, he would have won that fight.
That fight was crazy too, because like Ortiz was winning every round, and like I remember like watching the fight, like Wilder's looking terrible, like he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, bam, one shot, and Ortiz is gone. Like,
I mean, and it wasn't like Ortiz was gone, like,
yeah,
and
but like
he
he
was
couldn't get back on
gone
track.
bad. Like Deontay Wilder hit the shit out of him.
That's true.
Like he dropped a serious right hand on him. He didn't even throw the left. He just threw the right. Yo, the right that he hit Brazil with was just like random too.
Oh my gosh.
He just randomly like walked up on Brazil and just threw the right all of a sudden.
Fuck, straight up to him. He did what everybody wants to do, like in a boxing gym. Just walk straight up to somebody and knock them out. No head.
You know what's crazy about the Brazil fight though? Like before the knockout, there was I think Wilder cut him with a shot first, and like Wilder, like Brazil was trying to run backwards and stuff, right? And then Wilder was coming after him, right? And then like I think Brazil clocked Wilder with a shot,
Yeah, he hurt him.
and Wilder started running back too. So at that point, I think then Wilder was like, okay, they both kind of went they separated a little bit, and then for some reason like Brazil dropped his hands, and I guess he was loading up some hook or something, but he was so slow that like between the time his arm went up to like his chest level, Wilder had pissed him up. You
Yeah,
know?
like by the time, yeah, I remember that. By the time he put his hands back up, Wilder was already like he covered range very fast.
Very fast, like he just came across, boom. Next thing I see, like Brazil's head hit his neck. Like the thriller
Yo,
dance.
Brazil's legs was spread so much. I was
It
like, yo,
was
he
like
ain't getting.
starfish on the floor, man. Like, that was crazy, man. I felt bad for Brazil because like he talked so much shit too.
I didn't feel bad for him. He hired Virgil Hunter as his trainer. He deserves it. Anybody
Yeah,
who hired Virgil Hunter for a big heavyweight fight deserves what's coming to him.
yo, he fired. What's the dude that trained Andy Ruiz for
Manny Robles.
he fired Manny Robles for Virgil Hunter for awkward for we don't know what reason. So then Manny's sitting over here and he's thinking like, man, that was gonna be my big payday and I missed out on it, whatever. Then he gets the big fight with Andy Ruiz.
I love how that works.
Yeah,
I love that. I loved it.
I found that kind of interesting because I think before, like immediately after the split up with Brazil, when Brazil left Robles, there was an interview. I forget where I saw the interview. It was maybe Fight Hub TV or something. And Robles was like, he was saying how he would have really loved to be training him going into the WBC championship fight. But he's like, the fighter wanted to go a different way. He sounded really disappointed.
Yeah.
But a few months later, what do you know? Somehow Ruiz gets the Joshua shot, and here he is winning the world championship with 3 belts with Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, and he had already lost to Joshua before. Remember when Brazil went to
with
fight
Brazil,
Joshua?
yeah, exactly. So it's like the guy, like he got his blessing. Like, sometimes life works like that. You missed one opportunity, you were down about it, but who knows what was coming? Like he had no idea the Ruiz Joshua thing was gonna happen, and that got him more money than whatever he would have gotten with Brazil Wild.
Yeah. Hey, what do you guys think about that thing where they're saying that with the payouts where that like how much do like they're always saying that PBC fighters get paid like more like under the table, like they like what's the deal with that?
You know, I've heard, like, if you ever pay attention to the interviews and stuff, and I don't know how true this is. I can't confirm this, but I've heard that Al Heyman buys PBC fighters, or like at least the ones that are like that make money. The guys that are making money, he buys them like rental property. So like, I remember when Julian Williams fought Jarrett Hurd and beat him, he was saying, he was like, yeah, everybody doubted me. But I had $1 million of rental property before I won this fight. Like,
I remember that.
So I'm not sure what other money they're getting paid, but I've heard a couple of fighters talk about Al Heyman getting them rental properties.
I heard that too. I did hear that. And another thing I heard is like and he just like he confirmed it. What's his name? Floyd Mayweather was like there was this guy. You guys ever see like Vlad TV?
Of course.
Okay, Vlad had this guy called Grant Cardone on his show, and he's like,
Grant Cardone, 10 times guy.
Yeah, see, and he was talking. He was like, well, man, Floyd Mayweather, what he needs to do is he needs to take that money and he needs to invest it, and then he wouldn't run out of money and all this kind of stuff. Dog, Floyd Mayweather went on that guy's tour, and Floyd Mayweather was like, yeah, he's like, I got over $1 billion worth of property.
Property, yeah.
Yeah, he's like I rent out. He's like I buy skyscrapers and rent them out.
That's insane.
I was like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. When people are like, man, Floyd's gonna be broke, I'm like, dog, because I knew it like when he had an interview with Brian Kenny back in the day when he was like, dog, I get like $2 million a month.
Just renting out skyscrapers.
Yeah. Well, he said that back in the day. He was like, yeah, I get 200. He's like, I get $2 million a month. He's like, just for me to, my allowance.
Yeah, because I know he owns property. He owns property in Miami. He owns property in New York for sure.
So when people are talking about like, man, he's broke, he's gonna become. I'm like, man, y'all need to be worried about Manny because Manny's the one. Like, I hope that what's his name? I hope that Al has gotten Manny on the right track to where Manny won't be broke again.
Yeah, because Manny's out here spending $100 million saving this country. He is this country's economy. He is the economy.
He is his country's economy.
Crazy.
Do you think Manny just gets because they said Manny got 20 million for the I guess up front. Did he get 20 or 10?
For what?
For the Thurman fight and for the Broner fight.
Sounds about right. But the guarantee?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 20 million, yeah.
So he gets 20 million up front. They never say what those guys get on the back end or anything like that. They always like just keep that a big secret. But I always like wonder like what the fuck is going on with Manny? Like because they always say he owes taxes, like it's crazy.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
Like, cause if you got to pay half in taxes,
I'm trying to get like Floyd to make smart investments, man. I mean, he's over there, man, not running on skyscrapers. I'm just happy I have some dividend stocks.
Yo, when he told Manny on the IG post when he's like, "You're my employee and you work for me," I was like, "Damn, Todd,
you're my employee, you work for me." That he's like, "Go be a good worker." Go
He's
make
like,
some money.
oh, Manny was like, yo, you showed up to my fight and you do this, and Floyd was like, your fight. He's like, that's my. He's like, I was there. He's like, I was there supervising you. I was like, damn. That's probably Manny's dumbest move though. How you gonna go work before? That was a dumb move.
Bro, PBC.
At the end of the day, it's about money, though. It's like, hey, if he's gonna make the money anyways, it's like, what's the point?
I mean, he's gotten some big fights. He fought the fight we all wanted to see him versus Adrian Broner. We all wanted to see.
Oh yeah, we all wanted to see that.
When Adrian said, "I beat that boy," I was hit him. I beat him. But you know what? I want to take the whole hood.
I want to take the whole hood.
That was crazy. I was like, what fight was Adrian in? If he thought,
do y'all remember way back in the day when Adrian skipped the whole 140-pound division to avoid Terrence Crawford?
Yeah.
And no one ever talks about that. That's like something that everyone just like avoids. I'm like, the fight that was supposed to happen was Terrence Crawford versus Adrian Broner. And Adrian was like, fuck that. This nigga Adrian went up to 47 to avoid Terrence Crawford.
Didn't Donnie Garcia also move up? I think he did something similar.
Terrence Crawford's first fight at 140 was against Thomas Delorme, and then the first thing Danny Garcia did about a month or two after is say, "Yep, time to go fight Lamont Peterson." Yep, it's time to go up.
Yeah.
Damn.
Danny's been running from him for a while. Like he don't want to.
Yeah, Danny don't want it.
Like he don't want to fight Bud.
But how could you say Danny Garcia is running from this guy when he's got one of the best resumes in boxing? He beat Lucas Batiste. He beat Amir Khan. He beat Eric Morales.
Well, this is why I said that, right? Because
I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
Okay.
No, because like he's I'm actually parroting what he's saying. I'm copying what he's saying because every freaking if you go watch like Danny Garcia's last two press conferences, like in the lead up to his last two fights, he's always talking about who's fought all these guys, who's got a resume as good as this. I'm like, dude, you beat Lucas Batiste 7 years ago. Like, dude, do something new.
All PBC fighters are living in the past.
He's becoming the Al Bundy of boxing. Like when Al Bundy talked about he scored 3 touchdowns in the state championship.
I was all state. Yo.
Like, dude, get some new lines.
Yo, I think the biggest disappointment was not. I don't even think it was Adrian Broner. I think the biggest disappointment was Keith Thurman.
You think so?
Yeah, because they put all. If you think about what PBC, they put all their eggs in that basket. They
did. No, they did. Because he was the one getting the big fights on CBS. Against Porter and Garcia. So, and he wound up winning them and. He could have been a bigger star because Keith is very likable. He's very.
He can talk everything.
Great trash talker.
I think he dropped the ball in the Manny fight because I think that fight was like a setup to set up a mega fight with maybe Errol Spence.
He dropped. It was before the Manny fight when he dropped the ball.
Well, I mean, he was kind of injured and then he got married, so I'm not really gonna blame him for that, But I mean, like when he came back. And it was like, okay, we're gonna give you this layup. You beat this whole legend. You're gonna sell some good pay-per-view numbers or whatever. If you
couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, if you win, you got a bigger name, and then we can lead up to the Errol Spence fight. Errol Spence is gonna fight Mikey. It was like they were trying to build something in-house, but then Pacquiao surprised Keith Thurman. So
you know what I think? Thurman thought? I think Thurman thought that if he fought Manny hard, eventually Manny's like body would break down and he wouldn't be able to take it with his old age. I think that's what Thurman was thinking.
Negative.
And it backfired completely.
It was a good fight. It was a really good fight though. Like
it was a great fight, but it was the wrong game plan.
I think he had to adopt that game plan because he got dropped early, so he had to like try and take Manny out.
Yeah, that was a bad idea.
He was trying to if he got dropped was it the first round?
First round.
Yeah, so it's like after that it was like, oh shit, man, like I gotta get this guy. I think if he didn't get dropped, he would have been on his bike all fight.
Yeah, you know what? Because if you watch any of the Keith Thurman fights, he always starts off really really fast, and then
Yeah,
like by like the third or fourth round, he's just circling around you.
exactly. Gets on his bike. I like watching Thurman fight, but one of the things I struggle with is like he doesn't hold, like he doesn't tie up when he's getting.
That's the craziest thing.
I don't know
He
why he
said that
does
in an
that.
interview.
I don't
He
know
he,
why he
s-
does that.
he said it in an interview with the Boxing Voice. Did an interview with him one time, and they were like, and he was like, I don't like the clinch, and I was like, well, you don't like? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard a boxer say. You don't like the clinch.
When you get hurt, it's necessary.
Do you notice what Keith like? He never clinches. Like he'll just run away. Like he doesn't
Yeah,
clinch at all.
yeah,
Yeah, like the minute he gets hit, he starts backpedaling and circling around the ring. I'm like, dude, just hold the guy.
and he makes it look worse, like in the Osasito Lopez fight, right? Like when he got clocked, like
Oh,
he looked really bad because he was trying to run, like he was literally running.
and he kept getting hit.
Yeah, yeah. Just tie up. Just tie up.
What the like? Who has been like who? I wonder who was sitting there like telling him don't like. I always wonder that about certain fighters. Like, what is your coach telling you?
I don't know.
I don't
Like,
know.
dog, you better grab this motherfucker.
I don't know.
Because if you know, matter of fact, if you go back to the Porter fight, he wasn't even clinching like that. And Porter, like you would have thinking that anyone's got to clinch Porter.
I mean, it's not a bad idea.
Like he didn't clinch him at all. Like they just had a slugfest.
Yeah, that was a good fight too. Like the way Keith like swings those hooks of his, like you can see like he throws everything into it. It's almost
Yeah.
like it reminds me of like Dillian White when you spin.
Hell yeah.
When you spin with the hook.
almost falling out the ring. Yo, when he fought Danny, this is what I've always thought. I've always thought that if Danny would have probably waited about 2 or 3 fights, that fight would have been a lot different with him and Keith.
Oh God, hold on, guys. I don't know who this is, but Private Piles. What's up? Hello?
Oh, this Private Piles.
Oh God. What's up,
I'm
Private?
looking for the general. I'm looking for the general. I'm going to kill him like in the film.
You sound like Michael Jackson.
Oh, this Private Piles.
Private Piles.
I can't call you Private Piles if you sound like MJ.
Oh, those Private Piles, motherfucker.
Why you calling me motherfucker?
Oh, fuck you.
Damn.
Motherfucker.
Fuck me? Fuck me? No.
Fuck you up, man.
No.
$5
No, fuck. Oh, damn. What'd I just do? Wait, I'm not sure what I just did. Hold on. What did I do? Okay.
Oh no, but I always felt that Danny was too small for Keith at that point.
Yeah. I thought Danny Garcia was gonna beat Keith Thurman, to be honest with you. I thought he was gonna catch him.
He couldn't catch him.
Couldn't catch him, man. He just sits there. He lands one good counterpunch and he sits there and admires his work.
Yeah, that's always. You know what? In actuality, the Adrian Granados fight was the best fight I've ever seen him at 47. Like actually letting his hands go.
It might have been the best fight. Honestly, it's in the running for the best fight I've ever seen him in. Period.
For real, that's the most active I've ever seen Danny.
Pisses me off because he picks the one fight to do it against my friend.
That sucks.
I was so mad about that. Like I that whole night I was like, yo, he's had all these professional fights and he never lets his hands go. And the one time I want him to just fight his normal style, he decides he wants to turn into freaking Wilfred Benitez.
Because he didn't look good against Red Catch.
That was horrible. I almost passed out live on YouTube watching that fight.
Like, what happened with him on the? I guess it's the lay. I'm thinking that layoff. Like, I'm thinking the layoff.
He said he's been eating too good recently.
That's the PBC fighter motto.
That is, man. They go on vacations, they go on trips, and they come back, fight once a year, and then they go back on more vacations and trips.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's why I was saying, like, I think that's what, like, that's like the worst motto to ever have with some boxers.
What, it's fight once a year?
Yeah, like these guys are gonna fight once a year. They're gonna disappear. They're gonna come back, and then we don't understand why no one's watching their fights. Like, what do you like? What?
Makes no sense whatsoever.
Like y'all have a whole show. You have a whole channel, a whole network that you have now, and all these guys should have the most exposure ever. If anything, they should all have YouTube channels.
They should.
Like we can't deny it. Like we can talk a lot of we can talk all the trash we want, but we cannot deny Anthony Joshua's like what's called his media like devotion.
His what? Media?
Yeah.
Oh, his YouTube channel is huge.
Like no, I'm saying like his devotion to the media. Period. Like he's very devoted to the media.
Oh yeah, he's very devoted, and that's why he's so good with the media. That's why he's so good with them. He's got a lot of practice talking to him.
Like I don't know any other champion that would have lost the way he did go to the post. I seriously respect him for that.
Yeah, the way he handled the Ruiz loss is why I class him pretty highly.
I think
like
he was out the next day too, right, in New York, because I remember seeing a clip of like
he was playing basketball.
Yeah,
playing basketball at Rucker Park.
Yeah, talking to random people, and some random guy was like, "Just don't lose to fat guys no more," or some shit like that. I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that. Like, he faced the defeat, right? Like, he didn't go
face
hiding
defeat,
for like
dog.
Yeah, he didn't go hiding for like a couple weeks and then come out with like, "Your king is here."
Oh, my bomb squad nation.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie though. If you go to Anthony Joshua's YouTube page and you look at like the you know how it has like the pictures lined up for the videos. Okay, if you look at them like they sort of go in the order, in that like there's one picture where he's like standing there all buff and he's like, "May the best man win," and then like the next picture is him sitting in a chair with his head down and he's like, "My thoughts on the lost." I was like, damn.
Yeah, I think I remember the picture you're talking about, the one just before like the Miller fight, where like he was like super buff for that picture.
Yeah, he's all buffed up.
Yeah, because
Anthony Joshua is the king of the YTBC.
He is.
He is, man. Him pretty much.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Deontay Wilder had a YouTube channel and he like posted on there a few times and then he's just like stopped.
And you know what's crazy too? I remember like Wilder had a website. I tried to go to the website, I couldn't find it. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it don't work no more. I remember that.
The promotion is trash. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why these guys are not popular. They weren't pushed. You don't even have your own website. Like, come on, man. Like, put a little bio together, a few pictures. I have a website.
You know another thing that pisses me off about Wilder? It's like, okay, you got AJ, right? He's got the the Under Armour deal.
Yeah.
You got all the PBC fighters. They're always wearing they're like, we want to wear Gucci and we want to wear this and we want to wear. I'm like, dog, no. What you need to do is go get with Nike or get with Reebok or get with Everlast. Get with these guys and have them pay you to wear clothes. Why are you buying clothes instead of making your own brand?
Because PBC fighters are bougie. Well, a lot of them are bougie.
I think they're I don't know if it's them being bougie or misdirected.
I think that many of them also don't have their own management teams that are actually professionals. You know what I mean? Like, I think they have Al Heyman for doing a lot of the boxing stuff, and then they just have people in their family or whatever being their managers. So some of those
it seems like that.
And some of those guys might not even be like there might be old school guys, right, who just manage the money you make, but they don't look into like getting you new deals outside of boxing.
I feel you on that. I really think because you could tell by the way those guys act.
Yeah.
Like they, as soon as they get some money, like they all go get the same chains. Remember they had like the choker chain club.
Yeah, there was Errol Spence, Tank Davis.
Charlo, bro. I was like, they all had the same chain. I was like, dog, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
The
That's the other thing too. It's like they have to live up with this like flash factor, you know, like they gotta like show that like they've made money by buying all the
lavish
jewelry.
lifestyle.
Yeah. And if you look at it, like the guys who are making the most money in boxing right now, other than Floyd, they're not really flashy. Like they don't.
Not at all.
Like Canelo wears like brand name stuff, but he's not wearing like big chains or any of the extra stuff. AJ, like he just wears tracksuits everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wears tracksuits with JD Sport on them.
Yeah.
The,
And he has that. I think they have one little chain that he buys for everybody in his crew or something. They have some AJ boxing chain. I don't know. But like these guys, they have you know these guys have money, but it's just like they don't need to prove a point. It's usually the people who have the most money that don't prove. They dress regular.
when you're the real deal with anything, you don't feel the need to prove a point about anything.
Exactly. You know, you wouldn't find like Jeff Bezos or whatever, like wearing ice or whatever, because everybody.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing
already? You ain't got to prove a point. You know what I'm saying?
Like that's the weirdest thing with these. Like, and another thing with the PBC dudes is like they're all like, I'm like, how can all y'all be friends? And you guys, what if you guys have to fight?
That's not happening. We're friends.
Like I'm like, to me, I'm like, dog. Like when Charlo went to Derek James, I was like, I was like, that's the dumbest thing ever. I was like, well, what if Earl wants to move up and get wants to be a 154 champion? Like he could just never do it because like you're there and like what? Like I remember when Earl started off at 154, and then he moved down.
And when he turned pro, you mean?
Yeah, no. When he was when he was pro, he fought at junior middleweight first.
Yeah, I know.
And then all of a sudden they were and that's what makes me think that Joey Spencer kid might move down.
Oh God, please don't talk about Joey Spencer, please. Joey Spencer, what do you think about him?
Joey Spencer seems like a hype job to me.
Super hype job. This dude's fighting firefighters and he can't stop him.
I mean, he there's something about I don't know, man. I don't know if it's because he's a little kid, but I think he's just like I don't think he's got it.
I never liked him. I haven't liked him for about 3 years now because he did an interview on Dante's Boxing Nation that like the 2 days right after Romo Gonzalez got stopped by Ron Versailles, and he's like, yeah, fighters like Romo Gonzalez don't last in the sport of boxing. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You're not even a professional yet. Shut the hell up.
Like Roman Gonzalez he's actually been like on the pound for pound list.
He was the pound for pound king of boxing. Like,
even when you got Floyd say you're the pound for pound champ, you the man.
That's what I'm saying. You the man. So, and then recently he did an interview with 78 Sports, and he's talking about Tyson Fury had something in his gloves, and I know that for a fact because he's a trainer. I'm from the Detroit area, and this happened to me at an amateur fight before. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, Clarissa Shields was like, I ain't never heard of that.
Do you guys ever come across Gotti Boxing anymore? Is he still about Gotti Boxing?
Travis
I don't
Scott?
know.
Is he still
Travis
about? Yeah.
He was actually what's funny. It's funny you mentioned that because I'm subscribed to him and I still have his notifications on apparently, and I was walking around the other day, and then my phone went off and he was live on YouTube. I'm like, oh my God, Travis Gotti. And apparently, I watched him for like 5 minutes, and he said that I guess apparently he went to jail, and then he went to Michigan, and then he just been running from the police because he did something. So that's why he has done.
What?
Yeah, he's been in and out.
That sounds like PBC.
The last 3 years, he's been in and out of jail. Because I remember he went to jail in like 2017, something like that. And then I had me and him talk on Facebook for a bit, and I gave him some encouragement. Because I bet Travis. I like Travis. You know, he was the OG TVE of the YTBC.
And do you remember Mr. What was it, Mr. YSKB? I've forgotten his name.
Mr. Who?
I'm on that bullshit again. He was a YouTube.
Oh, Mr. ILTBA?
Yeah.
ILTBA. He's still around. He's still doing videos. It's ILTBA. And I'm on that bullshit again.
I remember that guy. He was funny.
It's your boy, Mr. ILTBA. Touch it down from the 2-1 4. And I'm on that bullshit today. And I'm on for bullshit today. Y'all know how I do. Y'all know how I do ILTBA. Articles.
One more channel I know, Three Kings Boxing. I used to be friends with them, Three Kings Boxing, and Bo Bland. I've had a big fallout with them. They're good at what they do.
Three Kings Boxing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen their stuff before.
I used to do a podcast with those three.
Did you?
Years ago, yeah, with Bo Bland, yeah.
Sometimes, like when I go look for like pictures for my thumbnails, I'll select their thumbnails, the Three Kings thumbnails. Panama Poppy says, BT, I think Travis is hitting the pipe nowadays.
Jeez.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Maybe,
my biggest interview, I managed to get Lamont Brewster when I had 5 subscribers.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
That's about 4 years ago. But anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I gotta start doing some interviews myself soon.
Right,
you got a bunch of them.
Huh?
You got a whole bunch of them. It seems like.
You know, it's funny. Like the funny thing is, like, I still have so much stuff I've never released, just sitting on my computer. Like,
you should release them.
I should, but like honestly, like the thing is, like, I don't know. Sometimes there's so much of it. Sometimes where I'm just like, yo, I just want to break from editing these damn interviews. But yeah,
I mean, to be fair, you've done quite well on your channel, haven't you? I think you should post some more stuff on the main event for it, so we can get more subscribers.
Absolutely, I'm gonna like it's funny you mentioned it because Fight News was telling me that I should do a Riddick Pro documentary, and I have like a lot of content for him where I could do that. So I'm probably gonna get to work on that soon.
There's other journalists. There's another guy. I forget his name. He's friends with. He's quite a famous guy. Not famous, but he does a ringside report. Forgotten his name, but you know.
Yeah, I know Ringside Report. I've heard of them. I forgot the guy's name though.
Don't ever work for him. Don't ever work for him. I know somebody who's worked for him. The guy's he's not very nice.
Wait, Ringside Report. Is that is he American?
Yeah, he's an American guy, white American guy. He's got a bit of an attitude.
Talking about bad Brad Berkowitz.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't ever do anything with him.
I've had some interactions with him. We don't get along.
You don't get along.
Yeah, he blocked me from his Facebook group like a couple of years ago.
He's an arsehole. Horrible man. What I find in boxing, a lot of people in boxing are nasty people, aren't there? A lot of people.
I've been around it for a bit. I've met a lot of assholes along the way.
No, I don't know why boxing attracts these assholes. I just don't get what they've got to get from it. You know?
I don't know, man. I don't know. And people always seem to want to get like it's some sort of pissing contest with you to see who's bigger and who's better at this and that and the third. And it's like, I'm not here for that. I'm just here to provide the best content I can and enjoy talking about the sport I love. That's all it comes down to for me.
But the biggest problem is you get groups like Boxing Knowledge who are just elitist boxing groups. You know, they don't want to hear people's views. Stuff,
yeah.
You know, it's very elitist.
Everything is like, I remember one time, I'm going to say like 5 years, I'm going to say this is like 5 years ago when I just started making like boxing YouTube videos. I wasn't there. Trust me, I was horrible. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I've come a long way. Like, I wasn't as good as I am now. And I remember I was posting my my videos in this one group, and this lady, I'll never forget her name. You might have heard of her on Facebook. This lady named Mary Laree Owen. I don't know if you've ever seen her name. Okay. Well, I guess I was posting it in her group. So then she messages me, and she's like, "Oh, don't post your amateur boxing blogs on my group." only professional videos from Radio Raheem and like she starts naming like Radio Raheem in this corner, ES News. Only they can post their stuff, but not you. I'm like, okay.
I mean, you're an admin on Main Event Boxing Tour. I mean, promote more stuff on that. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know, and everything. So you've always got a place in my group. Do you know what I mean? So.
I appreciate it, man. But the good thing is the channel's growing. You know, it's slowly but steadily growing. So I'm happy about that.
27,000 now, isn't it, or something crazy?
Yeah, I'll be at 28 before the end of this month for sure.
But you've got as many subscribers as Boxing Squared.
I know about Boxing Square. I don't watch his channel, but I know about him. Yeah,
really good. He's not as good as your channel, but you know it's adequate. It's just about heavyweight boxing.
Oh, that's all. That's all I talked about, heavyweight boxing.
That's all he ever talks about. He doesn't talk about any other divisions.
Boxing Squares. Yeah. Is that the New Zealand guy? Or is he, yeah, that's what's
yeah.
Like, that's where he's from. He's pretty good. Like, I think he does a good balanced breakdown. Like he usually doesn't pick sides.
Marshall Ministry said it's not just boxing; it's Boston fans, LA fans, New York fans, European football fanatics, etc. That is true. Yo, no disrespect to any of the New York or Boston fans, but New York and Boston fans in sports are some of the worst. Jesus. We have a lot of them here in Miami, and I have to deal with a lot of Bostonians and New Yorkers, and they're some of the most agitated
New Yorkers.
Fans. Huh?
New Yorkers are pretty arrogant.
New Yorkers for like American sports are the most arrogant. Because I watch a lot of other sports besides boxing, and like so like I'm a big baseball fan. So like the New York Yankees, I mean, they're like the most popular and most successful franchise probably in any sport. And they just feel entitled to everything because they always win or they're used to winning.
I mean, I don't follow any American sports. You know, the only sport I follow is boxing, and I know you follow the Premier League the same as I do.
Yeah, I love the Premier League.
I think it's good. I mean, have you ever thought of covering other sports other than boxing? You know, like MMA or not?
The thing is, I used to actually. My channel started off as a basketball channel. I used to cover basketball. I'm a big basketball fan. So I could do it, but honestly, I don't have any interest in it. I don't really. Even though I enjoy watching other sports, I don't enjoy like making videos about them. If that makes sense, like.
Yeah.
Because I've done it before, like, and it's like it's just not the same as boxing.
I mean, I have a mixture of channels. I do a video games channel, video games group, and you know, stuff like that.
If I ever do start another channel, it'll probably be like just like a vlog channel or something where I just document what I'm doing and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, your content's very good. You know, I have to be honest. I do listen to most of your videos.
Thank you. Panama Poppy says, "I remember you covering basketball." Yeah, see, some people remember. I didn't have a lot of subscribers back then, so if you remember me covering basketball, then you've been here for a while. It's been years since I made a basketball video, like 4 or 5. But yeah, there's crazy fans from everywhere. You know, it's not just the boxing thing. It's definitely with all kinds of different cities here in America, like even the LA fans. Like, oh my god, the LA fans too sometimes can get a bit crazy.
Even Detroit fans from Detroit as well.
No, I mean, I haven't had any bad experiences with Detroit fans. They're actually pretty cool. They're actually pretty cool. The ones I run into. I know quite a few Detroit fans, like people who follow the Detroit teams.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm from Miami, and I know like people who are fans of our teams, like people from Miami can be arrogant sometimes. So, like people who are fans of like the Miami Heat or the Dolphins. No, not the Dolphins. Maybe it's the Miami Heat fans because the Miami Heat are usually pretty good in basketball.
I mean, you've got a lot to be happy about in Miami. You've got 20 constant sunshine, no miserable weather like over in England.
Listen, like I was telling my dad, we were driving the other day. We were driving down A1A, which is like it's a very it's this road where you can basically just drive through South Beach. So we were just cruising down South Beach. I'm like, Dad, this is crazy. We're spoiled. We're spoiled. You know, I mean, it's still bad here. There's nobody it's still bad and there's nobody outside, but it's still pretty damn nice.
But you've got one of the best countries in the world to live in, America. It's got so much to offer, melting pot, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. I love this country. I'm glad I live here.
I think we're in England, we're like 30 years behind you guys, 30 or 40 years behind you, the way we, pretty backwards England, isn't it?
How would you say that England is 30 years behind America?
Or I'd say it's, in the way, 20 years behind the way we do certain things.
Okay.
America's a melting pot. England's not the same as that.
Yeah. And Marshall Ministry asks, "Were you a Miami Heat fan?" No. The funny thing is, even though I grew up in South Florida, the Miami Heat are probably the only South Florida team that I don't like, which is irony because they're the only consistently good team here in South Florida. My favorite team in basketball, unfortunately, is the Charlotte Hornets. Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. Yeah, the Charlotte Hornets were really bad.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm from Atlanta, and the Hawks suck.
Oh, dude, the Hawks are worse than we are. That's saying. Like the Hawks are worse than we are, but
the Hawks are the worst.
My teams in every sport. I'll tell you my favorite teams in every sport. Baseball, the Marlins. Basketball, the Hornets. NFL, the Carolina Panthers. NHL, the Florida Panthers. College football, Miami Hurricanes, and then Premier League is Everton. Tennis, my favorite player is Novak Djokovic.
See, I don't watch anything but boxing, and I watch the UFC. I don't like the other sports because they seem, I don't know, it seemed like too rigged to me.
It's funny, WWE. It's funny you say it because everybody says it about boxing.
I still watch the WWE.
I used to watch that when I was a kid. I used to watch like Rob Van Dam and Stone Cold and Rikishi.
I remember Rikishi used to put his ass in everyone's face.
I thought he was the man for that when I was a kid. I'm like, yo, this guy's the truth.
Remember Mankind?
Mankind, yeah.
Mick Foley.
Yo, see, this is what I'm saying. Maybe Vince McMahon should get into boxing because he knows what he's doing when it comes to promoting this shit.
Yo, he should, bro. He should. He'd be the man.
But the problem is boxing's fighting for real.
Yeah. Well, you know what the thing is? What's the name? Deontay Wilder said something when they asked him. They were like, well, why? They're like, have you ever thought about going into the WWE or anything like that? And he's like, well, I thought about it one time, and then we didn't want to do it. And I was like, but the thing is, I was like, they didn't ask for you because you would have done it if you. No one turns down the WWE.
Yeah, you don't tell them that. Who do you think you are?
Yeah,
no, I mean, no one does. I mean, no one turns it down. They're giving you good money
and crazy exposure. Like, yeah, man.
So I think they never even reached out and tried to get him into anything like that. That's my opinion. Maybe they did, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, perhaps so. Marshall Ministry asks, is that the Serbian tennis player? Yes, Novak Djokovic is the Serbian tennis player, the best of all time. Nobody's better than Novak Djokovic.
I think Shelly Finkel has done a very shit job.
At what?
With Deontay Wilder?
He's done a shit job in terms of getting him to the sort of deals that would make him extra money outside of boxing, making him a star. But he, in my opinion, he's the best manager of all time. He got that guy to a world title and 10 title defenses.
You know what? I can agree on that. He did protect him pretty good.
He was one title defense away from passing Muhammad Ali.
Well, they definitely picked the wrong fight to do it with.
I know. They should have brought in Stavern for the third fight.
I'm surprised they didn't.
Yeah, that's what I would have did.
No, this is what I'm saying. I don't understand, and that lets you know. This is how I feel. Either Eddie Hearn was very, very confident in Anthony Joshua, or he's just a complete idiot when it comes to what's called matchmaking.
Yeah.
I don't know which one it was.
But Eddie Hearn's an idiot when it comes to matchmaking?
Yeah, because I don't know, if it was me with Anthony Joshua going to do his debut in Madison Square Garden, I would have picked the Tom Schwartz type of guy.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the match, because I've covered a couple matchroom boxing fights this year, and I've gotten a chance to learn a little bit more about some people in the company and just learn some things more. I feel like they're really like Matchroom's infrastructure in terms of promoting is really, really good, but in terms of the actual boxing people they have, like the scouts and the matchmakers, they're so far down the level, like their level is below top rank. It's not even funny, how crazy.
You for real?
Yeah, man. It's not even a contest in terms of their boxing people, like the matchmakers and guys like that. It's not even a contest.
Yeah, but sometimes I wonder though, are they actually it always I get this vibe sometimes with some of the matchroom fights. It's like they tend to want to put the fighters in quicker.
They do. They don't progress their fighters through the levels of boxing like they should.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's an intentional thing to throw them in there, sink or swim to make the big fight quick, or
Yeah.
if it's just like you said, they just don't have good matchmakers.
I just think it's the match. It's a bit of both because Eddie Hearn himself, when he negotiates for fights, he's always eager to just throw a bunch of money at somebody.
Yeah, he always tries to make the big fight happen for the right price right away. He
Yeah,
doesn't
which is not a bad thing. I think the intent is right, but you can't do that all the time because then you lose your bargaining power at the negotiating table because people know what you're going to do before you even start talking.
Exactly.
Right. The problem with British matchmaking is when they bring the prospects up, they feed them these Eastern European level fighters who've got 50 losses and 2 wins or something, and the match, it's not good matchmaking.
Not at all.
Because I don't understand how you go from Miller, who really is not that big of a puncher, and he's not that fast, but he's a big guy, and then you pick Andy Ruiz, who can hit like a mule and is fast as shit.
Experience.
Well, but to be fair though, I don't think we have a track record of Andy Ruiz being a big puncher.
I mean, he's got how many? I think he's got Let me see.
I feel like that AJ victory was his best knockout I've ever seen. And it wasn't even a clear knockout. It was. You get what I mean? It wasn't
he just overwhelmed AJ, really.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think the threat going into the fight was this guy's a massive puncher. And that's why I kind of see when AJ said the punch from the God thing. I get what he was talking about.
So corny that he said it, but yes.
Yeah, because Andy didn't have a track record of always brutalizing guys and destroying them with punches or whatever, right? But with AJ's once he clocked him up top, he was dropping him a will. It's next time he flurries, AJ's down. He flurries, AJ's down, right? So it's magic, right? I think after that fight, everyone was like, "Wow, Andy has power and all of that." I don't think he's not a pillow pin puncher, but I don't think he's elite level power punching.
Well, I think he hits harder than Miller.
I agree with that because Miller throws a lot of arm punches.
So I think him hitting harder than Miller. See, I just thought it was all wrong from the speed point. I was like, I think he hits a little too hard and fast for AJ.
Yeah, I think they underestimated the speed, his hand speed.
They should have had manual char instead.
Exactly. Dog, let me tell you this. See, this is the thing they didn't understand. AJ is such a big star that it wouldn't have mattered. No one would have been like.
They already sold tickets, so at that point they literally could have called up Stavern.
Yeah,
because the tickets were already sold. It was fully sold. It wasn't gonna be a pay-per-view in the States. It was gonna be on the Zone anyway. So it's those who were gonna watch either way. So it was just you just needed to bring someone. But I think they were hung up on this idea of they wanted to be a good fight.
But
he should have just got a good knockout instead of a good fight.
Yeah. I think
about that. Who cares about having a good fight? It's all about getting a knockout.
That's what that's what a typical matchmaker would have done. Is just grab some guy who's a guaranteed knockout and bring him to the
He would have
fight.
came and got one of us.
Yeah, like it's just a late minute replacement.
They should have won. They should have won. Got Fujimoto, Kaiwatara Fujimoto, the guy that fought Dubois.
Seriously, because I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, what? Like, who came up? Like, because he said he talked to Eddie Hearn directly.
Yeah. He said he messaged him on, was it a IG or Twitter or something?
Yeah, it's on IG, like they're like, yo, Eddie Hearn, let me get the fight.
Yeah, but that tells me something about how they operate. They operate from a position of like, you know what, we're confident in our guys. May the best man win.
Yeah, like with PBC, that would have never happened.
Hell no! Didn't you hear what's his name, Leonard, the TM Mayweather Promotions guy?
Yeah, the guy with the big nose.
Yeah, he was laughing at Eddie Earns, like he said Eddie got AJ knocked out. Like, how do you bring? It was like how do you bring Ruiz as a late replacement? You know? So that tells you, like, if Leonard was in that position, hell no, Ruiz ain't getting the fight.
I mean, if you want to know what Leonard would have done, just look at how he's look at Gervonta Davis's career.
Exactly. They would have picked up a cab driver somewhere, like randomly on the streets of New York. Hey, you want to make a couple thousand? We got to fight for you on Saturday night.
Yeah, and then all the while he said, yeah, Gervonta Davis is the biggest star in boxing.
Yep.
He's gonna be the biggest star in boxing. They don't want to see Tank box this guy. They're coming to see him knock that motherfucker out.
That's what he said too.
He did say that.
Gamboa put up a fight.
Shout out to my boy Stacey McKinley. Stacey McKinley saved him by wrapping that boot up. Remember when his boot was all messed up?
Yeah.
That was great corner work.
That's what he worked quick.
Yeah, real quick. But I mean,
they wouldn't let that happen.
If that wasn't the Gamboa that fought Crawford, oh my god, Tank would.
I think he would have stopped Tank.
He would have ended his career.
Stop, because if you notice, Tank freezes, and people are just acting like they don't see this kind of stuff. Tank freezes up every time he gets punched.
Mm-hmm.
He just freezes.
So imagine when Ryan Garcia fights him.
I'm telling you, those fast ass. Dog, there's a reason. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, people be like, "Yo, man, Mayweather's not doing all this for Tank," and I'm like, "God, I think he knows that Tank's a hype job, but he knows, like, well, Tank's got the look though." So he's like, we're gonna lead him along as long as we can.
Yeah, I think like when Floyd was mad at Tank for whatever reason, like he threatened, like it was on TV, and he said he was gonna reach out to Top Rank to make the yeah.
Thanks for having me on, Brendan.
Huh?
Thanks for having me on the show today.
Absolutely, Nathan. It's always a pleasure. Thank you. Thanks for being on.
When are you next streaming again?
What's today? I'm not sure. Probably it's gonna be either Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure yet.
Okay, mate. Take care. And I'll see you guys later. Bye.
All right, man.
Cheers.
Oh, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I might. I think I'm pretty sure Monday or Tuesday. I'm not really sure yet. Monday or Tuesday, I'm going to go live on the LDBC channel. It's gonna be great.
What do you mean? You gonna have like a debate or something?
Yeah, I talked to somebody yesterday.
But those guys don't know shit about boxing.
I know, but I'm bored and we're on quarantine. I need to pass time, man.
They seriously just like they don't know like anything about boxing. They're just like talking.
No, I know.
Their videos are so weird.
I was watching. Who was I watching? I was watching BDA Boxing. Shout out to BDA Boxing. I was watching BDA Boxing, and he has a whole compilation where he puts all like the funniest moments where they're flipping out and stuff. And this dude, what's his name? VFTV. He was talking about, I think, Mayweather or Kell Brook, and in the middle of his rant, he calls the guy on the show. He's like, "You punk pussy bitch ass thing." I'm like, dude, you just call us like 4 names straight.
Is that the try not to laugh thing? Like I think I saw one.
Yeah, yeah. You got to try not to laugh. I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
I'm laughing right off the gate.
I saw the. Did you see the one about with the lady? I don't know what she was doing. She was
Oh,
talking.
she was talking about the African blood is the crazy blood or whatever. She
Yeah,
had
she was
all
talking
about.
some completely crazy, like I don't know, some voodoo type stuff. It was completely weird stuff, and somehow
Yeah.
that was supposed to be boxing related somehow. Like
Yeah, and then she was saying, yeah, if you look at the opponent of Wilder's record and the numerology of the records, I'm like, what are you talking about?
I know
What
that's
are you
how I was
talking about?
like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are we talking about here?
I'm like, man, I mean, here I thought I was coming to talk boxing.
Yeah, like that's why I'm like some of those people, man. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, the person who's live want to go on. The thing is, I told them that I wanted to go on there. Well, honestly, it's BTFB, it's BFTV. I emailed BFTV yesterday because I was bored. I was like, you know what, I'm bored as fuck right now. So I was like, what can I do to pass time? So I was like, you know what, I should just go on BFTV's live. So I'm gonna email them. So I actually emailed them. I'm like, look, man, I want to go on your live. I gave him like 5 topics that I want to talk about with him. Because I went through and watched. I went through and I watched some videos. So I looked for 5 topics that we both disagree on, and then he was like. And then he was like he was already mad in the email. He was like, you could have debated me last year and now you want to debate me now because there's nothing going on. I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm bored.
It's like you could have debated me last year.
That little guy is crazy.
Well, no, I could have because I like trolled him last year and then he wanted to do it and now like I said whatever, I don't feel like doing it. But then, like, now I'm bored. I'm like, you know what? I should do it now.
Good luck.
And the funny thing was when I emailed him, the title of the email was "Offer for $50 million and Undisputed."
Oh my god!
I actually titled it that way, the offer for $50 million Undisputed, because he's a big Wilder fan.
Yo, that was like the craziest thing I've ever seen. Is Deontay on TMZ smiling his ass off, talking about some. Yeah, we about to offer him. We about to see if he wants to fight. I was like, what are you talking about?
He's like Eddie, and he's like Eddie. The money's in the bag.
Yeah.
What's wrong with him, man?
I'll see you real soon.
So I guess basically they were just like, what, so who was it? I mean, I really don't know. Really, we don't know. We're both sides just sending out bullshit offers to like prolong the fight.
I don't think so. The reason I don't think so is like I don't hear of Eddie Aaron or Martrum sending out bullshit offers. Like the and like if you remember, like the last offer that they sent didn't even include like Matchroom. It was like the zone directly, because Shelly Finkel and I think Wilder, they were claiming they can't talk to Eddie anymore or whatever. Like they had some bogus excuse. Like they were like, oh, they're so upset at Eddie and that they don't want to talk to him. They're not gonna reply to his emails. So
I remember Shelly Finkel when they were like, they said that Shelly was like, and when we beat Tyson Fury, we'll make the offers.
Yeah, exactly. So it tells you like what side they want the fight. They want that fight because like I've never seen anything like that. You're like, oh, we're not gonna reply to him because he's rude. He
made fun of my name.
Yeah, he called him Shelly Winkle. I'm like, really? Like, who does business like that? Like, if you're trying to do business, it's about dollars and cents.
Shelly, makes sense. We're talking about millions of dollars, and you're talking about name calling.
And Wilder was there. It's like, he's a man. His name is Shelly Finkel. Oh, what the fuck? So yeah, them dudes didn't want that fight, man.
But let me tell you something. Wilder said something that was funny as hell one time. It was at the end of that one fight where what fight was at the end of? It was when he was talking about Dillian White's drug test. And he was like, he's like, yeah, we waiting on that drug test. He's like, I'm over here waiting on he said, I'm waiting on the B sample. He's like, it's like watching the heat of the night. Oh, bald head Dillian White and Eddie Hearn. So it lets me know. I'm like, Deontay Wilder has got a personality. He's a little bit funny, but it's just like he's just with the wrong side.
Yeah, like I feel like he has his moments for sure. He has like a few times where like you could actually like the the little rhymes he does and stuff. It works out well.
Don't wait, make the date.
Like, but when he goes on an extended rant, that's when
Oh God.
That's when he gets corny, right? Like, and then he goes into preacher mode and all of that. But those little short ones, those ones work out well.
How about do you remember the one time? Do you remember the one time when he was talking about it was after the I think it was after the first Deverne fight, and he's talking about how his soul was out of his body and he was watching himself.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's by Demon. He's like, I don't even gotta know you to whoop your ass, because trust me, if I get mad, nobody in this room will stop me. What's wrong with this guy?
Delusional, dog.
And then he's like, and then not even 20 seconds later in the same interview, he says, I'm a very lovable person.
Yo, let me say something. I remember that because I'm telling you, if you really look at it, Wilder and Mike Tyson has so much in common. And like I remember when Mike Tyson first came out, he was like all humble, and he was like help his opponents out after he knocked them out. And he was like after the fights, like he'd be like, yeah, he was a good champion, but I was a better man than I. He was all this kind of stuff. But then after he got with Robin Givens, the hair, he all of a sudden, because remember when he had the Spinks fight, he had like a bald patch in his head.
Yeah.
Okay, when he gets with Robin Givens, all of a sudden he's got an S curl. He's got he's got gold teeth. He's talking different. He doesn't come to the ring with just the bells anymore. He comes to the bells with rap music. He's like he's talking about how he wants to kill his opponents and all this kind of stuff.
He's like,
he just completely changed. And that's the same thing that happened with Wilder. It's like after he got with that girl, his hair changed, everything.
But he was actually like, he was kind of cool though when Mike Tyson said some messed up stuff. He was kind of entertaining. Like I was watching the Frank Bruno fight last night, and he was like, yeah, how dead these humans challenge me with their primitive skills.
Yeah, they're just as good as dead.
They're just as good as dead.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. But listen, see, I think that's funny now. But back in the day when he first said it, oh my God, it was such a big deal that he said that. Like everyone was like, oh my God, I cannot believe he said that he wanted to drive his nose bone up into his skull. They were like, we cannot believe that he said that. That's just crazy that he would say that. Because Mike Tyson actually, he like changed in front of everyone's face.
Well,
there's like a TV, I think, interview clip too of like before the second Razor Ruddock fight. They weren't like in the same place, and like, but it was like I think like a TV teleconference or something, right?
He said he wanted to make him his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, he did say, yeah. He said, I'll make you my girlfriend. I'm gonna kiss you.
I'll make you kiss me with those big. I was like, oh, you could see like the shit was so ridiculous. Razor Ruddock himself was like about to laugh because he's like, what the fuck? Like, what is this guy talking about?
Yo, Mike Tyson is the only boxer in history that could say the most gayest thing in the world, and it still sounds hard.
Yeah.
Yo, I remember Razor Ruddock when he came on the screen. Razor Ruddock was like, "This guy's got shades on." He's like, "What are you supposed to be on?" He's like, "What are you supposed to
be?" Yo, Mike was crazy, man. He was crazy.
But see, when he first did that, like everyone was going crazy. The same thing. Why everyone was going crazy? Everyone was like, "Oh my God!" Like because he was like, he used to be like on the in commercials, like doing like and the don't dare not to do drugs. He used to be on billboards like saying like don't do crime, like all that kind of stuff.
Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
How ironic.
He used to be. I'm telling you, he was so much different before he got with Don King.
Mike Tyson, you would say I guess you could kind of say he started off like an Anthony Joshua.
Yes, you got to know. Look, Anthony Joshua is nowhere near where Mike Tyson was, bro. Mike Tyson was. I'm telling you, like
No, I'm not talking about
the
I'm talking about-
FBI. The FBI hired him to do like little like public meetings and stuff where he'd be like, "Don't do crime, guys." Like all types of shit.
Well, I'm saying I was talking about in terms of popularity. I was talking about in terms of their approach, like being clean cut and marketable.
Oh yeah, he was super clean cut.
That's funny to think about now, because like being a pretty young guy, the Mike Tyson that I know is the crazy loose cannon.
Yeah. And see, like we all like watched his transition of him being like, because he went from really good, sweet. No, I guess he went from bad, and then he went from to good, and then he went from real bad, and then from terrible, and then back to good again.
He was crazy. He told, I remember when he did that one interview, and he's like, I don't normally do interviews with female reporters unless I fornicate with them.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't talk.
But unless you know. But
like he sees all that stuff with like a straight face. It's like he's not like joking or anything. Like he's saying it like it's for real.
It's gonna sound funny, but like I'm pretty sure there's boxers like that right now, but they just don't say it.
Yo, he said in one interview, he said, I wish that I could he's like I want them to feel my pain. He's like, so I wish I could take their children and stomp on their testicles so they can feel my pain, because that's the pain that I live with every day. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Who lives with that kind of pain?
Mike Tyson, apparently.
Mike lives with that pain.
So he just bugged out. I think Don King, I don't know like what Don King did to him, man.
I don't think it was just Don King too, though. Like I think the situation with his
I don't think it was honestly. I don't think it was as much Don King as it was having fame at such a young age.
You think so?
Definitely.
Man, dude, you're telling me, right? At 20 years old, he's the undisputed champion of the world. He's the baddest man on the planet. He's bigger than Michael Jordan. He's one of the most recognizable people on earth at 20 years old. Think about yourself at 20 years old, and think about if you had a microscope on you every single day.
Yeah. Plus, like, he also didn't have like the kind of proper guidance that you would need in that kind of situation. Like, there wasn't that strong family base, to like hold him down and stuff. So like a bunch of people like would just take advantage of him. Like Mike, help us out with this. Have him in the wrong crowds, in the wrong places and stuff like that. Like he was gonna get in trouble one way or the other.
But that's what I'm saying. I think like he said like I think it was like around like the what fight was it? I think it was who was that guy he fought after the Spinks fight? After the Spinks fight, I think I think it was after the Bruno fight he fought somebody. When he first went over to Tokyo to fight, he fought some guy.
I can't remember right now.
Whoever he fought over there, that's when he says he started like going out and doing drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
He said it was after the Spinks fight. He said before the Spinks fight, he said like he was like just totally like clean cut, never did anything. He said, but then he like started like, wanted to dabble around with shit.
You know what's funny? That just reminded me of something. Before the
like I'll tell you right now, if I had even like a tenth of Mike Tyson's fame and fortune when I was 20 years old, I would have been a loose cannon.
Very loose.
Tyson said something before the Buster Douglas fight. I think he said they were kind of like they put him in a hotel.
Hello?
So he doesn't. Hello?
Yo. Hello?
You guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro, BT.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying a story I heard about Tyson before the Douglas fight. I think he was in a hotel out there in Tokyo, and like they had him like they kind of cut him off from like having people visit him, like girls and stuff. I think they were trying to keep him out of trouble. So Mike, guess what Mike said he did? Mike said he started having sex with like the with like the
maids. I remember that.
Yeah, like the maids in the hotel. It was like I'm like, this guy is crazy, man. Like this guy's batshit crazy.
Yeah, because I remember that, dog. Because they asked him the question. They were like, yo, what happened? Because there was like a rumor. You remember that there was that rumor that he didn't train for the Douglas fight.
Yeah.
Everyone used to be like, he didn't train for the Douglas fight. But then he was like, Well, I was training for the Douglas fight and everything. He's like, I was like living like a monk. He's like, I just go to the hotel room and then go straight back to like the gym. He's like, that's all I used to do. He's like, so I had to like, he's like, so I start getting the maids and like getting the maids when they come in.
Good idea.
And he's like, they were so ugly.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. But he was like, you know, because he's like, I think they wouldn't let anybody come see him, so it's like he just did whatever, you know.
So I understand what you're saying, but yeah, he probably just got out of control very quickly.
Yeah.
So I went, but I guess Anthony Joshua's got his family with him.
Yeah, I think for the longest time he was living with like I think he probably still lives at home kind of thing. he's different. Because I remember like reading like it took him a while before he even moved his family to like a proper house. Like he was still staying in his council estate where they used to live, like the apartment or whatever.
I remember them saying that
while it was on TV and stuff. You know, that's just ridiculous, right? He was already like big, but he was like still staying at home just to stay grounded.
I remember my mom was saying that. My mom was like, he's a special guy. I was like, he ain't probably lying.
Well, I mean, he still stays at home, but I'm sure it's a lot because it's like I don't think I don't know, but I'm guessing he's not, unless he has like a steady girlfriend. He's probably not bringing her back home, right? So you
can't tell. Yo, I never see him around like women. There's that one woman I always see him around. You like never see him like with shits.
He's like a very private guy.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he keeps his stuff on the low because there were rumors, right, while he was training for the Ruiz fight that apparently some IG model or something was over over there with him in Miami, right? I heard that's what I heard. Yeah, that's what I heard. Did you hear that, BT?
I did hear that because like what's funny was when I found out he was training in Miami, I'm like, yo, he's in Miami. I gotta find out what the hell this place is. And yo, I asked everybody I knew in South Florida, where the hell is AJ's gym? Do you know anybody that's there? Nobody knew nothing.
Nobody knew.
Nobody knew nothing. This dude kept everything on the low, so I couldn't even find out where this place was.
Damn.
Yeah, it was crazy. So then I was talking to somebody. Who was I talking to? Oh, I was talking to this one fighter in the UK, and he was telling me because he's friends with AJ, and he was telling me how AJ is and stuff, and he's like, yeah, you know, like AJ's real private. Like he's just real private. Like and for good reason too, because the UK is incredibly small. He can't even go down to like the nearest McDonald's and go order a cheeseburger without getting flagged down.
Yeah, so he's like super duper famous over there.
Oh, dude, I was there. I mean, I was in the UK while he was fighting Andy Ruiz. So like, I saw like what the whole culture of like British boxing was like when what all the bars were like, bro. Every bar that I passed by the day he fought was just packed to the brim, full of just drunk Brits ready to watch AJ's fight.
Yo, what was their expression when he lost?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it was like when they lost because I was there when he fought Ruiz for the rematch.
So for the rematch,
I was there when he won.
Okay.
When they won, they were all happy because it was another excuse to drink. You know, the Brits love to drink.
I wanted to know the expression when he lost in Madison Square Garden.
Oh, but I know there's somebody that I know that actually went to the AJ fight and like he was telling me about what their expression was like. He was like, yeah, you know, everybody was depressed. People were crying. People, it was like the whole arena just acted like their dog died. Like everybody was just so sad.
Yeah, cause like it was full of Brits. Like you could hear like the Sweet Caroline playing and everything. But like, yeah, the fight went bad pretty quick, man.
Real bad.
Everybody like you could see after the first knockdown, like people's expressions, like in the crowd, like, oh my god,
bro. You don't understand, bro. Anthony Joshua in the UK is like a national treasure. I'm not even exaggerating, bro. I'm being dead serious. Like when he's getting ready, like when he's gonna fight, bro, the whole country stops to watch him fight. Like people who don't know shit about boxing. I don't care if it's your grandmother. I don't care if it's some chick down the street. I don't care if it's the postman. Everybody knows that AJ's fighting that day.
Yo, that's what Eddie Hearn said. Eddie Hearn was like, AJ's got the grandmas that like him.
Bro, he's when he says that, bro, he's 1,000% accurate. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it.
I saw him talking. I saw him. He gave a speech in front of the Queen.
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro, I'm not playing. He's literally a national treasure in the UK, which kind of pisses me off because I mean I get it, I guess, but like he's not even the best heavyweight from the UK. This is ridiculous.
Well, I think Tyson, from my understanding, I think they treat gypsies like they treat black people over here in America.
Nah, I heard they treat him worse.
God.
I mean, hell, at least like if what's his name? Like when Kobe Bryant was winning rings. I mean, damn, at least they had parades for him. Tyson Fury beat Vladimir Klitschko, and then when he got to the airport, there was like 5 people at the airport waiting for him.
I think people were shocked that he beat Vladimir. Seriously, I think there was shocks.
Okay.
I mean, at the time too, dude. Like, I don't think like he didn't have the followership. Like, people weren't following boxing as much then too. So, like, in a way, right? Like, it's just I think it was timing. Like right now, Fury is getting a lot of love because there's more people following boxing now.
Yeah.
And also at the time, I think Fury had made some comments
Fury had said the stuff about gay people and stuff.
Yeah, so he also had a bunch of people that came right after him for other reasons, you know. So it was kind of, I think it was a timing issue with the original Fury thing.
I can see that.
Like it just wasn't the right time there weren't that many people following boxing. But right now, like you can see, like Fury's on TV there, like he's getting a lot of love right now as well. So I think like that's why I think like when both of them fight, it's gonna be huge.
Yeah, because when he beat Wilder, like he was on like they had the dad on TV.
Yeah. His dad was making TV appearances, and I think one of his brothers too was like on some reality TV show as well. So it's like right now there's so much buzz and I think his wife also has some TV.
Yes, she got a reality show, doesn't she?
Yeah. I think so. So like.
Oh, Paris Theory.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So
that's the one where he calls AJ.
Oh yeah, was that where it called AJ? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he calls AJ on FaceTime, and AJ's like, "Hey, when we fighting?" And he's like, "Yeah, get off here." He's like, "I'm on the phone."
I like when Fury did an interview and he was talking about how he FaceTimes AJ in the middle of the night and tells he's gonna knock him out.
Yeah.
I can just see it, like 2 a.m. and AJ calls this guy and says, "I'm gonna knock you out, you big bum dusser."
And that's part of why I want to see like what kind of trash talk he's gonna do when it's time to, you know, in the build.
Oh no, I think when the contract gets signed, all the done.
What's gonna happen, man? Because I don't know how AJ's gonna react.
I'm telling you, he's gonna whoop AJ. Everybody thinks I'm hating on AJ because I'm saying this. I think he's gonna whoop AJ soundly.
No, I'm talking about for the build-up because Miller brought another side of AJ out.
Oh, I enjoyed it too. It was great to see Anthony Joshua actually be a human being and not say 5 million cliches every freaking question. I'm like, Jesus.
No, but
I wish they dropped that below. I wish they dropped that what's that thing where they that face-to-face thing.
The gloves are off. They won't do it, bro.
I think they will. I think they will because they dropped a snippet recently.
They did?
Yeah. I think I saw something like that recently on Sky.
Well, how long was it? Like a minute?
Less than a minute.
I'm looking up right now.
I think it was like this week, like just this week.
Because I'm trying to see what's the reason they didn't put this damn gloves are off out. Because I know they didn't fight, but like why every time I go on Sky Sports videos, people are always demanding for that to happen, to see that video.
Yeah.
I was sitting there because, like, I remember he was like, he's like, "This ain't no character." He's like, "Ain't no character."
Oh yeah. What's his name? Jerome was like, "Yeah, he's a role model. He plays a role. He's an actor. Like, don't be a role model. Gotta be a real model. I'm real."
Yo, when he pushed AJ, I was like, yo, this could be a little spicy.
Yeah. You know, when he started going crazy, he's like, I'm home. I live in the streets.
Miller sold that fight, man.
Oh man, that was gonna be such a crazy event if he would have just not did what he did, man. I was rooting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was rooting for him too because I remember I like Joe Miller. I've been following Joe Miller since the Donovan Dennis fight. So like I like Joe Miller. I've interviewed him a couple of times. I met him. Man, I like Joe. But like I remember on Instagram, he had like he was telling people like if they put like a positive thing on their stories talking about him, like he would put it up on his page. So like I made a clip and I was like, yeah man, come on Jerome, knock that scallywag AJ out. Come on, chill. He posted on his Instagram. I was like, that's right.
Oh snap! I bet you got a bunch of views off that shit.
Yeah. A couple people followed me because of that. I was like, it was pretty cool. So I was waiting for Joe. I'm like, yes, we need a real. I was like, Deontay Wilder's not cutting it. We need a real American heavyweight champion.
Dog, I'm telling you, I don't know what they were thinking when they didn't make like AJ took all the steps that they didn't make with Wilder for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, for obvious reasons.
Like remember the Parker fight? They didn't make the Parker fight.
When you're not confident in your product, you're not gonna take risks.
Yes, so I think they just So I feel what you're saying now. So I think with the Wilder and his team, I think they were just like throwing out like little silly offers and shit, being like, oh, you know, I mean, and just lowballing people, and then when the fight doesn't get made, they'd be like, well, he didn't want the fight.
Yeah, because the other thing too was Wilder wasn't generating that much money. Like he wasn't selling out arenas, he wasn't getting crazy like pay-per-view views or anything. So it's like there was only so much money they were willing to put up for Wilder at the time, you know. Like,
yeah.
And if other people want to get paid, they're not just gonna fight. Like good fighters want to get paid for the fight. They're not just gonna take chicken change to fight Wilder, right?
Yeah, I think they should. You know what I was thinking? I think they should have did a few more fights with Wilder on free TV before they tried to put him on pay-per-view.
That would have made sense. Yo, if Wilder would have fought on free TV like a lot, like if they would have did what they did for Wilder, what they did with Keith Thurman, Wilder would be a massive star.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine like the Brazil fight being on like I don't know, Fox,
CBS
something? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Because CBS posted it like right afterwards.
Or the Stavern fight.
Yeah, that's the Vern fight. Yeah,
second Stavern fight, the one where
I can't even front. I can't even front. When I went to the Stavern fight, and I remember when I was there, Deontay Wilder on that night, he had the energy of a prime Mike Tyson. No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious, bro. He came out to the ring. He came out to 50 Cent many men. So I'm like, oh my god, this guy is the truth. So then he gets into the ring. He's got the mask on. He's got all these things. Then he's remember that one part. Remember that one part in the first round where Stavern like punching him and stuff, and Wilder just sitting there looking at him.
Yeah.
And then he just wails on him. I'm like, yo, this guy, like, bro. I had one of my friends with me. He doesn't know shit about boxing, and he's like, yo, this guy is the truth. This is the best heavyweight. This is the best heavyweight boxer I've seen in a long time. Like he watches boxing. I'm like, yeah, man. He can punch really hard.
Yo, but if you notice, Wilder stopped punching. He stopped fighting like that.
Yeah.
The best thing about him was him being wild.
That's right. Got to keep it wild. You know what? For his next fight, bro, he should come out like in a regular boxing robe, but like he should do some crazy stuff, bro. He needs to become a wild person again. He needs to come to the ring with like he needs to like dye his hair blonde or like rainbow or something crazy or like I don't know. Just do something that says he's crazy.
You know what he needs to do? Like, and I've been saying this for a while. If you watch and what they probably have never showed of Deontay Wilder before, they need to expose Deontay Wilder to Jersey Joe Walcott, because then he'd understand that he doesn't have to be like a classic boxer. Like he doesn't have to fight like that. Like you can fight wild if you can put it together. Like Jersey Joe Walcott fights like no one else in history. Like he doesn't have a stance like anyone else. He doesn't throw punches like anyone else. He doesn't move away. He doesn't slip like anyone else. He does his own thing completely. Like it's nothing textbook. Because as soon as they
I think he stopped fighting wild though, because like it was looking pretty bad. Like when it was fighting wild, like it would, it would slip and fall on his own feet. Shit like that don't look good.
Yeah.
It didn't look good at all. It didn't make for good television. Only the knockout. Like everything looked terrible.
Well, this what had me thinking that is because if you notice it, you probably notice it too. Tyson Fury, he talks so much that sometimes he exposes himself when he talks. And what he said one time is he said that he was like, he said Deontay Wilder is very dangerous. He's like, because he throws a whole bunch of crazy punches from crazy angles and he can hit very hard. So you really can't prepare for him. But then Wilder starts fighting like a conventional boxer. And Tyson Fury, like y'all said, Tyson Fury's been fighting since he was a kid. He knows how to fight a conventional boxer. Like you're not going to be able to fight him conventional and him not figure it out.
Especially if you only got 2 punches.
Yeah.
The jab right hand.
Like people talk a lot of shit about Mayorga, but Mayorga beat the brakes off of what's his name twice.
Vernon Forrest.
Yeah. And Vernon Forrest was considered the top dog when he did it.
It's true.
Vernon Forrest beat Shane Mosley right after Shane Mosley beat what's called Oscar De La Hoya. So everyone was high on what's called Vernon Forrest. They were like, man, Vernon Forrest is the best. Vernon Forrest is the best. Mayorga comes in there throwing some crazy ass punches, and he couldn't relax. So at the first fight, everyone was like, well, he just got lucky that time. He got lucky. Mayorga did it again in the second fight. 12-round decision.
Yeah, we'll see if Wilder, comes back with like a wild style, or if he's gonna like sit back and hope for the one big shot.
I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think that might have really broke him down. He didn't even go to the press conference, the post fight.
He couldn't though. It was like being attended to by like doctors or something. Like it was laid out.
Hey, that's
no. There was like I've seen pictures of like he was like laid out on a bench being examined or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that. Another thing that I was thinking about Wilder when he didn't show up for the post conference, I think that he was a lot more injured than they put on.
Yeah,
I
think so.
That. I could see that because I remember like through watching the fight over again, like you could see a swelling just like the cheekbone.
Yeah,
there was a strange swelling, like it looked like it had been disfigured or something like that. It looks
like
strange.
if you can go look it up too. If you bust your eardrum, that's what happens. Your face swells up because it's right there. The ear canal is like right next to where your jawbone is right there. And they tried to be like, well, the reason he scratched his ear and that's the reason it was bleeding. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I think he was a lot more beat up than they said he was. Because I heard he couldn't. I heard he couldn't even pee in the cup to do the post the drug test.
All I remember is his girl putting the ice bag on his head.
Yeah.
Yo.
And his daughter was rubbing his leg.
I know. I was like, man.
That's so embarrassing.
But that just reminds you, like, you know what they say about the gun, right? You live by the gun, you die by the gun. Like he was doing that to other people,
Yes.
And then he would brag about it, and talk about how he almost killed this guy or something like that.
What was his famous thing he used to say? I love seeing they bones break and they all this little shit he used to say.
I love seeing him cease on the ground, breaking the bones.
Yeah. And then it was like, oh, I thought I almost killed Spilka or something like that. Like, you know. And then
I ain't gonna lie, I almost like killed Spilka too.
And then he was like, after I unified the division.
Yeah. And then he got a taste of, you know, and that's the part that always gets me too, because I'm like, Tyson Fury is not known as like this massive puncher, so I'm like, if Tyson Fury did you that dirty, like there's a lot of people that can punch harder than him.
Well, you know what? I think we call Tyson Fury I think he was considered a weak puncher because he didn't have the right I don't think he was balanced right when he was throwing punches. Because if you notice, like in the first Wilder fight, when in the I think it was like either the first round or the second round when he came out of the corner and he caught Wilder, he was square when he was throwing like his power punches. He was always square.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't never like in like the right he wasn't never like set up right.
Like side on angled kind of thing.
Yeah, he was never like that. Like every time like he threw like some big heavy punches, his feet were square as hell.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things Sugar Hill tried to fix.
Man, Sugar Hill had him looking right in that second fight.
Sugar Hill's going to the Hall of Fame now.
Dog, I'm telling you that is the most improved that I've ever seen a fighter get from one fight to another. Seriously.
Of course it is. You know, with the gloves and glove gate and the cheating. You know, of course.
I mean, they tried to make up every excuse in the book.
I know. You know, he's dipping his right hand in petrol and gas, so that's why he won.
I mean, they were. I remember I used to watch The Boxing Voice, and Ness was so sure. He was so sure that Fury was gonna get knocked out.
Ness is a dumbass.
Ness is a complete idiot.
Like, there's some guys I don't expect to get unbiased commentary from when it comes to some fighters. Like Ness is a guy who has a personal relationship with Wilder. He's always
very personal.
Wilder. Like he goes to his camp all the time and everything. Like
did a whole documentary about him.
Yeah. So it will never ever give you like a truly unbiased like viewpoint when it comes to something to do with Wilder.
I liked how that one guy on there, Mike, even Mike was like real about it. Mike was like, yo, he might not just be walking through Fury. He's like, I'm Team Bomb Squad. He's like, but I don't know if he can win this fight or not. I mean, I watched the Boxing Voice, their reaction. Ness's reaction to Wilder getting beat was so classic.
Yo, I never seen that actually. Yo, what was that like?
Oh my god, dog. Ness's face, like he's like, no.
Oh, really? All of the juice went out the door.
I mean, because he beat he didn't beat him. He didn't beat Wilder. You know what the thing is? It was shocking to see Fury like that.
Yeah, because nobody expected Fury to come out like that, even though he told everybody.
Yeah,
I did.
Because he did, but he really didn't really beat Wilder, beat him like that. Because if you think about when you watch fights like I always think about when I saw Galata, when I was a little kid, I saw Galata get beat. I saw Galata beat Riddick Bowe, and that was bad.
Yeah.
Like, because Riddick Bowe was considered like the top dog, like he was like unstoppable, and right. Galata, like his hands were so fast. And he was so fluid. I remember like everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Galata's like he's like this big stiff European dude. Like he can't really fight like that." So Galata came out there. He looked like a black dude fighting. Like the way he was moving, the way the rhythm he had, he beat Bowe up bad, man. He retired Bowe.
Yeah, he punched him in his nuts over and over again.
Yo, and in the second fight, he caught Galata hard one time, and that's when Galata start fouling him again.
He said, "F this."
Yeah, he had to. First he headbutted Bo, and then he headbutted Bo, and he cut his own eye, trying to be dirty, and then he started throwing low blows, and then he just got disqualified. But the Fury fight, like, I think everyone was just shocked because they've never seen Fury do that before.
I mean, but the thing is, if you watch Fury, if you went back and watched some of Fury's older fights, he's fought fights similar, not as good as that, but he's fought fights very similar to that, like the Steve Cunningham fight, freaking what's the other fight? Nevin Pajic.
With the Cunningham fight though, he wasn't really looking that good in the Cunningham fight.
That's true.
If you really notice it with the Cunningham fight, he was having trouble all up until he stopped Cunningham. Like, that was a tough fight.
Very tough. Yeah, he had to maul him to get him out of there. You know, he had to use the quote unquote illegal tactics.
I remember Cunningham was crying after the fight. He was like, "Yo, man, he did this to me, man. He did this.
Yo,
illegal tactics."
He's still crying about it. You know that, right? He's still crying about it. Like, to this day, he's crying about it. You know, he did an interview with one guy. He was like, he was not in the rule book. He's using illegal maneuvers to stop me. It is not in the rules. What's wrong with this guy, dude? Just say that he's the better man. Why you gotta complain, bitch? Like, he lost, bro.
Dog, Cunningham did not have a chance after he got what's called like Fury. I remember Fury like put one arm, like he put his forearm over his face and then he hit him with his big ass right. Cunningham just went down.
Yeah.
I don't know where he learned that move from, but it was good as hell. It was very effective.
That it was.
When Fury hit Wilder on the fucking like he hit him with some type of fucking right hand, like I don't know, he almost like brought his hands together at the same time. It was almost like a clothesline and a right hand at the same time. I mean, that's why I was like, oh man, Wilder's fucked up. He ain't walking right no more.
Yeah.
Like he just, I knew from the what's called fight, I knew from the Duhaupas fight that Wilder really couldn't fight for that long. He couldn't really like have a tough fight.
Who, Wilder?
Yeah, I knew from the Duhaupas fight because when he fought Duhaupas, he couldn't get Duhaupas out of there.
Yeah, that was like a fake stoppage, right? Like
that was a fake ass stoppage.
That was a PBC stoppage.
It was stopped on his feet because like Duhaupas wasn't going anywhere. Like he was taking a lot of shots though. Like I kind of see why they stopped it, but like it was like 11th round. He was gonna make the full 12 rounds.
Yeah. What was that? What was that? That was matter of fact, that was Jack Reese that stopped it.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh, okay.
Jack Reese stopped the fight.
So he helped Wilder.
Because I remember like Wilder was jumping off his feet to throw uppercuts and stuff.
No, Wilder was trying his best to stop this guy, dog.
I thought Wilder was going to do a roundhouse kick next.
He was trying everything, dog, and he could not do it. He could not get Duhaupas out of there. The dog just kept hitting him, boom, boom, boom. And then he hurt Wilder. Remember Wilder's eye was all swollen up?
Yeah, he gave him like a big stake in his eye. He had to put the stake in his eye.
His stake eye. Motherfuckers look like Rocky Balboa.
Someone's got a question for you in the chat. Something to do with Povetkin Wilder or Kovalev Stevenson. Like if you had to pick one.
Who would I rather?
Like what fight would you rather see? Povetkin Wilder or Kovalev Stevenson?
I'd rather see probably I don't know. I'll go a Kovalev Stevenson.
Okay.
It's a big fight. It's the bigger fight. You know, Povetkin Wilder would have been cool to see because I wanted to see Povetkin spark Wilder. That would have been cool.
Whatever happened with that fight? There was so much like confusion about what happened.
They basically Povetkin had tested positive for meldonium because a lot of Russian athletes that year began to test positive for meldonium because WADA had banned it just at the beginning of that year. So if you had that in your system, like 3 or 4, if you had taken that 3 or 4 months before they banned it, then you were going to test positive. But there was no way to know that it was going to be banned in the first place. So like it was a lot of Russian athletes were testing positive for meldonium. So they used it against Povetkin to say he was cheating, and they pulled out the fight, and then they fought Chris Arreola.
What does that do though? Is it like a enhancing drug? Like what does it do?
It's like let me see. I'm like super tired right now, so my memory might not be the best. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it's supposed to increase your stamina or something like that. Let me see. I'm gonna read it right now. Benefits of meldonium. Yeah, it's basically just used for the it's basically like a fatty acid. It's just used for the heart. So like it's supposedly supposed to make you I guess have better stamina. That's what I was told.
So it's not it ain't nothing like Jarrell Miller was taking though, right?
No, not even close. It's far cry. It's not like anything like what Luis Ortiz was taking.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Luis Ortiz took anabolic steroids and failed a drug test, I believe, twice. So
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, man.
See, that's what I'm saying. I never knew what happened with the Povetkin fight. I was always pissed off that fight didn't happen.
Yeah, I wanted to see it too. It was a fight that I really wanted to see. But listen, man, I've been here for 8.5 hours. I think I'm hitting the wall.
Yo, that's a long time. That's a long time. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna end it, bro. I need to get some sleep.
All right, bro.
You guys.
All right, guys. Great talking to you guys. Thank you for everybody who came.
Good chat.
Holla at y'all, man.
Take care.